Good morning, morning. Top of the morning, grand rising, grand rising. Ah, how are my friends and my family out there? Oh, you know what? My YouTube is on. I was wondering what that was. Yes, peace to everyone. Peace to everyone. Sorry for the delay. Um, getting the children situated, getting them all situated, cutting up the honeydews and the mangoes and the white nectarines and the apples, rinsing off the cherries. They eat like royalty around here because they are quote unquote royalty. These little weirdos out here talking about they the royalty. Queen Elizabeth, King Charles. There's nothing royal about those weirdos that think for them to think that they're any better than anyone else, that they're the royals. What makes them royalty? Mm. So grand rising to everyone, peace to everyone. Uh, the Phoenix rises, Paula. Good to see you. Good to see you. Dean Kendall. Good to see you, Dean. Um, Dominique in the building. Not know. Thank you for being here. Not know. Your support is really appreciated. Um, yeah, not know. I remember the video. I was watching the video, London Man's video, and I saw when you subbed to me. I would really like to know what I said that made you say, look, I'm subbing to that guy, even though he doesn't have content. He has no videos, and you probably were my first sub. Um, so I appreciate you, man. So I would like to know, what is it that made you say, I'm subbing to that guy? Um, Edna Bell. Thank you, Edna Bell, um, for being here. Tony Taylor. Salute to you. Salute to you, Tony. You inspire me. You keep me sharper. You keep me wanting to do better, Tony. I can't take that from you. The way you can conduct yourself is really, really commendable. I hope I got everyone. Yeah, this is like, we can review thoughts on our mind, trying to get better at this live streaming thing. And so that when I do these presentations, I can just knock them out. Um, I had a thought this morning how hypocritical this is. My son, man. Whenever I get to talking to my son, it just inspires me because what I say to my children is what I would say to the world. And so or the earth, Dean, I'm sorry, the earth. Forget the world, the earth, the people on earth, the people in existence. And so talking to my son this morning, I was telling my son and my daughter not to ever take an oath or to make a promise. Let your word be your word. If you have to take an oath or swear on something, then it's not for you. And so I was saying to them that even in their own Bible, it says, let your yays be your yays and your no be your no. But then they want you to swear on the Bible. They want you to swear on the Bible. And that same Bible tells you, let your yays be your yays and your no be your no. But then you go into court, you have to swear on the Bible. Even to take the oath of office, you have to swear on the Bible. But within that Bible, Jesus says, Let your yays be your yays and your no's be your no's. So it just says a lot about this world is so confusing, and that's why we're all so confused. Peace to you, Tony. Yeah, I was just well, I guess you'll have to rewind. What all I said about you, man. That you make me a better person. You know, you inspire me to do better. The way you conduct yourself is really commendable. The rest you'll have to rewind. So yeah, I was just saying, you know, telling my children, let your yays be your yays and your no be your no. You know, because even in that Bible, that's what Jesus instructed these Christians to do. Let your yays be your yays and your no be your no. But yet we swear on the Bible. You know, it's just strange. And yeah, man, this week was I learned a lot this week. You know, I learned a lot this week. Whether it was here on this panel or joining others. You know, so I did want to look back at this week. And you know, I just want to make sure that I'm always learning. I'm always learning because I mean what makes that so important is that we have to first unlearn what we have learned and then learn what we should learn. So that's what makes it where it feels that time is of the essence right now. Okay, let me always practice putting these things on the screen. Of Phoenix Rises. Dean Kendall. Um, Dominique suggested this video. Danica Patrick. I said, you know, I don't, you know, Dominique, if you're listening, you know, whatever videos he suggests, I do check him out because of who he is. I give him that, you know. But Dominique, please do not suggest any videos by these weirdos. Okay? I don't listen to any of them. I don't have any time for any of them. You know, just recommend videos to me of people who are actually doing it. Danica Patrick is one of them. I'm sorry, you know. She's a part of that club. Weirdos, actors, control opposition. So, not knowing the build. Edna Bell, always great to see Edna. Because I know we're both on the same road. Anyone who sees something in me, I know what you want. I'm your reflection. Who said that? Well, I guess some guy said it. So yes, hello to Edna. Not know. Yeah, not know. Checked the video out. I saw that it was Danica Patrick and said, nope, I don't listen to nothing they have to say because they have the Masonic duality. They'll tell you a little something good and at the same time telling you something bad. I want all good. I want all good. Even in their own Bible, it says the salt water flow from a fresh water. I want all good. Yeah, I studied that Bible. I'm sure a lot of you all did. We thought it was real. We thought it was real. And we quickly learned that it was just a mind control tool. So, just a mind control tool to get us to look outside of ourselves to look outside of ourselves instead of looking within and taking things into our own hands. Like I was saying on someone's panel the other day, because that thought I had early in the week in regards to that this Bible, this God has a chosen people. He has a chosen people. Come on now. This God has a chosen people. We all should be on the same even playing field. No one should be above anyone. You created us all according to you all. According to this Bible, he created us all, but then he's going to play favoritism. Makes zero sense. And what kind of God could sit back and watch us be treated this way? What kind of God could sit back and watch us being treated this way? I gave my son the example of if I was to see my 11-year-old beating on my 2-year-old and I was to sit there and watch it. That's what I told him this morning. This God can sit back and watch us be abused and suffer. I don't want anything to do with that God. My 2-year-old would look at me like, Dad, you could sit back and watch this 11-year-old who's way bigger than me beat on me and do nothing and say nothing? No, I mean, I would have no problem if my 2-year-old say, you're not my dad anymore. Just like I'm saying, that's not my God anymore. I'm sorry, Like I said the other day, Big Dog OG was under fire on Big Aboriginal Powers channel saying word on the street is Big Dog Philly OG doesn't believe in God. Well, where's God at? That's the only question I have is where's he at? He could sit back or she, whatever, however they describe this God figure. They can sit back and watch us suffer. He created Satan and is allowing Satan to destroy this earth that he created, but then we're going to be judged. Come on, how confusing is that? That's that weird old Masonic garbage. Grand rising to you, Annapurna. Thank you for being here. I know that you're fasting from this YouTube streets, and I appreciate that you come check me out. I'm just saying the same things, the things that you already know. We're all trying to figure this out and get to safety. We're all trying to get to safety, Tony, and not know. Cheap to 18 wheels. That's a funny guy right there, but at the same time, it's a lot of wisdom in what he says. Many a truths are said in jest that will apply to his words. Very wise man, very insightful man. Edna Bell, I have them all and been down all the many paths. I'm all set with their religions that separate and cause war. See, yes, because that's what I was originally going to say. That Bible now, okay. Some guys, okay, this man got beat down. Let's say the police, since they like to use that one a lot. The police. They built and they shot a man and killed the little boy, the man, and then the family now says, that we must forgive and just ask that God, put it in God's hands. Kind of that there's no accountability. Okay, so the police now go around doing what they're doing, and we're relying on this God to take care of it, which is fine. There is karma out there. So I don't mind that at all. Karma, I know karma exists. You do wrong, wrong's going to come back to you. You do good, good is going to come back to you. If you plant watermelon seeds are what's going to grow. But you can't plant watermelon seeds and expect corn to grow. Okay. All right. So yes, karma. But just imagine if we were to say those police officers that killed my son, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. They would have to straighten up. That Bible made us not want to take things into our own hands. And so they can go around, although we know it's all psychological operation, anything on that TV, it's all psychological operation. The Michael Brown, all of that, the George Floyd, everyone knows that that's just Hollywood. If you don't know that that's Hollywood, please catch up to speed. It's all fake. It's all trash. It's all to get us agitated. It's all to make that racial division. It's all acting. All right. So catch up to speed, you all. We don't over here. We ain't into no propaganda. We might look at the TV to see what operation they're on next, but over here we're advanced. We don't let nothing on the television even bother us. It might make us laugh. It might make us laugh because they think we're all still under that spell. But some of us have realized that that's the tool. I mean, you think of that Rodney King. They show images of the police beating on a man. What kind of message are they sending when they do that? And for them to be found not guilty. What kind of message do you send to the audience that you're trying to reach? Because in that audience, they're aiming at just whoever gets pulled over by the police. Yes, we could say blacks, quote unquote blacks, African Americans, blacks is aimed. So now we see that image on television and say, man, we better be on our best behavior. Because, I don't want to get Rodney King. See? That's the whole point of doing it. Because they can't knock on every door and put on shows to bring fear in each of us. So they put it on the television and they can reach the masses. Because television is their promotional tool. It is a tool that they use to promote whatever idea or thought that they would like to reach the masses. That's all it is for. It is trash. Fasting from YouTube may help open the pineal. Yes, it may. It may. But we'll talk about that, Anna. Just that's I tell everyone that's my mission right now is to, ever since I heard you say it on London's channel, that one person opens up the pineal, the third eye, this all will stop. And at the moment you said it, I knew it was true. I knew it was true. I didn't believe that it was true. I knew it was true based off the evidence that everything that these beings are doing is to make sure that you don't. So, I mean, you just confirmed what my research has been saying. I've been saying that from the first time I hit a live on January 23rd on the panel of this year. My message has always been that they do not want us to know who we are and what we are capable of. That's why they give us the garbage food, give us the unnatural clothes. They put rubber on our feet to separate us from the ground, keep us indoors so we don't tap into the frequency of the sun. They make us unbalanced. We're right-handed or left-handed. We're supposed to be both, you know? We're supposed to be able to utilize our right side as well as our left side. That's balanced, but they made us not balanced. You have to be right-handed or left-handed. No, they made us sit down. We're always sitting down. Sit down on the bed, sitting on the couch, sitting on the chair, you know, sitting in the car, sitting at our desks, sitting down, sitting down, sitting down. No, we need to be standing up, and we should actually squat. Squatting is actually what we should be doing, you know, because when you sit down, you somewhat cut off circulation, the blood flow. Um, Common ground creates new earth to exist on. Yes, salutes, Tony. Thank you for being here. Can't say that enough. Means a lot to me because I know that you're quality over quantity. I don't see you. I'm sure you don't see me on these YouTube streets. I have like my couple spots that I hang out at, Tony. And one of them, one of them was London's. I used to kick it over there at London's, but somebody embarrassed me where I don't even want to show my face over there no more. Somebody called me a liar and a phony, man. I'm like, wow, damn. I didn't know you felt that way. Forgive me. All right, I'm gone. So yeah, London McLovin, salute to London. Appreciate you giving me a chance to express myself and what I have to say. Um, but that was totally embarrassing. It was weird. It was strange, but it was expected because my intuition is undefeated. Well, anyway, can you exist within the system without becoming it? Tony, I can, yes, but I would just want to do better with my time. You know what I mean? I would rather go try to find a system that is more conducive. Keyword conducive, conductor. It enhances, as opposed to trying to exist within a system that is not natural for me. So yes, I can. I am doing it right now, but I would prefer not to. I would prefer to be somewhere that will enhance my abilities as opposed to suppress them. You know, if I have options, and I know I do, I know I have options, you know. So the answer to your question, can you exist within a system without becoming it? Yes, that's possible. That's what I'm doing it right now. The system is built off lies and deceptions. They even have us lying to ourselves. So, right, I might take a peek to what BS are they running now. Yes, Edna. Yeah, that's what I just check in. You know, Edna, you just sprung a thought from my mind. Um, it was strange. I think they suppressed it. I'm not gonna say I know I'm being watched, in the sense, especially like on a Facebook. Facebook, I would just laugh at their headlines and post them and just laugh and just put the laughing emojis all over it. Like there had a one report out of Houston, Texas, maybe 2 years ago now, that they found levels of COVID in the water, the wastewater. Okay, just follow me, right? Just follow me, right? They found they tested the water, the wastewater in Houston, and they found levels of COVID. Okay, all right. So you found levels of COVID in our waste, our water, wastewater. Come on, what thought comes to you all? But see, I'm so in tune with my enemy that I saw right through their bull, their garbage. So that tells me, hello. So I need to wait for you all to See what comes to your thought. They said they were able to test. Now, for those of you all who've heard me say this before, don't cheat the class, But um, they found levels of COVID in the wastewater. What does that tell you? My immediate thought, well, I won't hold you all much longer. But my immediate thought was, if you could test the wastewater for COVID, then why do you need to jam that thing up our nose? Boom! They told on themselves, Anna. They told on themselves. If you could test the wastewater and COVID is in the wastewater, why do you have to jam that thing up our nose in order to test us? Doesn't make any sense. So that's why it's so important to know what you're dealing with, because it's only then you're going to see things clearly. It's crazy how we coincide on so many things, McCoy. It's and to know you. Um, it's an honor. I think I'm gonna put honor in there. Honor. It's an honor to know you. I appreciate that, and likewise. Yeah, Anna and I met her through London McLovin. Like I met a lot of you all. That's why I could never take that from London. London's audience is you all are in tune. You know, that's right. You play the piano with both hands. That's right. Yeah, they want us to be left-handed or right-handed. We're in balance. You want to create, in order to activate that pineal gland, Anna, we have to be in balance. There has to be, it's like that's just how it has to work. We have to be in balance. That's why I've been not forcing myself, but just utilizing. And that's why with my children, I make sure they're able to write with their left and their right hand. If they're outside playing with the badminton or with the tennis racket, one day it's with their left hand, the next day with their right hand. You know, I try to keep my children away from these Masonic sports. You know, try to keep them away from the whole basketball, football, baseball garbage. But I allow them. I'll let them, participate here and there. Not with organized, but just, I'll have them with a baseball and then throw the ball around and they hit it, play catch with the football. But I also told my son this morning that he will be more advanced than the rest of the quote unquote world, because he will actually know what the meaning of life is, as opposed to trying to figure it out. So, to take his time, you know, just him growing his own food and having the ability to build his own house, he will be way ahead of the game. Because everything else that the world is trying to teach him or show him is really insignificant, to be honest. Think about it. What is the world teaching our children? Just wasting their time. And what in the world, when they grow up, what are the things that they're going to have to work to go and purchase? Food and shelter and clothing. So if they have the ability to make their own clothes, grow their own food, and build their own shelter, hello. So that's what I told them this morning. Just, the things that we need to know, they don't want us to know. Because that's what we're all working for, is to go buy clothes, buy food, and to pay for our shelter. So I told him, just learn those things and you'll be far advanced than the rest of the world. Knees below level of the hips is our natural sitting position. Yes. Um, Squatting. Yes. Squatting. Even sitting down with your legs folded is really actually not good for you, because you're sitting on your tailbone and you're somewhat cutting off blood flow. That's why when you get up, you lose feeling in your legs. Even when you sit on the toilet, squatting is the natural position. It's those little things. And it's intentional that we don't know these things. Forcing the third eye open can lead to many problems. If you set the intention, it will happen. Well, I think it's worth giving it a try, considering that there aren't many other options right now to do away with this weirdness. No, just think about it. That all of their resources are used to make sure that we don't open our third eye. All of it. The poisonous water. There's chlorine in your drinking water, and chlorine is a poison. You're drinking chlorine. Fluoride, everyone knows about fluoride. It's poison, intentionally poisoning our water. The food they give us to make our bodies acidic. They make us left-handed, right-handed. Lack of sunlight, not out on the ground. They put a rubber sole on our feet. Everything is done so that you don't activate something within you. So there must be something to this third eye. Let's bust out that pineal. Hey, there people are asking to do worse than that, Anna. So let me make sure my audio is not. Y'all don't let my audio be bad now. Let me reset it one moment. Hold on one moment while I reset it.
Something like public health. When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water.
Yeah, I just set that as a reminder to us all. As a reminder to us all that, and you hear how she's talking about, yeah, for our children. You think they really care about our children? You really think that they care about our children? And they're the same ones to rush a vaccine for a 6-month-old who they said had damn near, it was impossible for that 6-year-old all the way up to 18-year-old. It was damn near impossible for them to die from the CV. But yet there's a vaccine. Come on now. Point is, do we separate from the system? Well, I think there's already a system already created for us, Tony. We just have to find it. There's a system out there for us, and that's what they're hiding from us. We don't need to create a system, just like we didn't create. Look. I'm not going to say we don't need to create a system. I'm not here to tell you definitive. These are my thoughts. All right. And Tony's just now bringing his thought to me. So I'm reacting. It could change. But my initial reaction is there is already a system out there that they're keeping us from. That was my initial reaction to that, Tony. I don't want to create my own system. I know there's one out there for me, that this universe, whoever created all these things, also created a system for me that I will thrive in. My mind is not great enough to cover all aspects. Just like I couldn't create a mango, I couldn't create a watermelon. There's the system is out there for us, and they're keeping us from it. And that's what I think that pineal will allow us to tap into. uh, I'll be taking a second look at what panels are representing, and is that for me? Yes. Yeah, I mean, because like I always tell people, according to Google, there's 12 million content creators. And Edna, I'm so thankful that I'm one that you think is for you. You know, Edna, what I'm about is I'm about my health. I think that is very important. That's always one of my eye tests. Is if I see someone out here professing to have great knowledge yet not value health, it not to say that I can't learn anything from that person, but that's usually like, you know, something that I go by and say, if they don't value health, then are they just repeating what they've heard? You know, and then right now at the stage where I'm at, propaganda. I will not take part in any propaganda conversations other than to say it's a psyop, just like that Montgomery brawl, just like those two buildings that flew into two buildings flew in, just like those two planes that they said flew into those buildings, just like all these psyops. That's the only thing I have for those conversations. The George Floyd's, the school shootings, all of those. All I have for them is that they're psyops, psychological operations. But to get emotional, I will not partake in it. No, it's not force. It is decalcification. Naturally, it's supposed to be open. Decalcification is detox. They be popping up everywhere. New panel channels. Yeah, but Edna, the thing is, yes, they're popping up, but they're not. There's not many choices for us, huh? They can keep popping up, but and I've been searching. I'm searching for until I finally said, look, I took the words of London, in the sense of that I have my own corner, that I have my own place, and when I just wanted to share with anyone. I didn't think that I had time to even, because I doubt I'll do the whole set up a microphone and have a studio. I don't think I'll have the time now to do it from my phone. Fine. I mean, I might. I'm just saying, if I have a grand presentation, that yes, I'll just ask my family and look, can I just take these couple hours and just make this presentation? But with this phone, I can still function and um do do my duties, prepare their meals and instruct them on what to do. I want to raise my children to be independent. You know, the more independent they are, the more confident that I will be that they'll be able to function. I don't want them to be dependent on anyone but themselves. So, yeah, these channels are popping up everywhere, but not many is saying much. At least not what we need. We are watched. We are being watched and tracked, no doubt about it, of course. But you know what, Anna? They can watch me. They can track me. Just don't come near me. Just leave me alone. That's all I ask. I have the right to life and freedom and happiness. All right. No, I don't have the right to go to Walmart. I don't have the right to go to their schools. I would go with your gut feeling. Yeah. Panel channels are now the reality TV of YouTube. LOL McCoy, what the F? See, Anna, I don't know what I'm so behind on the comments and you all's comments. So they're so I'm behind. Okay, yes, COVID in the water. Yes, they detected. Look, you can look it back. Houston, Texas, they detected COVID in the water. So then my immediate response was, if you can test the water, our waste, why are you jamming that thing up our noses? Mm, I'm on it, Anna. Look, I'm telling you, I'm on it. The first step was knowing that I had quote unquote enemy, someone who is intentionally trying to bring harm to me and to stop me from being who I can become. Yes. And so once they do that, just like I said the story before, where this government took taxpayers' money and gave it to these companies, Moderna, Johnson and Johnson, and Pfizer, to come up with a vaccine. They gave them the money to go do the research and come up with this vaccine. They took the U.S. money, and then they turned around now and had to buy the vaccine from these companies. Come on, come on, y'all. Come on, come on, come on. When I saw Joe Biden said, yes, we're about to buy another 200 million, I said, buy? How you going to buy something that you paid for and funded? Ah, they playing us. Okay, Anna, Tony Taylor says borax decalcifies the pineal gland. Okay, how do we ingest borax? I wash my clothes with borax, but I didn't know that we can. All right, let's have a pineal gland conversation, Tony. Come on, Tony, and well, I don't know if Anna has internet service where she can. Let's chop it up in regards to that. I'm not saying that that's what this live is about, but let's Tony has done it again, huh? Wow, that's why Edna Edna Bell, that's why I'm here. Okay, I want to surround us with like minds. You know, these people, I hear them all the time sending subliminals to me. I give a lot of people talking points on YouTube. I give, I say something today, I say something today, and I hear them talking about it the next day. I give people talking points. All right. I'm telling you, I give them talking points. Peace to you, Tony. Thank you for
Hey,
joining me this morning. Well, afternoon, wherever you all are in this world in the evening. I know, Dean, I think it's still early morning for Dean, maybe late night, but wherever you all in this world, uh, hope all is well. Tony has done it again, man. Thank you, man, for being here. Yes, let's get it, Tony.
yeah, salute to you, McCoy. You inspired me enough to want to speak up, and I think it's what you talk about that kind of inspires people to want to talk about, the subjects we can actually do things about, you know. And you talked about the pineal gland, and they say certain foods and stuff like that can decalcify it. But I came upon something that talks about borax. Now, we call borax because we use it as a detergent. It can get rid of cockroaches. It does all sorts of household commercial things. However, borax is sodium tetrachlorate, which is just a version of salt. And this is actually a very old remedy that I still need to do a little bit of research on how you mix it and ingest it to make sure it's safe, of course. I'm not telling people to just go out there and start eating borax, of course. But there's a lot of old things and old remedies that we have that have weird names to them, and we just don't understand what it is because we just don't go look it up. You know, like, have you ever heard of the old timers using turpentine to clean out wounds?
Yes, I have heard of that in my research.
Okay. Well, most people don't know that turpentine is just pine sap from a pine tree. It's not a version of gasoline. It's, you know, it's not caustic like that.
Mm.
So just some simple knowledge, you know, if people would go look these things up, just like what you talked about, the shoes being made of rubber. Um, there are ways to, you know, ground your shoes. People are now grounding their beds so that they can ground outside and have healthy sleep. There's a lot of cool solutions that people are coming up with. Wearing copper is actually very healthy for you. It cuts down arthritis because people used to say, oh, well, if you put copper on you, it's going to create a green ring around you. And, oh, that's the copper poisoning you. No, quite the opposite. It's the copper absorbing into your system because copper is a also not only does it help the body be magnetic and reduce arthritis, but it also is an antifungal, antibacterial, and an antiviral. And there are people out there right now, like what Bernie does with the monoatomic gold and the monoatomic silver, making monoatomics with copper because copper is actually something that helps the body, not hurts it. Because you hear about, oh, now we got copper lined elbow sleeves, copper lined hats, copper lined gloves, shirts, you name it. So there's a lot of work on things that we can actually do and use that benefit us.
Yeah, I'm on the copper right now. Um, I was saying that I needed some copper. I'm gonna start wearing copper myself. But also, I think where I'm at with it, the foods that I try to eat are high in copper. Like my favorite food to eat is coconuts, you know, because they're very
Okay.
high in copper. Avocados, pears, and mangoes, they're high in copper. And I was wondering, you know, so much, so much you said right there. I'm like, I just, you know, I can't touch on everything you just said, but look, uh, uh, um, just what you just said. Someone just said it, like, "Wow, Tony," and that's how I feel. Like, um, I'm gonna keep going. To look at this room. Salute to Seven Serpents. Thank you
I,
for
I
coming
I
through.
apologize. Once the floodgates open, I have a hard time not just letting it all out.
That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. No, no, no. Seven Serpents in the building. Thank you for being here. Um, I see Talk Your Talk Media's in the building. Greedy Vegan. Thank you for coming through. I know you're a busy man, so I appreciate you. McCray 1000, appreciate you.
Yes, and I wanted to go you one more on that copper because I do believe it's integral to something that you're already doing in your gardening. It is a whole thing that is going viral right now about electroculture, about putting copper in your ground and never using metal tools on your soil that actually demagnetizes the earth and kills the microbiology. So you basically take just a piece of wood, spiral copper around it, and shove it down in the ground next to your plants, and it will magnetize the soil. Seeds will germinate faster. You'll have 2 to 3 times yield on your plants. This was technology that was actually stopped in the 20s and 30s because they said there would be too much food. We would have overabundance, and so they eliminated this damn technology that literally gives you 2 to 3 times yield.
I was telling my son when we were in the garden, I was telling him that very same thing. You know those little tomato cages that they sell?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was saying, you know, if these were made of, these should be made of copper. You know, that's what
exactly.
I told him. That's what I'm saying, Tony. It's so much, and that's why I'm hoping to create an environment where this is our focus. I don't really see many channels that this is their focus, is bettering ourselves now and for the future. You know, a lot of them are. Yes, it is very important to figure out where you're from and and your history. And that would be great if we weren't in the environment that we're in, where we actually have an antagonizer and we're
Right.
behind and we're lost in how to even live right now. And so I just think that it would be of great value to at least find out how we're living right now, how we should live right now. And then once we get to safety, that's how I always put it. Just let's get to safety. Then we can contemplate those things. But
Right.
it's just right now, I don't have the time for whether I'm Aboriginal, Pan African, whether my this I just don't have the time. I want to spend time having these kind of conversations. Like, what can I do to improve my life right now?
Yeah,
And
solution-based lifestyle choices,
I just don't uh have a consistent place where I could, because I mean, if I started off like, going around to different panels and sharing ideas and thoughts, and then next thing you know, they're talking about some weird stuff. So I'm like, maybe I'm not, this ain't the place for me, until London inspired me, and other people from the jump were telling me, you don't do content, you don't have your own channel, until eventually I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna have to uh build my own house and share my own thoughts, my complete thoughts. Thanks to Paula, she saw value in me and felt that I needed to be heard. You know, um,
A lot of us did.
and one of the things that what Max Vision, he was the one that really, when he told me, like, I got him focused. When he heard me speak and that I got him focused, I was like, what? I was just like, me? He said, yeah, I got him back to really thinking about this enemy, and really focusing in on that, and help him make better decisions, and contemplate different thoughts. So I was like, all right, okay.
Well,
You
I,
know,
I would have to ask something to you about your overall message about finding your enemy. And I do sometimes think that that is twofold, and I'm wondering what you think about it. How much of the enemy do you believe is ourselves? Because I get the outside influences, but I also see how much people's own conflict and internal struggles become more of the reality than what's being persecuted upon them by outside forces.
that's a great question. I have my initial reaction, but I'm gonna take a little more time. That way, I know I thought about it thoroughly. Um, um, this chat is so unbelievable. The thoughts that are being written, I could just do a show just reading you all's thoughts. That's amazing. Okay, my initial reaction to your answer, Tony, which is subject to change. All right, everyone, don't quote me. Oh, you said, I say 0. I say 0. I am not my own enemy. I want good for myself. The thoughts that I've had were put in me to the level where there is a level of contemplation. You look into the world, look to the earth and the animals, the insects. They know what they need to do. They haven't been influenced. They are who they are. We've been like a cat that's domesticated. We've been declawed. you know. So it's
No
like,
fangs.
yeah. So I am 0.
Okay, well, in respect to that, now that would just be you. What do you think about that as in the perspective of most people that you're around? Because, we can't find the truth just being alone. So I would salute you on not being, your own enemy in that respect, but how much do you see that in other people, like in these communities and such?
I see them as they're not their own enemies at all. Same way. It's what the same for me is the same for everyone else. It's just that we've been programmed. They've given us these thoughts and these ideas. Um, and some of us haven't came to the realization of that. So they're just being who they think they're supposed to be. But that's why I spend zero time pointing my finger and asking, why are people not doing this? Why do people do that? Because I know why. We all got programmed. We all got fed garbage, and we're not in our natural state. So that's why I don't argue and debate with anyone. If that's where you are right now, that's where you are. But if you ask me a question, I'm going to give you my thoughts and my answer. But no, I don't think anyone around me is an enemy to themselves either.
Okay.
We've just been taught the wrong things and put in an environment that is unnatural to us, and we're trying to survive and and live as best as we can. Like, look what you just said. There was technology where there would be an abundance of food, but it got suppressed.
Too much
Intense.
food.
Yeah, too much.
Get
So
out of here, man. What's too much food?
that's all I'm saying. So it's like, I don't think anyone is their worst enemy.
Okay.
And that's why I approach everyone the way I do, because I know that this is all learned behavior in order to survive. We have a natural instinct to survive and to fit in, and so we do what we have to do to
So
achieve that.
are we supposed to reprogram ourselves? Because if we're so programmed, then the solution would be that we need to reprogram ourselves. And thinking that the things that I think program us the most are keywords that we still have the same reactions to, instead of giving those new meanings to ourselves, to where every time we hear these words, they have our own meaning and not their implied meaning. Would you agree?
The programming, I mean, the first step to me would be to know that you need to be reprogrammed. I think that's all we need. Everything else will take care of itself, because there's a frequency out there that will program you to the right programming, and that's what they're trying to keep us from. I didn't reprogram myself, in the sense that I it's the thoughts come to you.
Right.
They really do. I'm telling you, the thoughts that I have, I know that they're not of me. And
I'm exactly there with you, buddy.
okay. So it's just knowing that what I'm doing is not right. Boom. And then the growth starts. And it will happen naturally, because our bodies, it's our bodies. Look, Tony, man, I'm telling you, our bodies are unbelievable, man. Unreal.
I would agree.
Just look at when we get a cut, and how the body just heals itself without you doing anything. It just heals itself. It's a machine. It's a survival machine, man. All the body is trying to do is to survive at all times. It's trying to stay alive. And I just, to answer your question, I don't know if I did or not completely, but I just think the yes, we do have to get reprogrammed, but it's not so difficult. You know, the hardest part is getting your body in tune to get reprogrammed, because the frequency is there, the information is there. Come on, Tony, think about how you got the information that you got, man.
I don't think it came from me.
All right, then. That's all that I'm saying. It's like, it's the first step is like an AA meeting. Just acknowledge that. Look, I was done wrong. I'm not in my natural state. What do I need to do? Boom. Next thing you know, it starts to occur. And that's what happened with me, and it can happen with anyone else. I see Mark the Arc Spark is in the building. Thank you, Mark the Arc Spark.
That's
Um,
what you should create. If the system is like alcohol, you should create the 12 steps of consciousness.
uh-oh. The 12 step. You, this morning I was thinking of writing a list of top 10. Yeah, so hey, every thought is accepted. Um I see the enemy's public is in the building. Thank you for your support, the enemy's public. Big brother, man. Um, thank you always. I see In the Groove is in the building. Oh, I'm with Tony up here. It's just really kind of hard to read all the comments, but I'll catch all the comments again. But I'm gonna try to keep up. But Tony, he just and that's what I really appreciate about people like Tony is they're gonna push me without even knowing it. They're gonna sharpen me, because um, they have information. They know things that I don't know. And only in an environment where we're able to utilize those things is when we'll know. If we're over there we're watching boxing, entertainment, we're not going to be talking about these things. So trying to create an environment where Tony feels as though he also has an opportunity to speak on the things that he knows, because we need to know what Tony knows. Tony knows a lot. He has a photographic memory, which one day I would like to touch on that, Tony. You know, um, that is an ability that is so advanced. You don't really even have to study for exams. You just look up and you see the pages. They said Saddam Hussein had a photographic memory. But anyway, I don't want to give anything to these actors and these characters. They can say whatever they want to say. They said Tupac was a gangster, but yet he was in the ballerina. So I don't know how they came up with that one. But see In the Groove in the building. Thank you all, In the Groove, for coming through. In the Groove's another. Oh my goodness, I didn't know I had somebody back there. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
Look what happened. You guys got up here
Uh-oh.
breaking the fast right now.
Uh-oh.
Hey, but I promised I would do it for health only. And this is a healthful and conversation about health. So here I am.
All right, then yes, technically, but like this morning I told my son and my daughter, I didn't even see you back there, Anna. I was so looking at the comments and
No worries.
looking at outside of my children playing. So I told my children, I said, do not make any promises. Do not take any oaths. Let your word be your word, you know. And
Yes,
that was the
sir.
lesson this morning, that I was like, even in this Bible up there, as Jesus says, let your no be your no and your yea be your yea, because you can't swear on heaven or earth and you don't even know the number of hairs on your head. But yet in this system, you swear on the Bible. You swear
Right,
on the
right.
Bible, the same Bible that's telling you not to take an oath and to not, I'm telling you, it's amazing how they have us.
But that's a trap, right?
Yes.
That I think it got so interesting because we're talking about one thing and then, the whatever, pineal. And then so you come up here and then you start talking about this other thing. And I think they're related because Tony is essentially asking, are we our worst enemy because, we get programmed into it? Not because we're the one programming us, but we're the one providing the energy for it. And then you talk about this Bible, and it's like a contract because they're telling you if you do this, this is what's going to happen. So we recommend that you don't do it. And then inside of the system, it's like, well, you got to do it anyway. And now you're in the trap. So I still do believe that the individual has a power. I'm a firm believer in that. I think that if one of us really had it, really, like, let's be real. Like, even us three, we got to be real. I've seen flashes of. I feel like I'm close. I know McCoy feels the same way. Tony feels the same way. A lot of people in the chat, I can tell they're close. And I don't care which one of us does it. I really don't. I just care that it happens.
Yeah. I think I've gotten close, and some of the things I've experienced are a bit scary. So you
Right
got,
on.
I've learned to dial it back a bit because just like a photographic memory and stuff like that, and people would think they would want to know how to read people's minds and stuff like that, and I'm telling you, you don't. You don't. Not until you can be at a point to where you can love somebody despite hearing their hateful thoughts. So, I understand a lot of people think it's neat and it's novel, and yeah, it's a braggable skill at times, but I think it also comes with its equal tortures. That's why I appreciate the places where I can come and express it, because then I don't feel just like McCoy alone.
Yeah, Tony asked a
Yeah,
very
right on.
Tony asked a very I was trying to find the comment where you said um it was in regards to creating our own. Should we, what was that, Tony? I'm trying to find it.
It was saying, instead of existing within the current system, how about we just create our own? Just like what you said about not putting your kids in school, not having a television. That was a system that you created all on your own, and then you show other people the value that you've gotten from it. That in itself, I believe, is a system, the system of our own little microcosms within our families and within the things that we control ourselves, our world.
N- uh, Well, that somewhat also proves my point in the sense of, well, we weren't born into this school system, and we weren't born with the television. So I'm not doing anything. I didn't like create that. That was what's already natural. I'm going back to what's natural. I don't know.
Right on. Yeah, and I
You know what
think
I mean?
we're all three saying the same thing.
Yeah. I'm bringing us back to the natural, but I didn't really create that because it's not as if I'm trying to find the right words.
No, I get you. It's like your route for getting there has a different base, but we're getting to the same point.
Yeah, I'm not going to take credit for that. I'll just say that yes, I'm trying to get us back to what we were. We weren't born with to watch television. We weren't school system, rubber soles on our feet. That to me, that's one of the greatest. I mean, yes, the foods that they're giving us is a great injustice. They're actually poisoning in us. To put chlorine in our drinking water, and fluoride is just, you all know where fluoride comes from, right?
The waste product of aluminum production.
Okay, well, I thought it actually came from also nuclear production.
You can get it there, but the majority of it is from the aluminum companies. Whenever they produce aluminum, fluoride is the byproduct, and they found a way to sell it to the public instead of burying it where it belongs, in the ground. Because you'd have to separate it from water sources as well. But they put it in there as an anti-cavity. But studies have shown, like in Australia, they don't have fluoridated water, and it's
It's
like point.
nefarious. Its purpose is
Yeah,
nefarious. It doesn't have to be there. It's just there
it's not
because
really an
it'll close
anti-cavity.
up that gland again. Like you talked about fluoride now. It's all coming back to the same thing.
Peace to you, Maybach. Salute to you. Salute to you, Maybach. Thanks for being here.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say this. Tony, you were saying something. That was very wise, and we sort of just went past it.
What
You,
about what?
you said something about drawing a line and dialing back because you're not obliged to love or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Can you go into that?
I'm not specifically sure. I remember I hear a new tangent and it gives me a new thought, and I start going down that path, and I tend to forget my
You said
original.
you're not obliged to love someone that has hateful thoughts or something like that.
Um.
Or, and that's a
Oh,
level.
okay. I get you.
Like, were
Okay.
you talking about unconditional love?
Well, yes. I think it's a very true test. Just like dealing with Illumitami. Can you still love somebody regardless of where they're at? And I think that's what gets us to the next level in our ascension is getting past simple reactionary things that show that you're not ready for the next level, because if you could instantly manifest, we would have so many mental blocks that our hate, our passion, and all those other mixed emotions would end up destroying ourselves, if not those around us. So I think it's our mission to experience this positive and negative, to see if we can still rise above it in the end and still love everyone, including those you hate.
Right on, right on. But I don't really hate anyone because I don't dedicate energy into like destructive thoughts towards them. But I will say that I'm not above the reactionary yet. And that's another key you're giving us in this pineal journey. That's a big key to, like it doesn't matter which way the boat is rocking. Can you maintain center? And then you talked about this unconditional love, like love for, I guess,
Right. Like
yourself and
it's
others.
easy to say that we're spiritually, uh, vibrating higher, but then you go on a drive down the road through some city traffic and you end up cursing the first person that cuts you off. You know, are you as far along as you claim? Or are you just letting
Right
simple
on,
things be
exactly.
your master? So think again, let that person cut you off, and then have compassion for him that maybe he doesn't know any better, and you're not responsible for that person's action. So therefore, what he did that could be easily judged is not yours to judge. You're not responsible for that. So don't let it become you. Don't become every negative reactionary thing that happens around you. And then your
Yeah, yeah. It's
positivity and
it's
your
natural.
resolve,
It's
yeah, that
natural to
resolve
swat
becomes
away a fly. You
right.
know what I
That
mean?
resolve will become everyone else's, because they see somebody who doesn't react.
Oh. Yeah, so you're actually generating a lot of energy in that situation and you're controlling the reality in that moment. Would you agree?
Absolutely. That's the whole point.
Shit.
By myself, I don't focus on love.
Oh, fix your mic, bub. Hello?
Hey, who is that? Who's talking?
That was McCoy, but I think he's having some mic issues.
I hope he can hear you saying
Me too.
that.
McCoy, 1, 2.
Nothing. Will someone in the chat say something? Maybe he can still read the chat.
Let me check. Salute to the chat. Oh, he bounced out. He'll be back in probably. Oh, man left. McCoy, you there? No audio. I think this did this to you the other day, man. It wouldn't let you unmute. You had to come back in several times.
And it was right as he was saying something insightful. Did you notice that?
It knows it. It's like, no, no, no. We can't let McCoy be this real.
Yeah, that's the kind of, like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't see that Borgen stuff happening on the big channels that want to take science experiments and then do ignorant shit with a science degree.
Okay, we need to talk for a while. He's going to restart his phone.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's my
Excuse me,
issue.
I'm chewing some fruit. But go ahead.
That's No, I'm just saying it's a bit ridiculous that you go on YouTube and people doing ignorant experiments gets millions of views, but people that are trying to put out pure information or actual just pure research, they may get 10,000, and that would be a lot. It just shows you where we're at in society.
But then, I don't know, we were really doing something there, We were going somewhere with that. Let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. Forget the rest. That's where I'm at right now. Just swat the
Well,
fly away.
that's the whole point, isn't it? If you have an interjection every 30 seconds to 30 minutes, then you never have full focused thoughts. Have you ever heard the book?
Oh God.
There was a old book about to make everybody equal in the future. So if you were really smart, they would put a headset on you that would ring every 30 seconds to keep you from thinking. If you were really beautiful, they would put masks over your face to make you look ugly. If you were super strong, they'd weigh you down with chains. And by the end of it, they ended up breaking free from chains and, blah blah blah, going into happiness, but right before they were killed. But the whole point was removing competition through these means, which I believe is a current tool they're using on us right now. You back, McCoy?
Yeah.
There
Mic
he
check.
is.
Mic check. Mic check.
Woo.
What were you all saying? I didn't get to hear that. I want to hear what y'all said.
We were actually trying to get back onto where we was when you was about to say something awesome, and then it cut out on you, like it knows you're trying to be too real for the YouTube.
I wouldn't. I'm not going to give them that much credit. But I would say that what I was going to say was, I'm not really into the love thing, which, I just, how can I had it nice and fresh, man, ready to go. And now I can't remember how I was going to say it. But I'm not with the whole love thing. I think that's a psyop myself, also, in the sense of just think it's just a thing of being. I'm sorry, I lost my thunder in that whole love thing. But
I think I know where you're going with the McCoy.
it's like in my house, in
It
my
makes
home,
us submissive.
in my home, we don't really do that whole "I love you, I love you, I love you." We spend more time showing each other and being it. Because you have plenty of people that will tell you that they love you, and then I just think that love is an idea. That's why they can't define it. Yeah, I had it, y'all. I had it ready, and them punks just try to. Them punks shut my mic off. I'm not gonna say this to them, but
That's what we were talking about. The current system is to keep us from having full focus thoughts. So if you have mental interjections every 30 seconds to 30 minutes, you never focus on anything wholeheartedly because we're just jumping from one thing to the next.
Peace to Bronze Black Power God. Yo, Bronze, it was so good to see you on Big Dog Philly OG the other day, man. Because I really think you have a voice. Because your mind, you see the picture, you see it, man. And I know there's not a lot of places that will allow you to express and really and also understand your point of view. So, but it was really good. I was really glad to hear you on Big Dog Philly OG's panel the other day. So salute to you. Um, I hope that's the beginning of more to come. Um, Anna, a few people have said that they've opened up their pineal gland. Okay.
McCoy, come on, no? Would they be on YouTube? Would we be? I mean, like, come on, like, maybe we would, but I think the most we've had is flashes of it. I'm gonna be very honest. Maybe they have, but there's a nefarious way to do it too, McCoy. There's a way to do it like with drugs and stuff. It's not just I think that's what they're referring to with like forcing it open and stuff.
Yeah, that's that whole weird magic stuff that goes on with the rich people.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen a movie Interview with the Vampire.
Yep.
There's like a scene like right after he turns where he says he has new eyes. I don't know if you remember that. And then like the statues begin to move and stuff. Right
Yeah, when
after,
he sees the veil being lifted.
right. But it wasn't like natural, It was through like some weird death thing.
Well, I think that's where you take it. So if you force it open through chemical means, I think you're forcing it downward vibrationally, to where if you naturally do it, I think it only has the natural proclivity to go up.
I agree. I'm really interested about this borax thing. What's the best? Excuse me, I'm just gonna order. But
This
if
was
you would give
actually
us any more information on that.
there's actually old stories that talk about this, whether they're real or not, I don't know, but they talk about the Martian race that drove themselves into extinction by using means of what's called external Merkaba, what we call prana, energy, chi. And instead of
Oh,
using their internal ways, they used external means of heightening themselves and killed their natural ability to procreate and maintain a soul. So that was like the whole point of, say, coming here, creating hybrids. You know, I think on so many other levels, there's something important about this realm of where we're at, of, things coming from below, things coming from above, and mixing with what's here. I definitely think there's something to that, that's why I particularly like to decode the realm. I know there's practical solutions that are about, but finding that higher understanding is why I like to decode things.
Seven Serpent says, for me, the third eye opening hasn't been off/on, but gradual, coming in waves after time in practice. Yeah, I got a box of borax in my hand right now. Um, it says may be harmful if swallowed. Eye irritant. I'm trying to see so you said what's the ingredients in it?
It's
Okay.
just sodium tetrachlorate.
It says does not contain phosphates or chlorine. It says safe for all washing machine. Okay, we got that part, but trying to find the ingredients. Sodium borate. Sodium borate. Um, yeah, I'm gonna look into that.
Okay.
Because that is because I mean, Anna said, come on. When I hear people, because I'm in Facebook group, it's called Kundalini Third Eye or such, and people are talking about they've activated their Kundalini and their third eye. And I've asked the same questions that Anna is asking. I'm like, what are you all doing with that ability? Because there has to be an ability that comes along with it.
Right. I just wonder if somebody truly did do it, would they, I don't know, mentally, spiritually be able to come to a place like social media, YouTube, and share it with people? I think they would be at that point now to where this little paradigm wouldn't be important to them. That's that's what I fear. Why it would never actually get shared here. I don't know. What do you think, McCoy? Do you think someone who became enlightened would see the point in coming to a place on YouTube, even a big channel, and sharing that?
No, my idea is that they would they would more so be trying to deal with higher realms. You know what I mean? That's my first reaction when I hear someone opening their pineal. Is that, oh, so they can see things for what they are. They're going to be functioning on another level. That's always been my. I don't know. I don't think they will be here functioning on no technical device. They will be on it in a different realm, a different dimension. You know, that's what I've always thought.
Right. And from what I hear, there are supposedly entities out there that are assisting us in this who are in that place. But like most things, I tend to apply everything that I've learned and believe in nothing because I think belief requires a leap of faith that kind of bypasses logic. It bypasses understanding.
Yeah, because I mean, you look at belief. Usually, that everyone who know I came on this thing, I've always made it a point that I don't focus on beliefs. I'm not into beliefs. I deal with what I know. I deal with what I know. Because beliefs, you're telling yourself that you can't prove
Right.
it. When you
Right. Or
say
you
belief,
wouldn't say, "Oh, I think so, I believe so," you know.
so yeah, I don't know. Are you, Anna? You're back there, but I'm not able to add you for some odd reason. I'm not able. So maybe if you, yeah, that's why I wouldn't have you back there. So
Come on
yeah,
now, McCoy, get her out of the cage.
so now, yeah, I wouldn't think anyone who's activated their pineal man would be on this level. They would actually, in my idea, I'd be like, I'm gonna go save the world with this ability. It's
You there? I get muted you out again.
no, I'm here. It's
Oh,
just I'm washing my son's hands. They just came from outside and didn't want the running water to make noise.
come on now,
Okay.
let them eat that dirt. It's healthy for them.
Yeah, they're in it every day barefooted. It's like Doc says, not no says, it's like Doc says, realist. Plenty people who have opened their third eye are complete arseholes. It's really no substitute for good character. Well, good character, yes. But if we have an ability, why wouldn't we want to tap into it? If we're capable of, if we're capable, come on, come on. If this ability is nothing, why does this entity spend so much resources on making sure that we don't activate it?
Right. Because maybe then you won't have to worry about being here. You just won't be here.
They even mock us. They mock us when they do those third eye, one eye, you know what I mean? With the symbolism. Even on our
Right.
dollar bills, how they have the one eye, the all-seeing eye.
Maybe what they're representing is the one eye closed.
I don't know what it, but it's just they
That
know
that's the secret, keeping that eye closed.
that third eye. I'm telling you, there's some validity to activating it. I know it is, because everything they're doing, even if it's not the third eye. All right, forget the third eye. Okay, we have an ability that they are trying to suppress, regardless if it's a third eye pineal gland thing or not. We have an ability that they do not want us to activate, because everything they do is to suppress that.
Right.
Everything. That's
Fear
even
fear-based programming.
because those rubber soles, Tony. Come on, man.
Oh, they're rubber for a reason. Because we
To,
are naturally conductive.
that alone
Mm-hmm.
makes you have to say, what are they trying to hide from us? What do they not want to happen?
They don't want us to go outside. Why do you think they want us to stay inside for a while? Most people don't realize that on top of grounding, that that plants and animals and trees are also electron givers. They give you electrons. Just touching trees, touching plants, animals, touching your pets, all that. They're electron givers.
So that's all I'm saying is, regardless if it's a pineal gland or not, there's something about us that they do not want us to realize. And that's the mission that I'm on, man. It's to undo, to unlearn, and to get back to Tony, this is just too much, man. Why do they have to lie and to deceive? I can answer my own question, but
You
it's
know
just
why, but the
amazing.
the initial anger comes in, and when you first start to understand the full scope of what's transpired, it's hard to get past. It really is when you start to understand exactly how deep it goes, you know. And I do believe at one point I was that way, which is why I kind of had to force myself into the love aspect of things, because regardless if I could do cool things with my brain, I was still just pissed off all the time at everything and why it all was the way it was, why everybody just walks through the cattle chute every day, not changing a damn thing. And I think inherently you end up learning the truth that the whole can't change until you do, you know? And then your shared experience, it becomes other people's knowledge that they can become that as well.
Uh, Peace to Royal and Loyal. Thank you for coming through. Your presence is always appreciated. Um, um, See anyone else that I missed. Peace to Blue. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate you. So yeah, man, hold on. Somebody's in the. Oh, I thought it was Anna. Bad boy Blue, wagwan.
Yes, high vibes. Just a quick thing. Peace. I can't see the names of the other guy. Peace to the
Big up.
chat.
That's
Peace to
Tony
the
Taylor. That's Tony Taylor.
Tony T. Big up, really big up. Chat, big up. Yeah. So I always say like just quickly, just hearing what you were saying. I always hear like, I mean, you always hear me talking about how like interact with my children. My littlest boy, obviously, who lives with me the most. You get me? Like I play with his toys, and you know what I mean, these little action figures or whatever I get him. And he is nearly 8, and he's picking up on just the way I speak in general. And yesterday when we was playing, he kind of said something, and it was like it switched me on because it came from his just normal imagination or the way he's perceived things through the way we play, and I might say certain things in the in the role play, you know what I'm saying? And it's brought me to like think to myself, this is what I'm gonna do. This is another thing that I'm gonna do, because I do I do know myself, my body, and I think that's due to me being a sports a fighter or sportsman or whatever, you know, orientated around sport more than half my life basically. So I know my frequency and vibe. And for a few weeks I've been saying my frequencies just feels dampened. So I thought to myself yesterday, I'm gonna see what types of frequencies or hertz these mass and optic fibers are putting out, and then I'm gonna try and compare it to my natural frequency, and then I'm gonna try and find what I am resonating at also, because I found this device. I haven't found it, but this device, an electromagnetic frequency device that you can get. It's quite expensive, to be fair. It's almost £1,000, but I'm gonna get one of them because I'm also as well. I'm a big advocate of like vibration healing, and that's what it basically comes to. I want to try and find a certain vibratory instrument that I can put on me to kind of reset my vibe and my natural frequency to what it should be, using a natural frequency element or instrument that can do that, you know what I'm saying? So so yeah, I just thought I'd share that because, you know, I think this is why a lot of us are chemically imbalanced. I think a lot of us know that we're quite chemically imbalanced as well. And again, a lot of these frequencies shape and change them and alter sometimes the quickness in response without us generating a response from a more concise way. But yeah, I just thought I'd say that, to be fair. This one.
I can actually add to that. I'm actually an IT guy. So basically, within your own Wi-Fi system, you have a 2.4 gigahertz bandwidth that you can use, or a 5G bandwidth that you can use. Our natural brain frequency actually runs.
Hold on, big man. 1 minute. Let me just no. Let me get a pen so I can write it down.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I've been studying Wi-Fi systems for years.
I haven't, so I want to. I'm all ears. Let me just get a pen. Sorry.
Okay, so our natural frequency runs at 2.4. I think it might be 2.43, but don't quote me on that. 2.4 hertz. That's why the original Wi-Fi routers that were put out were originally all cast at 2.4 hertz. And if you notice, most Bluetooth systems also cast out at 2.4 hertz. Okay.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, I noticed that.
Right. This disrupts the natural brain frequency. Now you have 5 hertz that actually doubles that. That actually makes it much more impactful on the system. And your 5G is a much higher carrier wave that disrupts the mental activity even further. Now, Bluetooth and the new systems that are coming out, Bluetooth actually pulsates at a microwave frequency. That's why they're putting the new gas meters, electric meters, so that they can just drive by and Bluetooth the information to their devices. But this is also casting out Bluetooth frequencies constantly in your home. Now, there is a lot of technology. Excuse me?
Wouldn't that then like make us almost a medium that actually is that's going through?
Absolutely, that's the point.
Yeah, for real. Carry on.
Right.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
So one other thing as well, then, just quickly, then, seeing as though you know about that. So we're all like, because obviously I've done it in the past, where I've got an internet cable, and obviously that picks up the speed for whatever you're using, laptop, PC, PlayStation, whatever. Is that kind of like we're enhancing the unnatural? Then we're enhancing their unnatural frequency instead of ours. That's the way I see it from what you're saying.
Kind of, but just like what McCoy and Anna was saying earlier, I do believe it's just another device that keeps us from thinking the way that we should be thinking, natural progression of thought, nothing to disrupt the natural pattern of the mind so that we can actually be focused more than 30 minutes, But this is to, disrupt those carrier waves. And now, of course, we have the earbuds that all operate on Bluetooth to where we're literally putting these radiation devices inside our ears. And as far as phones goes, those are also microwave devices that are tested at 3 to 5 millimeters away from the skin. They are not tested within contact of the skin, otherwise they would fail their own tests. And this was studied 20 years ago, and then those signals have only gotten stronger and more amplified since, now that we have 5G phones. But there is a lot of equipment and products out there for shielding your equipment. Now, say you can't afford this equipment, it's always better off to directly connect your devices through an Ethernet cable, and then there's no Wi-Fi being distributed. You can shut off your Wi-Fi systems, and then you're not putting anything out there. And shutting them off when everybody goes to bed is very smart too. It won't disrupt their sleep.
Yeah, I do. I've done that for a long time, to be fair. So in a way, then the Ethernet cable kind of is more of a protection then, not a hindrance, or more of a protection.
It's 100% protection because the Ethernet cable doesn't put out a frequency.
Right. Okay, then that's good then, because that's all I use.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Good. I'm glad you said that. Yeah, I'm glad I asked.
For people out there that don't have Ethernet adapters, they actually make USB phone adapters and other USB adapters that will attach a USB to an Ethernet if you have a device that's not capable.
I'm actually myself trying to get internet service, but I don't want the Wi-Fi. We don't have Wi-Fi in here. Well, we don't have television in here at all. So, but how can I go about? I've been trying to find companies to see who I can get, hardwired internet service. What is it called? Dial-up, or what was it called back in the day?
Well, dial-up just runs over a phone line.
Yeah. Okay.
So you've got dial-up, coax, and fiber optic. That is just how the signal gets to you. So every system has to run through a modem that converts the electrical signal into a usable internet signal. So what you would want would just be a modem with no Wi-Fi built in, but that's darn near impossible because all modems have built-in Wi-Fi. So what you do is you get any system out there, it doesn't matter which, and then you go into the system once you've directly wired everything, and you can actually just shut off the Wi-Fi properties of that device, and then it's outputting nothing. And it's not that hard. Usually when they have you set it up and set up your password and stuff like that, those same settings are right there where you set up your password. I know I've installed internet for like 4 different companies. Because there were a lot of customers that didn't want Wi-Fi running throughout their house. So they had Ethernet cables in every room, and I would go in and shut off the Wi-Fi so that it was never active.
All right then. So when I first come England, right? Or not even that. When I first went America, people had like the dish, and even when I come like England, we had a British Sky broadcasting, and it was a disc. How was that operating without the optic fibers or without the fibers in the ground now?
Well, I was also a satellite guy for years, and that works on satellites that take in a radio signal. Now, regular satellite TV operates on a radio signal. Internet via satellite actually works on microwave burst emitters. So it actually works on microwaves. Like all the dishes that you see on top of gas stations, those are all microwave burst emitters.
Oh,
But as
so
far as like your Dish Network, your Direct TV, those all operate on radio signal.
right. So basically, is it a case of then that sounds like that them big massive satellites push out a certain frequency that our small dishes would respond to and collect.
Yeah,
So it's not
it's
it's never coming from a satellite in the sky.
Yeah, it's a low frequency
ground,
noise that's picked up by the dish.
yeah, man. No, respect to you for giving me this intellect, car. I forgot, not even forgot. I never really ask about these things, to be fair. But again, it's good to know, and I'm glad you added to what I was saying.
Right on.
I'm gonna jump down anyway, McCoy, because I just need to go and deal with some issues with my big boy. Yeah, it's not good. But yeah, appreciate you letting me come up.
Man, we here, man.
Yeah, appreciate you as well for explaining that. Nice one.
Yeah, salute to you, man.
All right, enjoy your day.
You too.
All right, Blue. Yeah, that's I just want to create an environment, man, where every day, or we just are learning and trying to get closer. Tony, I mean, the biggest problem, the problem that I see us facing is the fact that, can we have the confidence to do what we know what we should do? You know what I mean? That's the. Can we live without the Netflix and being caught up in the sports and entertainment and and this technology, and go back to
I don't know.
That's where what causes a lot of people to just not want to take that leap, even down to the level of food, just the fact of can I stop eating certain things?
Right.
I think that's what has a lot of people hesitant on because we're used to a certain lifestyle. So that's why it's understandable to me why people are the way they are. That's why I will continue to re-emphasize this. You will not hear me pointing fingers at others asking why are they in the state that they're in, because I know that Look, one of the questions, one of the things that I taught my firstborn when we was in California was to the point where I wrote it on the board. Do not ask a question that you know that you already know the answer to.
Come on now. Taught you better than that.
You know what I mean? Stop. Don't play those games. You already know the answer to the question. Why are you asking the question? And so I used to have it. Even for everyone in the household, just look, we don't play those games. So so you won't hear me saying, why are people doing this? Why are they still voting? Why are they still going to McDonald's? Why are they still? Because I know why. I mean, we were born and raised this way. I wouldn't say born this way, but raised this way, you know. Because I mean, as a child,
Hey, can we talk then about like the possible origin of where we came, like maybe the true Lemuria? I don't know how familiar McCoy is, but I know Tony knows.
Yep.
But even the legends of India, all of stories, guys, it doesn't match up with my landmass. Like every time I go home, I'm like, oh my God, here we go again. It's just people piled on top of other people, temples placed like 1,000-year-old temple in front of the airport and people shitting out in front of it. Like, what the fuck is going on? It doesn't match up to my heritage. This land doesn't match up to my heritage. So what the fuck is going on? Is there somewhere beyond the 66 parallel that trees just bear fruit and they're not sprayed into oblivion? Like, is there a place that we're not allowed to go? I don't know who was saying it. I think it was McCoy that was saying it, that there might be something out there. So why are we like corralled in this invisible cage called the 66 parallel from where they can shoot you if you go out of it?
If a farmer didn't have a cow in a cage, then he wouldn't have no way to butcher that and use it.
Right on. And Tony, you heard me say that in Greek the word paradise translates to farm, right? I think I shared that with both of you already
Right.
in the Greek Bible. And then paradise is also like not supposed to be heaven or any higher dimension. It's just a fake, you know, high class section of the underworld. So I just, I want to put that out there. And man, heck, I would do it. Get on a boat, get out there with all these families together. I don't know if everybody had their pineal gland open. I'm just saying, like there's a story in Hawaii that is widely told of the first time the Tahitians tried to invade. Apparently, all of these individuals, they didn't have any spears, no sticks, nothing. And it was like women and children who held hands and they started chanting the Hawaiian chants. And if you hear those chants, they're really powerful. There's a few pure ones that you can find today. And they had a standing columnar wave that generated from their chanting. So basically an invisible wall that the Tahitian canoes and the Tahitians, they were, they couldn't get past. They were like bouncing back from it. And so Hawaii, that island on Hawaii stayed free for another maybe 500 or 700 years, thanks to that act. So, that's I don't know, that's my ideal, I guess. I wonder if anyone else thinks about that.
Let me welcome Maybach to the panel.
Salute.
Salute to you, man. Peace to you, brother.
Peace,
Appreciate
man. Peace and salute. Can y'all hear me clearly?
it. Yes,
Yes.
that's a 10-4. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's a 10 for McCoy. You already know, man. And it's funny because last time you went live and I came on there and I saluted you. I was like, how am I subscribed to this guy? But you put it out there. You said we was on a platform together, and right when you said it, I was like, oh yeah, I remember. But salute to you, brother. Peace, man. Keep being that father that your children need in their lives. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what your situation is, but I'm a single parent. I don't want to say custody, but my two kids live with me. Nothing against their mom. She's a great woman, but I want my kids to be raised a certain way. You know, so I want to salute Tony and Anna or Anna. Is it Anna or Anna?
Either one is fine.
No, no. I want to
But
call you. I want to call you.
Annapurna. Yeah.
I want to call you what your name is and how they pronounce it. I don't want to call you what, you
So
know.
then it'll be Anna.
Okay, Anna, no problem with that. I know a Sandra, she don't go by Sandra, she go by Sandra. So, I want to call people what they want to go by. But you guys are dropping so much information. Um this is the frequency that I like to vibrate with and be around. McCoy knows this. We had some conversations before. Um a lot of things you guys are talking about. You guys are making great points. Tony said something. I've been on other platforms saying the same thing, and we're in a time where they don't want the masses to be enlightened. So if you notice the algorithm on this platform, like Tony mentioned earlier, it's the ignorant frequency, which I call the dumbed down frequency, is what's winning. If we're on here beefing with one another, arguing, yelling, oh, there'd be thousands of people in this live chat right now. But unfortunately, that's not what gets pushed to the to the top of the algorithm. It's the ignorance. And when the gentleman, I believe he's from the UK, sound like he had a UK accent. He was talking about when you guys was talking about frequency. Um, I follow like a lot of teachings or information that Dr. Sebi and guys like him put out there. They never was prescribing any medications for people that had medical illness. You know what I mean? They was using frequency to heal them. And from me doing the research, I guess back in whatever time, I'm not good with dates and stuff like that, but that churches was used, the organ was used. So, an example, someone was sick, they would bring the person to the church and they would have a bunch of people praying for that person. Everybody's mind, body, and soul was on one accord together in sync with each other. And they would just pray for that person. That was one form of healing. The second one was using the organs, like you guys mentioned, certain hertz or frequencies was used to heal. It's just like I forgot the woman's name, but she's a black doctor who's talking about she's healing cancer patients with, I believe, laser. And I'm like, wow, this lady was actually on a platform talking about the information, putting it out there, and I'm like, wow, I hope nothing happens to her because we already know what happens to these people. You know what I'm saying? That's vibrating on a high frequency. So going back to McCoy talking about the attack on us through the foods, through, this, through that, even the frequency of music. There's a former CIA that talked about, you know, um, why the music industry switched their frequency. I believe we they used to use a 432, which is a spiritual frequency. Now they say music is playing, I think, at a 440 frequency, which is kind of like a dumbed down state. So it's not just the music, even with television. I grew up watching. You didn't have to have Fios or Comcast. I grew up on regular television. After midnight, the TVs would shut off. You would have the national anthem playing for a whole hour. You know what I'm saying? After the national anthem was done, you got a scrambled screen. Now TV is on 24/7. You can put a TV on, go to sleep, wake up. Programs are still being pumped. You know, um, I remember I'm from Boston, Mass. Mitt Romney became our governor. He was going to take PBS off of television. Now, I've never heard any other politician was trying to remove PBS. That's what I don't know, where y'all from, what state y'all from, but PBS is what we all grew up on. That's what channel, out here in Massachusetts, it's called PBS. It's channel 2. That's what Sesame Street's on, teaching you letters, alphabet, the alphabets and numbers and all this other stuff. But that man wanted to remove that channel. So, um, I'm kind of like Tony too. Something he said again. I'm quoting him. He said something about information. I might be all over the place, but that's just how my brain works. It's like once I get the information, so I might be bouncing from here to here. So pardon self. If I'm bouncing around, you
No,
know,
that happens when you come in an environment where you're surrounded by people who actually want to hear what you have to say. So
mhm,
that excitement of just look, this is what I've got. This is what I got.
mm, there
So
you go.
no, I know the feeling. And this is a place. This isn't a place that you can share these thoughts, and then next week you hear me talking about beefs on the YouTube street.
Yeah.
This is what
No,
this is what I hope to open up every day. Not every day. I'm just saying every time I open up,
correct,
it's
correct,
for
correct,
everyone to come together and share their thoughts and ideas about things that will help us in the here and now.
correct,
You know, yeah.
correct.
So I fully understand your why your mind is, because it's so much. That's what happens with Tony, is that in one couple just sentences, it's just so impactful because it's
Correct.
things that we haven't heard or we don't hear normally, and so it takes a little, a little second, a couple minutes to process.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So yeah. So go ahead. You good, man?
Oh, nah, but brother McCoy, everything you said, you're spot on. I'm like that. I like to use an example and say my mind is like a hamster on that wheel. Like it fiends for information. I've been on other platforms where I jump around and they said the same thing. Like, no, no one's judgmental over here. Everything you're saying, or people can relate. They feel the same way. Once they get that information, it's like, oh man, I got to be around the people that's vibrating on the same frequency. And, I want to know if they know about this because I read this. I don't want to say too much because, I'm very respectful of people's platforms, but I've been telling people for years that, you know, once I feel like I was on a platform. I talked about fluoride. I did environmental work. From the information I gathered, fluoride also comes from mining and fracking, and stuff like that. And I remember at one point where, back in the 80s, I don't think I can't remember too very well. Don't So I'm not gonna stamp that 100%, but I don't think our toothpaste had fluoride. Now I remember, hearing that, the Nazis was using that, to dumb down, the Jays and stuff like that, because I've heard that fluoride puts us in a submissive state. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. That's why they added it to the water. I also watched a documentary. Um, I forgot when it came. What's the name of it? I think it might be Our Waters. But for 60 years, San Diego was the only place that fought against the government to, from adding chloride and fluoride to the waters out there. But eventually, after 60 years, they lost that fight. Now, my thing is this. Now, my parents are from an island, third world country. They don't have this stuff in their water. You know what I mean? A lot of places don't add stuff to their water, such as like going back to the foods, yellow number 5. You go to Canada, you go to Switzerland, you go to Europe, a lot of these things that they add in our foods, when you go over there, their foods is just simple. And I'm gonna give the basic information or an example. Heinz ketchup, you look at the back of the bottle, you get a bottle from Canada, Canada just says tomato. Ours says fructose corn syrup, says this, it says that. It's like a whole bunch of things added. And, This country is basically not in the state of they need business. Let's just put it like that. They need business with everything. You know what I mean? Same thing with doctors. Doctors will not ever tell us, oh yeah, go home and to boost your immune system, drink ginger tea, eat watermelons, eat your oranges and stuff like that. They're not in the business of that because they need you to keep coming. Same thing with the pills that they prescribe. It doesn't heal you. It doesn't cure you of anything that you have. It just minimizes that. But of course, you're taking this pill to minimize this problem that you have, but it's causing other problems. It's playing on your liver, your kidney. Like I remember years ago, I told my mom's that. I said, "Hey, mom, since I've been born, I've seen you taking Tylenol." And I did my research, and it says if you stay taking Tylenol for a lifetime of years, it attacks your liver and your kidney. And sure enough, she had a gallbladder removed. Doctor comes out, hey, the operation was good, thing that like that, but showed us lesions over her kidney. And now my mom's years later she's now on dialysis. You see, so I've always been someone to question everything. So when I was like in second grade, teachers used to always want to, have parents teacher meetings with my father or my mother, and they used to always say, oh, he's disruptive, it's destructive in the class. And my father's like, oh, so what is he really doing in the class that's make you say that he's disruptive? And the first thing and only thing they can say is, oh, he's questioning everything. And my father always told me to question everything. From the first story they try to tell us when some man came over here and discovered, this place. And this place was already here. So this place was already here, how was you given a map to come over here? You understand what I'm saying? It's the same thing how they call the West Indies, but it used to be called the East Indies. So it goes back to something that you say, why they doing what they doing? Why they putting the rubber soles? The gentleman that came on here earlier, like I said, with the accent, I don't remember his name, but he was talking about clothes, even down to the clothes we wear. I heard we're not supposed to be wearing cotton. I forgot what's the fabric that we're supposed to wear that lets lets the electric, like where I basically
Well,
electricity.
I know polyester.
Correct.
It's a plastic, it's made from petroleum.
Hmm.
So that was part of my awakening when I knew that I had an enemy, because I'm like, of all these fabrics that we could wear,
Hmm.
they're gonna give us petroleum
Hmm.
to wear is plastic.
Hmm.
So I jumped up. Go ahead, Tony.
I was just gonna say, yeah, that it's the frequencies that come off the particular what's used, the fabric in the fabric itself. There's a guy,
Correct.
Cultivate Elevate, that you guys would love. He talks a lot about this. Basically, the expensive stuff for the rich people, that's healthy to wear. The
Hmm.
stuff that everybody else gets to wear, that is the stuff that basically does similar to what, like when they put kids in schools and mute color the walls and then just to make you docile.
Mm.
Similar type of color frequency that goes through people. I read an old book from the 1890s that was talking about how they used to use color to heal people.
Hmm. I read that
And
too.
by putting, certain colors underneath people, they had whole healing centers that used color, water, and electric pulses that were shut down in the 1920s because they were healing too many people.
Mm. Too many people. Wow.
Peace
That's crazy.
to Steel Sharp and Steel Network. That's the enemy's public's backup channel. The enemy's public, great brother right there. He's a model of consistency when it comes to patience and how to conduct ourselves. He said he would rather walk away than to disrespect a person or even to argue with a person. I think that's something that we all should
Yeah,
try to also
definitely.
follow.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm working on that. It's a process, man, for me. It's a process.
but I want to touch on what Anna was speaking of, and where we step out and there's a place where we can go. I think where we need to go is within first. You know,
Hmm.
That's the first place that we should try to go. It's not going to cost us anything except for us to free ourselves from the burdens, but to go within. Look, I'm telling y'all, man, there's something about us that these beings do not want us to tap into. Just by their act. When you're around someone and they're acting suspicious and that makes you
Yeah.
suspicious.
Exactly.
Like, I'm getting a vibe, man.
Yeah, fact.
Yeah, so it's like that's what's making me think something's going on because they're just acting so suspicious.
Listen, McCoy, can I piggyback off of what you just saying?
Go
Brother,
ahead.
listen. Nah, because it's funny. Listen, man, when I'm around people like this, even through the phone, I can feel people's frequency. It's funny that you said that. This happened to me last night. Went to Fridays with a female friend of mine, and we reconnected. So we went out there, and there was these a group of guys that came in, and from the time they came in to the time they left, they just kept looking around. Now, before they got there, I wasn't looking around. But because my eyes kept looking at them and they looking over their shoulders and kept turning around, I started saying, what is going to happen? I said, should we be, you know what I mean? So it's funny that you're talking about that. It's so true, So I just
You
wanted to
can
say
you
that.
can feel people's gaze. It creates density. That's why your
Mm,
parents taught you when you were kids not to stare at people.
correct. Correct.
I tried that experiment with on my children. Like I would just look at them to see if they will just sense that I'm looking at them, and it's so cool because they always do. They could be busy doing something, and
Yeah.
I said, look, I'm gonna look at them and see if they pick up on that, if I'm looking at them or not, and then they'll just turn around like almost immediately. They'll have their backs to me and they're
Correct.
engaged in some activity, and I'm looking at them, and they'll just turn around and look at me, and then I'm like, yep, it's just something, But to continue on that whole thing, um, yeah, so now everything they're doing is just so unnatural. That come on, there's not enough coincidences in the world where
Hmm.
everything you're trying to give me is unnatural and would bring harm to me. What are you hiding from me? Why are you going to go orchestrate and say that two planes flew into those buildings on September 11th?
Mm.
Why? Why would you go through all that? Why are you going through these whole school shootings and shootings at
Can I
the
show fruit, McCoy? Sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead,
Because
Anna.
I might fall off. I just wanted to
Yeah,
show this fruit. Do you know this fruit?
yeah. I'm Jamaican. I gotta know a fruit.
Is that a papaya?
That's
No,
one of
this
my
is
favorite.
soursop.
Hmm.
That's actually like my favorite fruit, but it's just I don't have access to it
I
Wow.
because
haven't seen it in so long. When I found it, I just jumped out and I bought it. I couldn't wait.
it's one of
Mm.
the most delicious fruits on earth. And even the leaves, you could take the leaves and make tea with it. It'll detox you.
Correct.
Yes, correct. And it's supposed to be curing cancer. It has a white meat inside that's very sweet.
Hmm.
That looks
So
crazy.
this thing cures cancer. That's all. I wanted to put that out there. But McCoy, you might want to edit that out of your stream because they're cracking down on that,
Yeah,
apparently.
let them crack down on it.
Hmm.
Let them crack down on it.
It
It's
was a
sad.
taxi driver yesterday. He gave me the contact. He whispered, he's like, it cures cancer, they say. I said, I know. Tell me
Why
where
he
it's at.
why he whisper?
I
Why
don't know. I think he thought I would think he was crazy. I don't know.
he's like
Stop yelling, Anna.
these phones are listening in. You gotta whisper, huh?
Listen, I've been on platforms where the whole live was all in codes, and I had to replay it and try to decipher what the you know what I mean? Just no,
Doesn't that end
seriously.
up sounding like a bunch of meth addicts talking to each other? Like, hey,
Exactly.
remember that thing that was over there by the thing? Yeah, yeah, that thing. Let's go do that.
Exactly, Tony. That
Oh,
thing
that's
What?
for
funny.
real.
Get out
Hmm.
of here with that shit.
Well, you think about it. I don't want to go off track, but if you're able to speak, what is let's say Alexa, and it activates. That means it's been listening the whole time.
I
Yep.
mean, correct, correct, correct,
And these other devices, that we know they can hear us, but we
correct.
don't have any. We don't have nothing to hide. They're the ones that's hiding and keeping secrets.
That's a
You know what
fact.
I mean? They're the ones that's hiding and keeping secrets. I have nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, you
They
know
can.
it's
Mm,
crazy. I used to install the Nest products, with the thermostats and the door locks and all that technology,
mhm,
and we were
Oh,
required to sell it to people while we were doing our regular satellite job. And come to find out, they had installed microphones in all these devices, including the door locks, that didn't use any two-way communication, and then just put out a disclaimer later. Sorry, we didn't realize there was a microphone in the device. Our bad.
yo, wow, that's crazy.
And I
That
stopped
is.
selling it after that because I didn't believe in it. Nope.
And that's why I tell people about this whole
we
LED
don't
lamp.
need smart homes. Sorry, we need like grounded homes. We need
Mm,
like homes like I sleep infinitely better under a palm roof. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Maybe McCoy knows. But like the old style, like they used to just build roofs. Well, they still do in Mexico out of the palm fronds, and in Hawaii they do the same thing. That's the traditional housing, and you just like it, like just puts you to sleep instantly, no problem.
mhm.
Sometimes all you need is that and a hammock, and you can sleep soundly. It's just like why why do we have all these things interfering?
Anna, that that young man that I have you you know, ever since I watched that one video on sleeping on the floor, I have not. I've been sleeping on the floor ever since, and
Oh
Mm,
it's been let's see, 3, 5, 6, 7 years now. I've been sleeping on the floor. I can't, even if I wanted to go back to sleeping on the bed, I couldn't, or a couch. Like I'll
mm,
sleep on it, fall asleep, accidentally on the couch, and I'll wake up just tired and body is aching. And in that video, he explains that when you sleep on a bed, your muscles and your body is what's holding you up. So you're not really resting. Your body's not really resting. But if you sleep on a hard surface, you're resting on your bones. So now your muscles and your artery, those other parts of you can actually rest. It's
wow.
amazing. It's there's just so much to learn and unlearn.
mhm.
And here I was, when childhood we thought that was poverty, sleeping on the floor.
That's how they
Correct.
got us. They
That's a
got us
fact.
here. They got us here in America. They used to show us the videos of helping children in Africa, and they would show us children with flies all around them and their bellies all protruding out. And
Mhm.
so it made us thankful for the filth that we were having over here.
Correct. Correct. That's a
Right.
fact.
Yo, it's all psychological. Those
Correct.
bastards, man. It's
Mhm.
just they're amazing. I'm not amazed by no coward. I'm not saying that. There's some punks, they're weirdos. But I'm just saying their method was just so sinister.
Correct.
Yeah, it was sinister, man.
That's that. It goes back to what you was talking about with the television. I remember listening to one of the highest, the Alphabet organization, and he was saying that's the biggest weapon, one of the biggest weapons that they used against us is to tell lies to our vision. You know what I mean? Tell lies to our eyes. And it's funny that you mentioned the African kid because I remember seeing those commercials. Like, oh yeah, for 9.99, this kid can eat for a whole month. And they got you think. Well, they had me thinking that over there was dead poor, and they got the the most natural resources, just like even Haiti. That's where my parents is from. They have the most natural resources out in Haiti as well too. Dr. Sebi was talking about Haiti's the only place that makes mini shrimps. You know what I'm saying? Like these little shrimps, and that's the like main place that mass produced it at that time. I don't know if they make them anywhere else, but Haiti used to produce
Have
it.
you been to Haiti today? Maybe.
No, last time I went there was 1989. I was 13 years old. That was the last
Is
time I've
that
been.
your heritage of Haiti?
Yes, both of my parents are from there.
Wow.
I was born in America, but both of my parents are from Haiti. So yes, I've been
So
there.
I visited Haiti in 2022,
Hmm.
and I was just blown away because do you now do you ever remember there being like what is that called, like lottery or like some kind of gambling,
Hmm.
like in
Yeah,
the, do you know what I'm talking about, like every little corner there's
correct,
like a gambling.
correct,
So
correct. Yeah, I
what is
know.
that?
That's just like the American lottery. They have like a three-number lottery. They have different lotteries, so it's just like how we play lottery out here.
And so what happened? Because didn't they finance some Christopher Columbus expedition? You know, they had so much money. They at some point they were the first free black nation. They were the richest nation in the Americas at some point.
Correct, but um, unfortunately, once Haiti got their independence, France and America, brought that country down.
Right. So is there like some real estate and stuff that's owned by non-Haitians? Like is like a lot of real estate
Correct,
owned by non-Haitian? Okay.
correct. It's the same thing going on in Africa. A lot of the land is being bought up by, the Chinese and other countries as well. Let's just say this too. The Clintons messed up that country as well. The Bushes messed up that country. In 2010, when that earthquake was caused, they never even knew that Haiti had natural gas and oil. So they've been sucking it, getting it out of their paws.
Oh,
They,
wow.
yeah, they've been draining it. Also, I believe, if I can remember, Haiti has the most mountains than any place in the world. There's a spot in Haiti where, going back to natural energy and stuff, there's rocks that conduct energy and stuff like that. So they've been using Haiti. Like I said, unfortunately, they are the first Black Republic, also known as the first Hispaniola as well too, to get their independence.
Right, they
And
went directly there, right? That's where he
correct,
landed, Christopher
correct,
Columbus.
correct. Let me just tell you this too, right? A Haitian discovered Chicago. So when they sitting there trying to, indoctrinate this lie in your mind that, oh yeah, when we came here, there was these people here. Listen, how can a Haitian man discover Chicago? You get what I'm saying? So I had a
I
discussion
know.
with this. Yeah. So
Yeah,
this is okay. So
his name was Dusable for those of us. I forget his first name escapes me, but
hmm
we do have a. Well, I was raised in Chicago, so they have the
yeah,
Dusable museum out there.
statues. Don't they have the statue of him too?
Yeah,
Out. Yeah.
so
So
yeah, that's
mhm,
facts. What you're speaking, facts.
correct. So there's also not just like we got our own independence, we also helped America as well. You know what I mean? But they don't tell you that there is six Latin countries that added blue and red to their flag to pay homage to Haiti when we got our independence. I think Colombia, I want to say Venezuela. I forgot the other four. Um, I don't have my other phone with me, but there's six Latin countries that added blue and red, because that's the color of our flag. We first started off with black and red, but then they switched it to blue and red. And the blue stands for something. I forgot what the blue stands for. The red is, the blood and stuff like that. But yeah, man. So, but I have South African friends that say, the history that's being taught in South Africa, the main country they talk about is Haiti getting their independence. But over here, we're learning a bunch of stuff that, really A lot of it is mythology. You know what I mean? It's all fiction, anyways. But it is what it is. The same people that control the universities, the Rockefellers, and all of that, they the ones who took over the public school system, and stuff like that. So they took over the medical industry. When you talked about petroleum earlier, what do you think the medical industry is all? Petroleum is in every prescription. It's in everything.
Hold on. Petroleum is actually disguised as artificial flavor also. So go ahead.
Mhm. No, I just was when you mentioned petroleum, it just made me think about everything, every pill, every almost everything has it in it. We using Vaseline, that's petroleum, you know what I
Our
mean?
clothes.
It's in every, it's
Correct,
that insidious mark of the beast or whatever.
correct,
Uh,
I'm not gonna call it that, but it's just in
correct,
everything unhealthy.
correct. And
that comment there on the screen, Royal and Loyal 33 said, I appreciate your channel, The Realest McCoy, because you don't allow all that yelling and fighting with one another. Well, I mean, it's not only that I don't allow it, but the type of people that I will attract, you
there
know,
you go.
that's
There you
really
go.
what it comes down.
That's what
That's
it
what
comes down to. Exactly. There you go.
And see,
Salute to
When you
civility.
we're intellectuals over here. We're
exactly.
intelligent. We're truth seekers over here. We're not attention seekers, Royal and Loyal. We're truth seekers, not
Oh
attention
yeah.
seekers. We
That
get
that
enough. We get enough into attention on our own. We just want some information. We're exchanging information. So yes,
Mhm.
it's about what I attract over here. I attract great minds, and that's what it's all about. But at the same time, let me salute Marco Power. Thanks for being
Yeah.
here. Thanks for your support,
Salute.
Marco Power. Appreciate you always. Big Dog Philly OG, my inspiration that got me to even hit these YouTube streets. Let me highlight him. Peace to Big Dog Philly OG. I see Warfare K in the building. Warfare K in the building. Salute to you, Warfare K. And yeah, and Edna Bell, thank you. Thank you for being here and always. And let me see, did I miss anyone? I don't think I missed anyone. I've been keeping my eye out for other than that. I think I said Mark the Arc Spark is here, and appreciate you always um in the groove. So yeah, I mean yeah, that's Rashad in the building. Uh-oh, Harris Tribe Media Group. What you all about? How you doing? Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Harris Tribe Media Group. Um, Rashard TSL, Flat MF and Power in the building. TSL, for those of us who don't know, is the Smokers Lounge. All right. Salute to y'all. Um, Let me make sure everybody mod, because if you coming over here, there must be something over here. So I want us all to have access to each other's channel, sub up to each other's channel, link up with great minds. We're all trying to find our way out of this weird situation that we're in. Just know at the end of the day, at some point we got ourselves into this, but we ourselves did not play any role in this. Even if we continue to participate, it's all right, because we didn't know better and we didn't know have other options. But for those of us who have came up out of it, let's put some actions behind our words and show the world what the potential is. They don't know. It's like a child. They learn through what they see. If they don't see anyone doing it, it's hard for them to step out. But if you tell somebody that you went 3 days without eating and they see that you're still alive, they'll be like, damn, I didn't know that was possible. And boom. So let's be who we want others to be. That's the first step, not pointing your finger. We know why we're in the state that we're in. We were all there. Some of us are still there, but there's some of us who want to advance now, so it's not no cult. It's just wanting to link with like minds that will help sharpen minds. All right, so salute to everyone in the building. Don't be afraid to hit that link. I could have up to 10 people, and I can even drop down and have 10 up there, and I'll kick back. But I just want to just exchange information. We're not here to argue nor debate. We're here to exchange information. Because obviously we see that there's something wrong. This is not natural. This reached to the point where these people are flat out telling us that we do not deserve to live. They put a mask over our face. A mask. They don't even think we're entitled to oxygen. They put it on a 2-year-old, a 1-year-old. I was in the stores and I saw parents putting masks on children.
Uh,
It created a vaccine for a 6-month-old.
that's disgusting.
These people are, these beings are nothing to play with. They're nothing to play with. Just don't participate. Just leave them alone. Because they're willing to get down and dirty. They're grimy. They're filthy. They're perverted. They think that a 5-year-old has the right to say, my 5-year-old little boy can go to school, and they can say, he could tell, they'll have dresses waiting on him to exchange into different clothing.
Hey, McCoy, one sec. Can I just? You said something earlier, and we brushed past it. You said that it's going within, and then I looked at that fruit I had got yesterday, and that's why I showed it, because you said the key is going within, not going outside, and whatever, getting on a boat and trying to break free. I don't know, like what that sounds like the Truman Show. And then I showed that fruit because I wanted to know where it came from. So I asked the lady that was selling. She showed me the tree, and they basically just harvest that. And okay, I'm happy to pay for it, but the tree is just doing its thing. It's out there. Somehow it's found a way to grow this cancer curing plant. Somehow it found a way to grow in the middle of, yeah, it is a mountainous region. There's a lot of vegetation there. I love going through that path. Like I'm coming up here to learn some weaving, so I get started probably tonight. And I was just like so amazed that, okay, well, maybe we are in a freaking cage or invisible, whatever, cage. But somehow this plant is growing here. And the lady was showing me the flowers on it and all of it. And I just thought, that is the evidence, I think, of what you're saying. Like, we can be that sour sop in our own way.
Peace to Mama Chula for you. Thank you for being here. Love, light, peace, positivity, and solutions. Yeah, that's been my theme all week. And salute to Big Dog Philly OG. I was on a panel with him the other day, and I really try to drive home the idea of staying. But we know the problems. All right, we see the problems. Can we spend some time on solutions? That's all that I ask. Otherwise, I have to move on. Because it becomes stagnant. We're just replaying. We're just getting each other frustrated, worked up. Let's get the solution. Our children want solutions. They don't want to hear dad sitting around complaining all day about, oh, the enemy is doing this. Well, what are some solutions? Right. So that's what I'm on, Mama Chula, for you. That's what I'm putting out there in the atmosphere, and it's the frequency is there. Because I'm seeing it. And that's all. Look, I'm telling you all, this is working. Put it out there. Because when I go around now, I'm just seeing my talking points on different panels. And I know they weren't talking like that before. And other people's, like when Anna spoke on that, if one person opens up that pineal, it can stop. And then I hear other people now are speaking on it. So let's put it out there. Solutions. Yeah. Salute to you, Big Dog Philly OG. I learned a lot from that panel the other night.
McCoy, that's kind of what brought me here to YouTube. I've been researching my whole life and gathering information and all the solutions I could find to, figure out every truth of everything, because that information wasn't for everybody else. It was for me. And then when I went inward with this whole whatever demic that happened, it is what brought me outward to YouTube to want to share everything that I know. So it kind of almost had the opposite effect on me, that the whole time I just thought all this information and everything that I was learning was just for myself. And I found it to be a little bit selfish at one point and thought I should sacrifice what I think or making my own channel, being my own content creator, and just helping other people add to theirs, and then it helps me fulfill my inward path. So I appreciate places like this for that.
That's what I'm here, man. That's the only way I'm building my thing, man. I'm not on no propaganda. If you believe what's on the TV, if you get agitated with what's on the television, this is not the place for you. If you still have a religion, if you still think that the Bible is real, this is not the place for you. If you think that race and division, this is not the place for you. We're ready to go to the next level. That's what I'm trying to attract. Peace to all those other individuals.
Right.
But I'm not gonna say I'm more advanced, but this is the stage that I'm at. Yeah, the argue and maybe you
Now, can I save those seeds? Like, I think I should save the seeds, right, from that fruit, and just try to. I'm gonna try to take it.
No, I was just gonna say that I'm kind of like what Tony was saying. I know I've been saying Tony's name a lot, but I can really relate to a lot of things that he's saying because I went through the similar stuff. Like I'll say mine happened I went on a forced vacation. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Forced vacation mean, I did prison time in the early 90s. So I was given a lot of books and was reading. One of the first books to really open my mind was a book called Right Knowledge, and it was written by Dr. Malachi Z. York. Now, if anybody's familiar with that name or the guy that I'm talking about, we all know he's doing Fed time right now, but that's his, whatever. But anyways, the point I want to make is the book was just opened my mind to a lot of things. Since a kid or a child, I should say, not the word kid, but since a child, I always been intrigued with a lot of things. And and some of the stuff he was talking about, expanded my mind. So like Tony said, I thought the information was for me and me only. But when I was like, yo, hold on, do other people know about this stuff? So I would talk to these people about, because in that book, he mentioned Planet Nubaru. This is back in 1994. So when I was telling people, yo, about this planet, they looking at me crazy. Like, what are you talking about? Where are you getting this information from? And I was, conspiracy theorist. I was labeled that and stuff. But then I would get upset with these people because they didn't know what I knew. They wasn't reading what I was reading. So I was getting upset, like, how you don't know this? You older than me, this and that. So I used to get upset, worked up. Then I started meeting or vibrating with people that, was on the same frequency. Oh, you read that Right Knowledge book? Oh, I read that. Why? What do you think about this? Now I started being around people that was, wanted to know the same, that wanted to know the truth and not the lies we was told and stuff like that. So that was kind of like my conscious awakening, I would say, was like back in the 90s. Because I'm going to say something too. In 1997, I'm 21 years old. Now, again, I'm from Boston, Massachusetts. JFK Jr. had a magazine called George. And in this magazine, a guy named BG, y'all should know who I'm talking about when I say BG. I'm going to just give his abbreviation to his name. BG.
Bill Gates, man. Bill Gates. Ain't nobody afraid of that punk, man.
That's all I wanted to hear. So Bill Gates, they took a 3-page article on Bill Gates in the George magazine in 1997. That's all I needed. McCoy. I just needed that green light. So now I'm going to just say it. So this man said in 1997, in the year 2020, we're going to have a virus outbreak. That's all I got to say, man. Now, if people think, you know, in this day and age, whatever age that they're at right now, if they believe in coincidence, then hey, that's fine on you. I'm not going to pass judgment. I know that there's no such thing as coincidence. If I
Well,
mention, go ahead. No, because I
I
was
was
going to
gonna
say
say,
real quick, right? Let me
okay,
just
go ahead.
end it like this. If I mention your name 5 times, the real McCoy, the real McCoy, the real McCoy, the real McCoy, oh, your government name, right? And I go to the local grocery store and I see you, that's not a coincidence. I spoke you to an existence. So that's all I wanted to, land on is that. But go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna add to that in the fact that Anthony Fauci,
Mm-hmm.
he spoke at Georgetown University a week before Donald Trump took the oath of office, and
Mm-hmm.
he told everyone that the upcoming administration would be facing a pandemic. You can
Mm-hmm.
look it up. January. I can't remember the exact date. The 17th. I forgot when he took the oath. The 21st. So that's going to be the 14th at
Mm-hmm.
Georgetown University. Anthony Fauci, a
Mm-hmm.
Jesuit, said
Mm-hmm.
that the upcoming administration would be facing a pandemic. So,
Correct.
we all know, man, that this is all orchestrated. And so, therefore, hopefully the people that come over here are people who are caught up to speed,
Mm-hmm.
because we're not here to
Yeah,
convince
you
you.
already know, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're not here to argue and convince you that, the Bible is not real. It's
Mm-hmm.
another tool of theirs, a psychological operation. Because I had a
Mm-hmm.
revelation this week, and I've been sharing it. I think I shared it earlier this week, but I'll say it again, that I would not subscribe to a God that has a chosen people.
Mm-hmm.
He created all people, but these are
Yeah,
his chosen. You know how
correct.
weird that sounds, man?
Correct.
So
Correct.
no, man, that's all garbage. The Jews are not his chosen. That's just, and you know how it makes another group of individual would feel like, well, I'm not worthy enough. I'm not. I think OG said that in response, like, I'm not worthy of being the chosen. You become envious of them, or you make
Mm-hmm.
it's
Mm-hmm.
nah,
Well,
man.
well, the Christians are now submissive sort of to the Jews, right? Like a lot of popular churches preach that they're the chosen people. People go on trips to Israel. It's a big thing, even in Latin America. Everybody's clamoring, oh, they're going to Israel. They're going to Israel. Oh my God, I gotta go. I gotta go to the promised land.
Mm-hmm.
So
No,
yeah,
but like,
I'm not gonna subscribe to a God that has placed favoritism and he created us all. It just
mm-hmm.
doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
You got like when
Fact.
they had to put blood over their doors so that God will know who was such and such because he was gonna destroy the first. Like, don't God
Right,
already
right. That's like
doesn't
taking a mark, right? Like, and
doesn't
also this phenomenon of give me the firstborn son. Like, what type of entity is gonna ask that?
and
That's blood
also
magic right there. That's not good stuff. That ain't the God.
and also if God is all knowing, why does he need to test us? Doesn't make sense. He's going to
Mm-hmm.
test us to see it doesn't, if you're the all knowing.
It makes sense if you're a product.
Correct. Correct.
What if
Exactly.
the
But it makes
individual
sense.
is God?
It
What if
also makes sense if the manufacturer has flaws,
Mm-hmm. Say
so
that again,
what?
Tony.
I
Say
said,
say that again, Tony.
what if the individual is God and
Mm.
everything they associate to the
That's
group
right.
takes away from that fact?
Mm. Hmm.
What tribe are you in? What group are you with? Who do you prescribe
Exactly.
to? What system?
Correct.
What paradigm? What
And
church?
then McCoy is saying the manufacturer has defects. I do believe that it's like when things don't add up, right? We're all on the same page that things don't add up. So what we truly are and then what we're presented with, it's almost like you have to think backwards. You have to make yourself unnatural. So then there is like a naturality then. And then there's a fake imposition upon that naturality.
That imposition has to be fear. So the one thing we have to get over is fear.
It's
Mm-hmm.
fear. You're absolutely right.
It's a fact. It's a
Fear.
fact. Mm-hmm.
Fear. I thought years ago I understood things in their whole scope, and I would never put my information out there because I don't want any of myself or my loved ones be attacked for what comes out of my mouth. But at a certain point, you have to say F you.
Correct.
I would probably be more powerful on the other side, so it's better to turn me into a farm animal and use my energy here than to let me go over there and fight on that side.
Hmm. I like that.
They're no one to be feared, man. They're cowards. They're punks, man. They're liars and deceivers. The moment you have to lie and deceive, you've lost. All right.
Correct.
Lying is a sign of weakness. They're
Right.
they're cowards, man. They're nothing to be feared. Nothing about them is worthy of being feared, man.
And
You
and
know.
I want to just add that, a lot of these books, and I'm not saying that book that you read is wrong or anything. Please don't take this that way, but it's like they overcomplicate things, and there's this whole thing about like semen retention. I don't know if you all know about all that.
The sacred secretion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's weird, Tony. I don't know how to, like, man,
Okay,
everything that
hold
I
on.
talk about, I have personal experience with.
Hold
I
on.
don't just talk about stuff.
Could you not just leave it at it's weird? Can you tell us why you say it's weird? I
It's
mean,
because
seriously,
it just doesn't feel like, okay, now we're gonna talk about sex. I'm sorry. I really try to stay away from this subject because it gets people so all riled up. But it just feels unnatural. How else do you put it? Like you have to like hold your
what
breath
feels
and sit in a certain position, and then you have to do this, and then you have to like focus the energy up. Like what the heck? Like it's like a
what feels weird,
scientific
Anna?
dissection during
What
sexual interaction. Like there's no natural element to it. Okay, you're asking me for specific details about semen
No,
retention.
no, not necessarily, but it's just if you could be specific when you speak is all I'm saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, I
Um,
understand. So we can avoid misunderstanding.
yeah, and
So
I believe you're paraphrasing the sacred secretion aspect that McCoy may not be privy to.
that's right. That's right. So Tony, can you like? I'm even a bit shy to talk about
Are
it,
you
but
talking about the oil that rises?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, yeah,
but
The
I'm familiar with that, man. I'm familiar with that. That's why I
but
wanted
then
to be
but then
specific.
it's like there's like books and books on it. Well, they call it tantra, right? This is what it's called, tantra now.
Well, you're talking about the natural aspect. So what they do is they say that the only way you can reach ascension is by protecting this fluid that goes against our natural proclivity to want to have sex because sex is a natural thing and it feels good, just like certain religions do, and they only equate it to, procreation as to something that is naturally it feels good. So
Mm-hmm.
once again, they're putting the ascension goal above what is naturally compliant with nature, and that it's a feel good activity. So it's one of those other things. Oh, you got to do this before you can go up. Oh, well, you've got to prescribe to this before you go up. Half of that is just BS. And I believe 3/4 of it is really in your mind and whether or not you believe you can.
So Anna, are you saying semen retention is not natural and it's weird?
No, not real. Not really. I'm saying that there is a whole array of techniques out there that is paraded as yoga or tantra that say that they're going to get you to open up your pineal, essentially,
Mm-hmm.
with semen retention, but in a certain way, like in a certain way, with a certain breathing, with a certain like um, cutting off of energy, inserting energy. And once, I don't know, like once you try it out, man, it just does not feel natural at all. It doesn't feel natural. That's
Well,
why.
don't they tell some of the boxers not to partake in sex before a match because retaining all of that keeps you energy, stamina, and all this other stuff. So I've heard that for boxers. So I don't know, if that really
That's
works
a
for them.
different thing. Like the celibacy is a different topic, and you're right. It does store up your energy because you know, like masturbation and stuff just degrades gray matter. It
Mm-hmm.
depletes cerebrospinal fluid. So there's a way to do it where it's constructive and not destructive. And
Correct.
it's sad that most sex is destructive. And along comes this so-called doctrine called
Mm-hmm.
that people are calling Tantra. And
Right.
it's basically a series of poses to get you, like, if you do it just right, then, you know, your whatever will ascend, the cerebral spinal fluid will ascend, and you'll have this enlightenment experience. And
Correct.
there's like whole, like, how can I even say it? Like, there's yoga centers all around the world, like Thailand, Mexico, Guatemala, that are teaching this stuff. And a majority of them, they just like end up having like an orgy or whatever in
Mm-hmm.
their, you know, like, and this is real. Like, this is places that I've been thinking, oh, it's a yoga school, you know, it'd be a good place to go. They'll have healthy food. I can stay there. I can visit. And then you discover this whole thing going on. And they move from community to community. Like, the people who go to Guatemala will go to the same center in Thailand, all the way across the world.
Well, this
So
is a question, right? This is a question off of what you're saying. Because I've read a little bit about that or heard, and I didn't really get into it, but I heard, like, the beginning of times it was like, to one gender with the opposite gender, it was a spiritual connection. So maybe
yeah.
so are they trying to recreate that when you say with the groups? Because that's how it was done before. In the early times when two people laid down together, it was just more of a spiritual connection than just laying down with, oh yeah, this is a beautiful woman, let me lay down with her, or I'm lusting over her. You get what I'm saying? So it's more of a question, like when you
It's
say,
lust disguised as spirituality, if I can describe it in one way.
okay, makes sense. Yeah,
And there's a
makes
ritualistic aspect to it that's exactly that is what I'm calling weird, McCoy. Is a ritualistic sort of like zombie aspect to it. I don't know, like you have to turn part of yourself off to just like get down and follow those instructions while doing like sex, like you know, like what that it's like if love making were a thing, it's as far away from that as it can get, because it requires you to turn off all your alarms, all your discernment almost.
I think what's important, Anna, is I think some of these are just tools, but I don't think it's really meant for everybody, just like, being completely enlightened. Because to
sense.
go through the steps of enlightenment, you have to become completely detached. And for anybody out there who has children or are close to their family, almost have an impossibility of becoming detached. So therefore, it's not, I don't think it's everybody's goal to practice these things or to become enlightened, you know, just like, nobody really
But
wants
it's
to
a
be the
little bit
garbage man, but we
convoluted,
still need
Tony,
a garbage man. Huh?
because there were no monks like in the golden age. The way we're taught it is the enlightened people all had families and they had children, and that the natural progression of your life is supposed to take you there. It's not supposed to be an extraordinary experience. In fact, it's the most natural thing there is. That's what we came here to do.
Right, but I think that was an old system that had the right properties to propagate that naturally in that way, and nowadays we just don't. So we have to approach it differently because
Okay,
something
I see
something
what you're
changed,
saying.
you know, energetically something changed. So I think we have to create anew because this may not have ever been done before.
I'm just gonna go back to that sour sop. You know, I think the most natural thing for us to do is going to be the most beneficial and most enlightened thing. And that tree is just doing its thing in the middle of like a supposed like hell, right? Okay, well, we're in hell. There's this soursop growing that can cure cancer. So it's just doing its thing. And I think, you know, the more we do these things and do our own thing, like I saw McCoy's tomato plant. And that just inspired me, you know, that made my day.
Correct.
So the more
That's the
we do that, I think like we'll just like become the solution. It won't matter that we're in a cage anymore.
we need to take it back to that.
Let me say, peace to Ghetto Child Clinic. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your presence. I see you. You know, Ghetto Child Clinic is a real one. Their presence is usually in places that I go to also. So I know what they on is the same thing I'm on. Um, yeah, when it comes to that, we're so far from the truth. But I'll give you a small example, right? Like this whole sex industry is built on the fact that most of the men, damn near all the men, and majority of women do not know when they ovulate. If a woman knew when they ovulated, you wouldn't need the condoms and all these things. Just don't touch her when she's ovulating. You know, don't. There's no need for birth control pills if a woman knows when they're ovulating. A woman ovulates between 12 to 14 days after her last menstrual cycle. And so if you just stay away from her in that moment, you won't be able to impregnate her. But yet we don't have that little common knowledge of when a woman ovulates. Ovulating is when the egg passes through the uterus and is waiting to be impregnated, and then it's dispelled. The rest of the time, she cannot be impregnated. So if we just knew that basic knowledge, we wouldn't need all these condoms and men having to pull out and do all this craziness. You know, look, they're at the point where they're selling the FDA approved of, or whoever, USDA, no, FDA approved of male condoms, male anal condoms. So we all know it's a depopulation agenda, which is why I play that Kamala Harris video.
I'm
But I'm
sorry,
just,
what would be the purpose of that, McCoy? I'm so clueless. What is that?
what is the purpose of what?
An anal condom for men?
That's why
And
I'm
what
telling you.
the heck is going on?
That's why I tell you they are no one to fear. They are weird. They're perverted. And you know the thing is, it's not even that. I wouldn't even say that they're weird. Yes, they are weird and perverted, but they're trying to embarrass us and ridicule us. That's all it is. They're mocking us, embarrassing us. You know, look what I can get them to do. Look how I can get them to disrespect each other. I can get them to tattoo their whole bodies up. I can get them to just do all type of weird stuff to the point where now I have grown men who have the luxury of these beautiful women. But watch, I can get them to mess around with each other. You know, a woman naturally is ready to receive a man. There they have to use all type of things. I'm not going down that road right there, but I'll just leave it at that. But they're just out to embarrass us.
And they're never satisfied.
And they're never,
Never
yeah.
satisfied. Never satiated.
Yeah, it's a tough, but it's just, I hope it just motivates us, you know, to just stay focused and focus on yourself. You know, focus on yourself, get yourself in order, be the light in this darkness right now. And and put out the words and thoughts into the frequencies. Tony, what's that little monkey experiment where one monkey on the other side of the world starts to wash their coat something, and next thing you know, all the other monkeys start doing it on other parts of the world without them ever even communicating or coming into contact with each other. You know, you
That's
just
called resonance.
resonance. Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
it's a cool experiment. You can even do this physically yourself. It's neat. Take a bunch of upward pointing pendulums, put them all together, tick them all at different times, and they will all go into sync with each other. Because once you get close to something relative to yourself, you're naturally going to stick to it, as opposed to hearing, say, like a screaming smut channel that you're going to click off instantly. So I think we find ourselves through resonance.
Yeah, because I see that, like I said, there's some thoughts I've had, and I'm sure you've had those thoughts where you've done something that didn't get from anywhere, and then all of a sudden you're starting to hear about it, and you're like, wow, I just started that, I just thought about that, and now I see that the rest of the world is like talking about it. I know we've all experienced that, whether it's on a,
It's
and I
exactly
experienced.
that. Seriously, like my photographic memory was, I thought, that everybody was like that, and just everybody could just half of people just could naturally remember things like that. And when I couldn't really find that many people that
We
did, it
are,
it
Tony,
it,
we
it
are.
threw me
It's
off.
natural. It's just that people forgot. It's very
Well,
sad, but it's natural.
I think I ultimately came to the conclusion that it was not my mind that was storing all these facts, because I have almost perfect recall to them. I think it's once you accept the fact that we have a type of cloud storage for our minds, and if you practice it and colonize your mind properly, you can have instant access to just about everything you've ever seen or remembered or read.
Yes, and then other people too. It
Yes.
goes beyond.
Yes, you have
Right.
access to. There's a frequency out there. It's an ocean of information that if you tap into it, you have access to it. Whether it's someone all the way in China came up with a thought, and then that same thought came to you. Where'd you think it came from? It's just you're tapped into that frequency, and everyone that's on that frequency, we share information through our minds, and so that's something I know that
And then
exists.
and then on the astral level or on the energy level that we don't see but we feel, there is no like China over there. It's all here now. Everyone is here now. Everyone is accessible. Everyone is open. Like it's not like you don't have to drive 100 miles, 1,000 miles. You don't have to get on a plane.
Right. Intuition is the resonant connection to the truth and other people.
So
Roy,
that would match up, Tony, with what we. That comment is hilarious. But that would really match up because intuition is supposed to be one of the highest levels of the mental body, right before it goes into what is known as the bliss body, which is the origin of everything, all all that we see, hear, taste, and touch, and even beyond.
Right.
Right. So
Is
intuition, you're pulling from the collective unconscious. Okay, I'm a mute.
No, I was gonna ask, is intuition, isn't that linked to like consciousness? It's like, okay, you're at a store and you're about to steal. Your intuition is telling you, hey, you're doing something wrong. Isn't it all linked?
Well, you're talking about the mind, and the mind is moral. So I believe
Okay.
karma is something internal, because they go, oh, you do something bad, karma's going to get you, like there's an outside universe that's going to trip you later on. No, your mind has to make a balance from the untruth you showed it. So even if your conscious mind lies to itself and avoids things, your moral mind has to counteract it somehow. Karma.
Mm-hmm. Got you.
um, can I welcome Edna Bell to the panel? What?
Welcome.
Edna. Hello,
Edna.
Edna.
Salute.
Oh,
Oh
well,
my
you know how
God.
that makes me
Can
feel
you
that
hear
Edna.
me?
Ah, yes, we hear
Loud
you.
and clear.
Oh, wow. This is my first time coming up on a panel, and it's the realest McCoys. I decided I am nervous, so please excuse me. I just wanted to say much love and hi to Anna, Tony, and the other gentleman that's speaking. I didn't catch your name.
Maybach, back. How you doing, Edna?
I decided I am nervous, so please excuse me. I just wanted to
Someone got a feedback.
Is Ed,
Yeah,
is Ed? Oh, okay. I thought someone was speaking. Go ahead, Edna. Edna, come on. The mic
do
is
I
yours.
have my TV going in the phone? Do I need to turn down? There's an
The
echo
T
or delay.
No, I don't.
turned
Yeah, I
down.
don't hear anything. You're fine, Edna. You joined my pan. Oh my, yo, the floor is yours, Edna. Let's go. Thank
Oh
you.
my God, I don't see. I went blank. I knew this was gonna happen when I came on up here. I was gonna go blank.
No, just whatever's on your mind. Something made you say, "I want to. I have something to add." So, what did you
Well,
want
when
to
you
add? Let's
started to
start there.
talking about the the intuition, and that is really a true phenomenon because like I'd be thinking of something and then everybody's like talking about it on a panel or something. It's crazy. It really does happen.
I think you're listening to your intuition, and that's why you actually came here instead of just doubting yourself.
Hmm.
Mm.
That's right. That's right. I was about to go all the way to the freaking city. And then I came on here and they text me and they said, you don't need to come, and I was like, even a little bit beating up on myself. What are you doing on YouTube? Blah, 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 in my own head.
Yeah.
And then they just text me and they said, you don't have to come. The soonest we can see you is Monday. So I just saved myself a whole lot of pain, really, by listening to my intuition and coming here instead, having a good conversation with my breakfast.
No, it's all good. This channel, it's all about truth. I love it. There's no yelling, screaming. Everybody's just coming up here and sharing what's real and what's relevant, and I love it. This is great. This is great.
Oh, that means so much to hear that from you because I know you're protective of your mind and your energy and your surroundings. And I'm glad to be that for you. And that's what I'm trying to create, because I couldn't really find a place that spoke on what you just said, current things that we can apply to our lives now without the riffraff and the distractions and and so I said, you know what, let me be who I want others to be. Let me open up a home that can invite that kind of energy, that kind of individuals, and that's what I'm hoping, and you've confirmed it. Your presence has confirmed that what I'm trying to do is being accomplished. Um, so thank you for being here, Maybach. I know you've been laying back for a minute. Did you have anything you wanted to add before Edna? Edna, this is your day right here. I want you to really share because I
Oh
know you
God,
have
no.
you
I
have
mean,
I know you have some things that you have to share. I see the things you type in the chat. I know you have some things that you would like to share. But Maybach, did you have something you wanted to throw into the pot
Well,
real quick?
I have a question for Tony, but before I ask Tony or all of you guys, Edna, you came up here because you're comfortable. It's a safe place. I feel like because I was the same way when I first got on a panel. It was like-minded people, so you with friends. So act like we're like your personal friends. There's nothing to be nervous about. No one's wrong on what anyone says out of their mouth. And like you said, we all free thinkers here. We are truth seekers, and speakers as well. So you're amongst people that you may not know personally, but we all vibrating on the same frequency. That's how I feel, and it's go back to what Anna said. I would say, oh, it's funny that I turned on my phone and your live was the first live. It wasn't nothing ignorant. So I don't again, I don't believe in coincidence. I look at that, that's a connection. I was supposed to be vibrating with you guys this morning. So that's how I think of things now. You know what I mean? Compared to when I was young and dumb and full of you know what. But the question I wanted to ask all of you guys was, or Tony, I should say, one, do you got a channel, Tony?
No, I do not. I have personally found that I've always loved to research. I love information. And if I were a content creator, I think it would put me in a place to where I wouldn't like it anymore. So I just like helping everybody else with theirs. I give information to other people to make YouTube videos about and a few other channels. And I do some LiDAR work for people in the UK so that they can hunt down stuff. So I just
Okay.
want to be the adjective, the battery, the reference, you know.
Got you. No, that makes
Uh,
sense. I Go ahead, McCoy.
I was just gonna salute and peace to Quentin Emerson, peace to you, your family, and everything about you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate your presence. Salute to you. But go ahead, Maybach.
No, I was gonna say, I feel Tony on that because my the way I thought at the time, because um I've been on YouTube for a long time. And again, I don't think that I found content creators by accident. I never knew that there was content creators on YouTube. 'Cause I was using YouTube to watch like old documentaries, to watch old TV shows that I grew up on in the 80s and stuff like that that's not on TV. And next thing you know, I saw a content creator and he was, it was like a conscience. I don't want to say the conscious community, but it was something more, to that effect. And I just loved it. So I wanted, I used to be on other people's platform, just like you said, I would add my 2 cents. I would tell, because I mentor out here. I'm also a, basketball and football coach. So I've been on platforms talking about, a little bit my story, and content creators at that time that I was, on their platform and sharing the story was getting hit up behind the scenes. Like, I like that guy Maybach. I like the stories about him being in prison. I can relate to that, and stuff like that. So I feel like, that was my calling when I got out of prison was, to work with kids and stuff like that. Plus people always, nicknamed me or dubbed me as a philosopher or whatever. So I, started a platform. I could have been way past the little subscribers that I have. I think I'm like 360 somewhere, but I could have had 1,000. But so then one day I started, putting up some information up. Same thing on IG, and the information was being, suppressed. IG was deleting a lot of the information. So I got discouraged a lot. You know what I mean? Like and I just have to always remember what my father told me, God rest his soul, when I was very young. I think at 12 years old, I'll never forget. He said, only liars want to silence the truth. I was putting up stuff against Fauci. I was putting up stuff against, you know, um, this company, that company, and everything was being suppressed. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's crazy. But if I post, something ignorant, that's going to get a lot of views. I got a lot of informational stuff on my platform, and Marco is another person too. I have to salute that brother, Marco Power, because he was like, keep doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. But the least watch videos that I put up is very informational for the masses and it's enlightening, but again, I noticed the ignorant stuff that I post or entertainment stuff gets the most views. So I'm still trying to not be discouraged and try to figure out, because a few people told me figure out a way to where I can put the information out. But again, it has to be decoded. You know what I mean? That's why I salute platforms like the real McCoy. He don't care. He's like, say names. We don't care over here. We're not afraid. Say names, whatever and stuff like that. A lot of other channels, they monetize, so they more worried about getting that check. So they be like, hey, don't mention this, don't mention that, and stuff like that. So I try not to be discouraged, but I feel you, brother. It's kind of depressing sometimes. It's like you put up something that's false, that's ignorant. Everybody's watching that video or, the upload or post, but you putting out some information that's going to be very informative to the masses. They suppress that, so I just don't understand it. You know what I mean? I don't understand it, at all, but I get it. But that's why I said the people that's vibrating at the same frequency, I love being, around you guys because I love information. It's things that I want to implement into my everyday life and definitely pass those information to my two little toddlers. So when, and stuff like that. So, because, the ignorant stuff is always going to win. And like I said, that's not going to do anything for me. I've been there and done that when I was a teenager or in my 20s, so that's all I wanted to say.
Well, let me Prophet Levi. I don't know if I saluted you. But salute to you, Prophet Levi. Prophet Levi, I want you all, I'm telling you all, especially, I'm telling you, encouraging everyone to check out Prophet Levi's Absolute Warriors channel. It's a reminder of where we should, where we could, and we should be. Check out his channel. Um, it inspired me. It gave me a reminder of what, and also it lets me know of my potential. You know, check out Prophet Levi, Warriors channel. Um, and I want to also say to Edna, I'm telling you, you know, the world needs our thoughts. You know, it needs it. It needs it to build that fire, to bring that light. So there's nothing to fear. You're living it. You know it. We need it. So, I'm just saying, I'm here. I'm here, and I appreciate that you found value in me, and enough to where you felt like this was the place where you were comfortable enough to join a panel. Just your presence alone is as if you're standing with me. And that means so much to me right now. I can't put it in words. I just feel your presence is just it's confirming my thoughts that what I'm doing is not in vain, because I want people like you to be attracted to people like me. We're about the truth. We want to undo this madness. So there's nothing for you to fear. Paula, peace to you, Paula. The Phoenix rises.
Oh, yes.
Thanks
I
for being
knew.
here, Paula. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
And
I
what
knew.
about Paula? I'm can't believe you're even here. I'm so excited. Nice to meet you.
I'm so excited. Are you kidding me? I seen you came up here on the channel, the first channel I knew you were going to come up on. I knew it was going to be the realist McCoy's channel, and I see you actually do what I knew you were going to do. Of course, I'm here, honey.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Paula.
Hi, everyone else that who you are. Tony Taylor, TT, yes. And who's the other guy? I'm blurry eyed from reading yesterday.
Maybe.
Maybach. Peace and salute. Peace and blessings.
Peace and blessings. Okay. Hi, everyone. My eyes are all blurry from reading yesterday. Realist, I may not be able to do my next video on Revelation till like maybe tomorrow. Hopefully, my eyes will clear up. I ended up with a headache last night. Woke up with it this morning from reading 11 chapters. I pushed it yesterday too hard.
Yeah, I listened to I listened to some of that last night, and yeah, that was really emotional for you. I can see how you would be um, a little
Yeah,
drained and tired.
yeah, I am because I know what it all means, and I'm going to be going back over it. So I'm not just going to go through it once. I'm going to go back over it like, like a lawnmower. And I'm going to pick it all apart, and I'm going to show everybody what they need to know about that book. Because it is a magic spell. We are magic, and they're using it. They used it to create us, and they're using it against us now.
Yep, that's their little black book, just like
Yeah.
McCoy was saying, and you're saying it is. It's their cookbook. It sure is.
Yeah, that cookbook, that's a good way of saying it too, yes. And so I cry happy tears sometimes, but most of the time when I'm reading it, it's sad tears because I know that that's the spell that they have on us. It's the hold that nobody else knows they have, but I also know we can break the spell. We can absolutely break the spell, and we're going to.
Yep.
Edna, was there anything that was really at the forefront of your mind that you would like to share with us?
Not really. I just wanted to come up and get it over with, because I've been wanting to do it for a while, and I finally got enough courage to do it. So I'm just gonna listen, and if
Oh,
there's something I can contribute, I'll go for it. But thank you.
okay. All right. Thank you. Um, Maybach, I seen you unmuted. What's going on?
Oh, no, 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 no. I'm still listening. I'm still
Oh,
listening.
okay. Yeah. Tony.
I was just gonna salute Edna for coming up, and you too, McCoy, because even if even if solutions aren't necessarily come through or people don't listen to what you were saying, you still broke a paradigm just now, and you got somebody to break their fears and come up here. So I just want to salute that activity in itself, and you, Edna, because I know the first time I came up on a panel was on a stream with a guy who has 70,000 subs, and I was fumbling around to where I used to kind of give people a hard time when I watch streams about not being able to talk straight or formulate a thought or being able to add to, and I was a bumbling idiot immediately upon coming up there. So I salute the whole aspect of getting up here for the first time, and it'll become natural to add to and be a part of the conversation and not feel nervous. So salute.
Thank you.
I used to be shy, so I get it. And I know how nervous you must be right now, but at the same time, you are in good company and you know that already. And that's why you came up. But definitely salute to you. I can't believe you're finally up here.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here, and I do have a lot to say. I'm just very nervous, so I'm just gonna listen at the moment.
Well, um, I'll just say that, what I'm hoping to uh to to get communicated is just for us to just to get better than we were, That's all. It's just we can be better. We can be better no matter how small it is. If today you just go put your feet on the ground today for a half hour, that's and get some sunlight. If today you went 16 days without eating and let your body start to clean itself up, just whatever you can do, that's what I hope to offer anyone is self-improvement.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And fasting is key, y'all. It absolutely is key. We don't need to eat every day to live. That's a lie. Fasting means to speed up the process of your evolution. That's why they try to tell you you have to eat 3 times a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And breakfast is the most important meal of the day. No, it isn't.
Yeah, if you like
Truth
your
is the
food to
most
slow you
important
down.
meal. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, if
Exactly.
somebody wants to learn something crazy, go look up the history of the Kellogg Company and why cereal first came about.
Oh,
It'll
Right on.
Tony,
blow your mind.
Right
Tony,
on.
I was just gonna say something about that. The man that they used to push the propaganda about breakfast being the most important meal of the day is the same man that they use to promote cigarette smoking towards women and men. So
Look, hold on. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. Is see this type of information, it just helps us. It frees our mind. There's solutions,
mhm.
and that's what I want us to focus on. Let's expose them. That's why I'm not afraid to say those cowards' names, the Bill Gates, the Joe Bidens, the Donald Trumps, all these actors, the Snoop
Mhm.
Doggy Dogs, the Kanye West, the Ice Cubes, they're garbage, they're trash, all of them. The Beyoncés, the Jay-Z, the Barack Obamas, the Kamala Harris, the Michelle Obama, they're all trash. They're here to deceive you. They're playing you. They all need to be gathered together and burned to ashes. That's what they deserve, and they know it. One of their presidents even said it. Tony, come on now. One of their presidents said, president or someone said, if they were to find out what what we did, they would hang. They would have a public hanging.
Mhm.
Yeah, they
Mhm.
know it. It's trash.
Y'all done.
Hey,
Trash.
McCoy,
Yeah.
can I just correct you on one thing that you were wrong about? It's not Michelle Obama. We all
Oh
know.
God.
Uh, Obama already exposed that 3 times in front of the whole nation. Michael and I. Okay, so say
Well,
Michael.
well, that's it's I can't convince people of that, so I just try to stay like strictly to the
Got you.
facts
I feel-
because
I, I
yeah, I got
I'm a
you.
I could, and I
Yeah,
can say it in very light code. There are 3 aspects of the male body that you cannot change. Look it up.
correct, correct.
I will
I know what
you
you're
know
talking about. I think it's the fingers,
Yep.
shoulders,
Yep.
fingers, shoulders, and I forgot what the third one is.
well I know in
The
women,
hips.
yes, in women
The,
there's a
got
difference
you.
in how a man walks and how a woman walks.
The
You know,
Adam's apple.
Correct.
when a woman walks, her feet go in front of each other because of the shape of their hips. It's not
Hmm,
straight down like men's. So yes, we know
correct.
those, we know those things. But then there are some of us who just say these are actors. Michelle Obama's
In
being
mass.
played. Michelle Obama's being played by Denzel Washington's sister. So
Mm,
this rabbit hole is deep. So that's why I just try to keep it on the surface. Regardless, at the end of the day, they're all trash. They're all here to deceive us, to make us
hmm.
do things that are unnatural to us, to distract us. And so they all deserve the same destiny. They're not even worth locking up. I wouldn't even use them to heat my home. They're trash. They're garbage. You know. And that's so they're no one to be feared. But I know that I'm using their tools, so they have the right to kick me out, which is fine. But this is all that I have to offer the world is the truth. I'm not here for play. I'm not here for
Hmm.
entertainment purposes. I am here. Whatever information I have that will help you, I am here to share. That's it. And whatever you have, I'm more than willing to have it. So, if it helps someone to just be free from, just turn that TV off, turn the television off, and go outside and live life. You know, um, because I mean, over the years, the only things that's really improved is the amount of prisons and jail cells that they've built.
Hmm.
Mm.
Talk
And
about
the
it.
hospitals. Look
You
at
mean
the
the profit
Talk.
jails and the profit hospitals?
the
Correct.
obesity.
Correct.
So it's
Correct.
just the
Yeah.
health. How with all this technology and we're unhealthy. We're focused
Hmm.
on going to the moon and we're not focused on making sure that everyone is healthy.
Talk about it.
Come
Talk
on, man.
about
I
it,
mean
brother.
that we don't have our priorities in order. How can they
Hmm.
sell us that without at least getting rid of the whole idea of cancer
Hmm.
and all these
Correct.
ailments that are easily remedied?
Easily.
Hmm. For real.
So it's an agenda, man, and I'm here to expose the agenda, but not only
Right.
expose, but hopefully have a solution. We can rise above it. They know our capabilities. Why would they obsess it? Why would you spend time lying to people? Why? Why would you be obsessed with every day, everything? You go through all these reenactments. I mean, they have to put in work for this, people. They put in work.
Hmm.
They're switching up costumes, masks. They spend times in the studio recording this trash. They invest time in trying to deceive us. Why?
Well,
To
as long
keep
as
us
you're
down,
distracted.
down.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep. If you're distracted,
Zombie.
you don't know you're in a prison.
Yeah.
I want to
Correct.
say hello to Alexis Kinsey Davis, someone who has poured a lot of gasoline on my fire to keep me going. Thank you for your encouragement. I appreciate you. And then I see a new face in the building, Dedi Maharani. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Your presence is welcome. Thank you. Um,
They're
Yeah.
also afraid.
Oh, go.
They're also afraid of us. They're afraid of how powerful we are
Hmm.
about to become. And they're in panic mode.
Hmm. Yeah, they fearful of an uprising.
Well, they're not fearful of an uprising because they're trying to cause us to rise up. But at the same time, while the idiots are doing that, they're causing us to inwardly become more powerful. So it's kind of like be careful what you ask for, you just might get it type scenario.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, let's try to, the people that come around here, from what I'm seeing, they have a lot to offer. So just link up, click on their channels, check them out. And, but at the same time, I will advise that, take your time, because I came into this community really enthusiastically, just subbing up to everyone and really cheering some people on. And later on found out, that if they weren't really about what I thought they were. So,
Hmm.
have your standard and don't tolerate bad behavior. Zero tolerance when it comes to bad behavior, because eventually that snake is going to bite you, because it is a snake and it can't help it. So, but yes, Edna, yes, to dumb us down, distract us, and so that we don't reach our full potential. Everything they do is to achieve that. You know,
Hmm.
everything they do. If anyone can tell me otherwise, I can't think of one thing that they've done that has been good for us.
Well, I'm going to use the tools that they're trying to take us down with to my advantage so they can go ahead and try. Right?
You should see
Same.
them scrambling around TikTok trying to still be worshipped right now. They're so sad that no one's worshiping them anymore. It's ridiculous and hilarious.
It is funny because look, Dominique sent the link right early on, Paula. In before I had started, he sent the link to a Danica Patrick video where Danica Patrick is talking about, like, I don't know, I can't even remember. I just had to laugh, man. Like, what? Nah, man, I'm not supporting nothing that this agenda, fake, phony people have to say. They had their opportunity. They had their opportunity to tell us what was real. Now all of a sudden they've tapped into their
That all you got to say, McCoy, is who are your sponsors again when you're a racer?
Hmm.
exactly. That's all that. Thank you, Tony. I'm telling you, thank you, man. You straight to the point. Exactly, man. So, but Edna, I saw you on mute. You had something you want to add.
No, I didn't press the mic. It's I,
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's just, I'm hoping that I mean, I've already went down with, we know what the solution is. Just cut off their lifelines. Their lifelines are the school system, the religious institutions, the entertainment, sports and entertainment, and their garbage food. We cut off those four arteries to their heart. All right. Those four valves to their heartbeat. They would have
We're
to go ahead.
we're supposed to be able to perform citizens arrest. So we should probably maybe look into that, how to do it properly, because clearly no one else is going to arrest these mofos.
Hmm.
So if we're asking for solutions here, it just came back to my memory. Citizens arrest. That is where I can go arrest anybody and state all the reasons why this person needs to be jailed. and I can arrest them. Just get you some zip ties and get busy.
And I can't stand that lie that they pushing about the world is overly populated. You know what's overly populated? The damn
Oh,
government.
oh man, right there, man.
In a
They talk.
massive world that is this big can be overpopulated. There's lands that they put treaties in place so no one can explore, but they want well, the sheeples will always believe what they selling. They will always buy what they selling. I'm not a sheeple, so I won't buy. Like it just never made sense to me. Oh yeah, it's overly populated. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? The government is overly populated. That's what's really going on.
Yeah,
Like you said.
overpopulation's a joke. It's already been proven that you could give every United States citizen 1 acre of land in Texas and abandon the rest of the country.
Hmm.
Wow.
Talk,
Peace and
Uh,
talk
love,
about it.
everyone.
Let
I
me
knew
welcome
that.
Alexis Kenzie Davis to the panel. Appreciate you. Thank you. There's an echo though. There's a slight echo.
Yeah. There's a little feedback. Someone.
We've got to close YouTube as well.
How you doing, Alexis? I ain't seen you on panels as much lately. When I first came into this community, I would see you around, but you're like me. We're just limiting our our accessibility. How you doing? Thank you for joining us.
Do I still have an echo?
No more.
Okay. Good. I'm
Oh,
doing good. How are you? I wanted to come up and show you some love and, appreciate you always. Thank you. But I've also heard that the whole, you know, plane of Earth or whatever we're on, we can fit everybody in Texas. So this overpopulation, I have no idea what they're talking about. And how do they know we weren't this populated before? So, but you guys are having a great conversation. I really appreciate it. And I'll just chime in when I can.
want to say peace to grits and greens, all things vegan, health and wellness. Um, it's I'm glad to that it's really inspiring to have you all here with me. Because I know I'm not for everybody. What I'm offering. So really thank you all for those in the chat. Mama Chula for you, Mama Chula for you. She's not, she's not everyone is for her. So I'm thankful that she takes audience with me and she shares her thoughts. Um, like right here, she says we on a diet from the repeat streams of saying the same thing, and we are already to fill up with the solutions, and we are ready to fill up with solutions and peace, not chaos and distractions no more. Absolutely. Um, that's what I'm on. That's what I hope to offer. Solutions. I've always me personally, I've always been about that. Where who wants to sit around and talk about problems all day if you have the ability to find a solution? Now, if you don't have the solution, then what you should be doing is maybe planning and trying to find a solution. But as grown men, look, I'll just always share this story where Greedy Vegan is he potentially helped push me in this direction of opening up my own channel in the sense of he was doing them replays, and I saw that they've been talking like that for 2 to 3 years, and I just didn't want to be a part of that. The whole Aboriginal, Pan-African etymology of words, the word play, and no, I'm about. We have a problem right now. Right now,
More than one problem, too. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just like we have one problem so we can argue over the words. Like, no, we have a lot of problems. We got to keep this going. We can't just sit and argue over a word. You know what I mean? Like the etymology of one word for 3 hours. It gets out of control. Especially someone like me. I'll be honest, I'm not good with my words. I just say, I got an Indiana public education. Sorry, y'all. Like, for real. They didn't teach us etymology, so.
That's hilarious.
I'm in Indiana right now, but I grew up in Michigan.
So you get it. You get
I
it.
do. I do.
They were more worried that we were wearing shoes and stuff, you know.
But if you're here, you educated yourself more than they ever indoctrinated you. So just making sure you're not like looking down on yourself because you said you don't always like know the right words or whatever. Whatever words you think to say are the right words.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Because I will just talk. But I
I
do mean well. I do mean well, you know. But it's
want to
just.
say grand rising, peace to Lizzo French. Thanks for being here. Appreciate your presence. Um, Munawaro Patdi. Thanks for being here. Hello to you. Um, thank you for being here. Let's see what Mama Chula for you said. Create peace and justice in your own household first. Look, they don't want to hear those. I mean, those are basic, just common sense, then help your neighbors and so on and so on. You can't expect justice or peace from the system that is built for chaos. But Mama Chula for you just will not hit Edna, Mama Chula for you just will not hit the panels, but we appreciate what we do get from her. Um, I'm all right, you know. I'm sick of the excuses also because I mean, I got on a panel one time and they were complaining about the fact that the school system is teaching the children about the LGBT and transgenders are coming into the schools. And I told them, then just take your child out to school. That's what that school is intended to do. It gets its funding from the U.S. government. It's an extension of the U.S. government. It's doing what it was intended to do. As a matter of fact, as a child, we had to stand up and pledge allegiance to the United States of America. As a child in the second grade, like, what is this? Why am I my heart hand over my heart pledging allegiance to the United States flag? We had to turn towards the flag, put our hands over our heart, and pledge allegiance, and then under God. But yet they separate God from the schools. I mean, but right there they're telling us. I mean, it's just confused. We got bamboozled. This is crazy.
Yeah, the whole God and like our church and state, how they always try to act like it's separate. You know, they taught us that so well, indoctrinated that to us so well. Go try to get married and see what happens. You know what I mean? Let's say you don't want to have the government involved. A church won't take you without your marriage license. It's very strange to me. That was a big wake up call for me, too. I will say that. Like,
They
well, if
are the
I.
gods of the Bible. They are the gods of the Bible. I will scream it from the mountaintops, the capital L Lords of that Bible. Hear me when I say they are the gods of the Bible.
No, I agree with you, yes. But, like, you know, when you're. And I'm more like, I guess that was like a big piece of me, like, waking up to, like, wait, they preach this whole, you know, our government has nothing to do with the church. That's why we started it, this and that. Bullshit. You know what I mean? But like the Pledge of Allegiance, you know, like as a child, they were doing it too. It's just, you know, you really have to be aware of what's going on and teach your children. Sometimes I feel like I tell my children too much, but it's paid off. I'll say that. So, you know, just the fact that, let's say I would have to take my child to the hospital or something, you know, like my daughter's getting to an age where they could take her and like say, oh, do you want a vaccine or something without my permission? Like, that's crazy, you know, which we've already had talks and things. But the fact that I'm having to have a talk with a 9-year-old at the time about it, that's crazy to me. You know, like I didn't have to think of that stuff at 9. So like, what are we doing to our children also? Or what they're doing to our children, I should say. They don't have a childhood anymore either.
You know why? That they don't have to call you and ask you if your daughter needs it or not, and they just take the words of a child, is because we made a mistake. Well, I don't know if everyone else on this panel did, but I know I surely did. We're not supposed to sign the birth certificates of our children when they're born. So that's why
I
they're
did
able to
it
do
too.
that.
I'll admit it. I did it because I didn't know at the time. You know, like a
Correct.
lot of this with the birth certificates and trusts, I'm just learning within the past couple years.
Same here.
I have two birth certificates. I have one from the hospital I was born at, and then I have one from the city hall. Two separate things. They would not take the one from the hospital as a birth certificate. I had to go get the one from the city hall.
Correct.
I'm 59 though, so I don't know if it's changed.
No, I just went through it. Actually, yep, in August for my son. They would not take the hospital one. I had to go buy one.
Correct.
And then I don't know if you remember the I don't know if this is relevant, but Trump used to go on all the talk shows, David Letterman, Johnny Carson, and say, "Where's his birth certificate? Where's his birth certificate? Obama don't have a birth certificate." Does anybody remember that? Pushing the birth certificate?
Yes.
Oh, I do, because that brought up, remember the wars that was started over the birth certificate?
He
Because
wasn't
that's when I
born in
first
Hawaii.
realized, yeah, he wasn't born. Where was he born? In Africa or Hawaii?
He wasn't born there because supposedly he has someone's bloodline that traces back to Hitler.
The Bushes. He's or Dick Cheney's wife's cousin or something. Oh yeah, they're all related. They're like the
They're all
Habsburgs. They
related,
all
Jay
related.
Johnny.
Yeah, the birth certificate was actually produced and it was actually found to be a fake. It was studied in Arizona by some of the best in the world, and they were actually trying to prove it correct because they had actually voted for Obama, the few that were studying it, only to find it was an incorrect digital copy overlay of a woman who was actually born in Hawaii.
Yeah, but see,
Yeah, because you got to be a U.S. citizen to become the president of the United States, right? Yeah.
but see, I know that
Used to be.
that's just the narrative they want to paint. You know, the drama and the theater they want to
Right.
show. So I don't even, none of it just
Oh,
even,
BS.
it doesn't
Yeah,
even.
because he's our first black president, but isn't his mother white? Like, that'd be like me. I'm mixed too, so it'd be like, I don't know. I had a problem with that.
Oh, somebody just said it too, right? They said you got to be an
The
American.
audience down to the back, bro.
And then I also read that you can't be part of one of the letter organizations and become president. But Bush did that. He was part of the CIA and he became president. So I don't know how true that information is, but those are the two information they say. You got to be a U.S. citizen to become president, and you can't work for one of those organizations. And he did, of course, but that's the Bushes. I had to read up on Prescott, the grandfather, and how, he was involved with a lot of things.
They're all trash, man. They're all garbage.
Yeah, and they all come from dirty money too. They all got their money from like bootlegging or something like that. The Kennedy, they're all corrupt.
Yeah, they're all trash. They're liars. They're deceivers. And that's what I hope that we can focus on solutions. Because they can paint whatever narrative they would like to paint. I mean, if something that opened my eyes in regards to Barack Obama, his mother. I don't know if you all are aware, but his mother was a porn star. If you Google her,
Oh, dang.
No, I did not.
And
Someone recently showed me that.
Alexa, I think you have some echo.
Or I'm gonna go down and try to come back up.
You sure you
And
don't
make
have to
sure
have
that
certain
YouTube is
settings?
closed.
You don't
Make
have
No,
to
sure
you
YouTube
might
is
not have
closed.
to. You might have your TV volume up
yeah,
or
or
laptop.
you or YouTube on.
I
Yeah,
pushed the YouTube off, but I'll try to come back up. Hold on 1 minute.
you're good. Oh no, there it is. Yeah,
Yeah, because it got bad again. Yeah.
yeah. If you were to put you were to put Barack Obama's mother's name into Google and then say and then put her name in there and say porn star, you'll see all these naked images of her. It's strange that it's still online. It's still online. It's fascinating. But like that's what I say. I don't get caught up in their propaganda. Their their fairy tale narratives. That's like the whole Tupac is a gangster, and yet he was in ballerina and he was at the school Juillian Arts, but all of a sudden he moves to Oakland and he's all this gangbanger. You know, it's
Right.
all a narrative. It's all to he's Tupac shot at the police and all this to just to add some kind of value to what is that, their storyline, to validate their storyline. They're all actors, man.
It's a Hollywood set to them, McCoy.
Yeah,
It's a Hollywood set to them.
exactly. So I don't focus on them at all. I just focus on what can we do.
Distraction. They're
Yeah,
a distraction. It's all a distraction.
because
That's a fact.
here we have Ice Cube. They're saying Ice Cube is exposing the gatekeepers. That to me, I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
right.
man. Every time I
Yeah,
hear it,
right.
I laugh.
No, I do too, because it makes no sense to me because Hollywood and the music industry is all connected. It's all connected, you know? And when you get into that industry, you have to comply and you have to obey. So that it's funny that you said that because I saw a lot of YouTube content creators that was their title. Oh, Ice Cube exposing the industry and he's on our side. And I'm like, okay, he's on your side. All right, keep falling for that. But see, that's the sheeples that is looking for, I don't know. I mean, I go by what J. Edgar Hoover said, man. He said, we'll never end up with a black messiah. You get what I'm saying? And if you do get one, we appointed it to you, for you. So that's why, I don't know, man. Some people are just looking for a savior. It's like you talked about the God. They believe in the sky daddy, the sky god. So, who am I to tell someone else what, you know what I mean? I'm not in the business of convincing. I like I said, I used to get upset when I knew something that was facts and this person is telling me they don't believe this. And I'm like, the word believe, go look it up. When you say you believe in something, you're still in doubt. And y'all touched up on it earlier. I think it might have been Tony who brought it up, or McCoy. One of y'all said it. I know it was you, McCoy. You was like, yeah, I don't believe. I want to know. You know what I mean? That's like McCoy telling me, hey, Maybach, your girlfriend's cheating on you. And I say to him, oh, I don't believe that. No, I'm supposed to know she either is or she's not. So, but it goes back to somebody bringing it up again. This is not our language. A lot of these words are spell words. It's magic words. You know what I mean? So
It all goes
That's
back to the ether because we're talking right now on YouTube and it's in the air because we have radio and all that. And I just lost my train of thought. My bag, sorry.
well, that's
No,
why I say it's a save yourself scenario, and it's a fun with words. It's savior, SAVIOR, self scenario.
yes, I
Peace.
really don't think you should believe anything, but apply it all, because some people will say, well, there's no point in learning that, there's no point, and you've just already limited the aspect and the scope of what is possible for you because, oh, well, you don't believe it. So I believe belief goes both ways as to what you say you don't believe, also along with what you do,
mhm.
you know.
Yes, that was kind of a fun with words. I like that.
Yeah. So Tony, is it basically like I'm trying to really over. I understand, but I just want like to make little simple examples because I'll use my parents telling me and my siblings when we were young to never say you can't do something. You get what I'm saying? Because the minute you put that into your brain, into your mind, then that's what it's going to be. You understand?
Right.
So Correct.
You limit the scope, just like the geology people fight with the mud fossil people, and they go, oh well, that guy's perspective is crackers because my way of thinking is the better way because I can prove it better, and immediately they limit themselves in scope because they're immediately going, well, I don't believe that. To where
Correct.
people who don't give belief to things also have a lot of things that they don't believe. So I think it goes both ways.
Yeah, makes sense.
If you have an opinion outside their opinions too, they'll just completely ignore you. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. On another note, he reminded me of a childhood incident that happens to all of us. And our parents taught us not to take candy from strangers. And then once a year, every year, they forced me at least to dress up for Halloween and go take candy from motherfucking strangers and threaten them. Also, threaten them with
Oh,
give
that's
me a
good.
treat or I'm gonna trick you with some eggs or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I encountered that in stores. My mic is good.
Yeah.
I encountered that in stores. They tell us to tell our children shouldn't speak to strangers. But then strangers are always coming up to my children trying to talk to them. It's strange. And I look at them. I don't want to be rude, but it's just I'm telling they teach our so Paula just to piggyback on just to piggyback on that. Yes, it's so confusing look, as a child. Like I said, a child sees someone with a mask on their face, and on that mask it says "I can't breathe." That's confusing.
Mm.
They have a shirt on that says "I can't breathe," and you have a mask on your face. And my child is thinking to themselves, "Well, why don't you just take the mask off if you can't breathe?" So it's just a very confusing, and that's how they get us when we're younger, when we're most impressionable, and
Correct.
and get us from as soon as they can. First of all, they don't even want us here. They have condoms, abortions, day after pills, all these mechanisms in place to not have children. And then when we get here, they feel as though they own us. It's the strangest thing, you know. And that's why I continue to emphasize. Like earlier, I think Paula spoke on what is it? We can arrest them, citizens arrest.
Yes.
I don't, if we had our own thing. If we had our own thing, yes, we'll tie them up and bring them out to the woods. But we can't expect justice from the same system that's doing what they're doing right now. So it's kind of like a waste. But
That's a
we should
fact.
have our own thing where we now say, look, man, this person has forced me to get a vaccine and pump poison in me. You know, um, and the only thing is death. But see, we don't have our own options. And that's what the other day when I was on Big Dog Philly OG's panel, and this one lady, I think her name is Aduka, really just drove home the point that we really don't have a nation. We're so divided, and that's why it's so important for them to divide us. Because
Correct. We don't have the flag.
if we were to use, I don't even need a flag. Just the fact that we need to speak in one voice. That's our flag, our one voice. We have a certain basic standards that we all agree on.
There you go. There you go.
And we don't have that. We're so divided, that's why it's so important for them to divide us. Because if we just don't send our children to their schools, what are they gonna do?
Thank you.
If we don't
Thank
if
you.
we don't support their school system, if we don't support their religious institutions, what can they do? But we're so
Work.
divided that we can't
Correct.
we can't come together. It's just and that's why they do what they do. They divide
Correct.
us, and it's psychological too, where they have different sport teams. This might seem minuscule or insignificance, Oh, I'm from Chicago. I'm from LA. You know, the
Yes,
division. You know what I'm saying? It's just
yes, yes. Oh
yeah,
my goodness,
they get us. They get us with the
bro.
division.
Facts. Oh, my city's better than your city. You
Yeah,
know, stuff like, yeah, brother. Oh man, speak, talk,
it's
please.
psychological, man. It's psychological warfare. These
Correct,
beings are
correct.
they're really advanced in the fact that they're advanced in their wickedness. They're not any more advanced than we are.
Thank you.
We'll outdo them any day. They have to put shackles on our feet and in our arms to beat us in a race. You know,
Hmm.
they
That's
can't,
a
you
fact.
know.
That's a fact. But that's my point. When you got more sheeples, you know what I'm saying, that keeps the propaganda going, and you don't have enough wolves. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, I watched a video about I think it's Billy Carson, whatever. But I've seen other people do the same thing. They said if one day, like say this coming Monday, everyone does not check in to work, don't drive their car and go to the local gas station that's charging you close to $5 for gas. Don't get on the transit. They, oh my goodness. You know what they would do? Yes, we want to listen to you guys now. That's what would happen. They would actually listen. And that's why I appreciate every single person on this panel, because again, I don't take anything, any information or anything anyone says on this panel or even writes in the chat as, oh, it's crazy, it's ludicrous. No, we all, like you said, we all got a voice. You know, and only if the world was like this. Unfortunately, we're not all going to be kumbaya. I get it. There has to be agents of chaos to keep the chaos going. There's going to be things around us that's going on. But, you know, I don't even need to say it. I can tell we all here are moving through those, you know, through those walls or through those distractions and stuff like that. We're moving the way we're supposed to move. If everyone else was get on that same timing, listen, man, I said this before and I'm going to say this. My street and 3 other streets in my neighborhood, we all prepared for everything and everything. We train, we teaching people how to, plant seeds to grow their own crops and stuff like that. That's what we're doing as a community in my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? And I used to watch what was the show? Doomsday Prepper, where they used to, you know, a whole neighborhood community, you know, every weekend it was something different, you know, or in that same weekend they doing different things. They teaching survival tactics, they teaching hand-to-hand combat, teaching how to shoot guns and rifles. The women is showing people how to grow crops and stuff like that, so we can be self-efficient and self-dependent. That's the problem too. That's another problem. You know, there's a lot of us that I think it was last year when Twitter went down, how many people was complaining and, you know, they was ready to off themselves because of Twitter.
What? Look,
Yeah, last year. I believe it was last year. Twitter was down and people was going crazy.
Oh my God, I didn't know about that. They wanted
Yeah,
to off themselves because of oh my God.
yes. Because listen, I was driving yesterday. I stopped counting after 20. How many people I'm seeing crossing the street, ongoing traffic, and they just lost in the sauce in their phones. They're not looking up, they're not looking left, they're not looking right the way we was told and taught how to cross the street when we was children, you know, back in our time, whatever. Listen, it's crazy now. And it goes back to what Tony's saying. They smarten everything. I got a guy, a friend of a friend, his whole apartment is smart. I'm talking about his refrigerator is smart. He got smart TVs. He's got Alexa. He's got this all up in his house. Everything is all technology driven. And I'm like, wow, bro. But this is the world we living in. You know what I'm saying? But I don't have to subscribe to that. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. But you got more people that are just following suit. They following that herd into the slaughterhouse. You know what I'm saying? There's a few of us outside, like, hey, don't go in there. Waving, we trying to get them to, but they so zombied out. They lost in the sauce. Or I like to say they lost in the gumbo. You know?
Uh, I would also like to add a little thing, and I'm not trying to be rude at all. I mean this earnestly. I we say sheeple, and you know they call them stupid and you know all that. We've got to find a better way to talk about it because I believe that we can't bring them over to the right side if we're calling them things like sheeple. I was doing it myself too, and I've really restrained my tongue the past year on that one. We
Yes,
No,
can't wait
I
for
respect
to,
that.
yeah.
I
yeah,
respect that.
I continue to say it. I don't point my fingers at others that are in the same situation that I'm in. I know why they're quote unquote sheeples. I know why. I was there also. I was
Right.
watching sports and pulling for sports teams and
Same here.
reciting these rap lyrics that are calling these women bitches, hoes,
Facts.
calling
Facts.
each other, you know what I mean? Just cussing
Yeah.
each other out and all this. I
Correct.
was there, so I don't call
Correct.
them that. I'm just thankful that I'm no longer doing that. And if I
Mm.
can be a light to help guide someone along this path, but I'm not. I don't down them at all. My focus is on this enemy, this
Just
real.
call them the sleepy ones or something, you know?
I just say they're programmed, you know, and they look. It's our nature. We want to survive. We want to get along. That's why they're able to do this. If we were mean naturally, they couldn't do what they're doing right now. But they know that we are a people that's soulful. We're good people. We love, quote unquote, love. We want peace. That's why they're able to get away with this. If we were
Yeah.
some
And
if we were some savages and just terrorists and wicked, they couldn't do this. But they know that within us we're a peaceful people. And
right.
And
they took away our self-awareness, our history, what we need to know, and gave us garbage in replace. And what
Correct.
and presented it as if it was facts and it
Yeah.
was real. And then they have their television, their Hollywood to confirm it. And so yes, we believe these individuals. Every year we go vote believing that these
Hmm.
politicians are going to do what they say they're going to do. So it's just an agenda, and I don't blame it. I don't blame any one of us. I blame these wicked individuals who know what they're doing. They're doing it intentionally.
well, yes,
Correct.
and I know partially why too, because
Yeah.
they know that we are better than them, even though we don't claim to be better because we're humble, but they see that in us. And what do evil people do? If they're going to go down, they're going to take you with them. I grew up with that shit in my house. I called it family. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Why? I didn't do nothing. Why I got to go down with you? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to make us murder and rob and do all these things that we would not normally do, that does not come naturally to us. So keep that in mind too.
It's like they
I,
are the fallen angels. They're trying to corrupt us with all their shit, basically. They're,
Yes, yes.
I mean, you got signs in the bathroom to teach you how to wash your hands when you go into a bathroom. Do you really need someone to tell you how to wash your hands? Come
but
on.
go. But they did that though. They did that when they colonized the areas that they colonized. They they try to teach the people that was already there, the Aboriginals, how to grow crops and all this other stuff when they already knew how to do that. So it's the same. It's just history. Oh man! But I appreciate the lady who brought that up and McCoy too, because the same way, like you said earlier, I stopped saying good morning. I've been saying grand rising for the last 5 years. So I appreciate y'all. I wouldn't take it personal, but I get what the point that you was making with let's not use that word or whatever. Because I once, like, listen, McCoy, I'm from Boston, Mass. We're heavy on sports, Red Sox,
I'm
Celtics,
from Boston
Patriots.
too.
Are you? I'm in Dorchester.
Weymouth. Wow. Hello.
Weymouth's like what? About 20 minutes away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
I'm
yep, yep.
originally from Cambridge, though. Yeah. All right.
Okay. So I get all the points that you're saying. So I would never take anyone's opinion or what they saying, especially if it's to make me better. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate y'all for bringing that up. And I'm gonna try to start today to stop saying sheeple. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, and I appreciate that you reminded me of the Grand Rising thing, because that's one of the things that made me cry when I was reading from Revelation yesterday. Whenever it was talking about fire, it was talking about the sun. I was envisioning the sun before my face as I was reading Revelation, the truth of it. It's an astrology book as well. And so I was reading it like an astrology book, and that's why I was so touched.
I guess I'll take this time to say peace to Earth to Wise, Goddess NRG, Earth to Wiz .e, Goddess NRG. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your presence. Just like to add that, you know, this is a place where here and back. Thank you for being here. I know I've seen you on Charles Waz's. Is it Charles Waz's? Yeah, that's where I've seen here and back. You know, you have your blue wrenches so that you can tap into each individual over here. Because anyone over here, we're seeking. I can't speak for everyone, but I know what I'm trying to self-improvement, and not just the fact that, you know, we want it, but it's definitely needed. We have been bamboozled, knocked over our heads, given wrong information, being mistreated, and we shouldn't stay in this abusive relationship, and it's only getting worse. You know, if you look into Agenda 2030, they say that we will own nothing and be happy. You know, these 15-minute smart cities you spoke on, your friend having nothing but smart, only
Kind
having
of already that way.
smart devices, smart refrigerator, smart stove, smart, you know, and all it is a tracking system. You know, these LED lights, this is not actually a light bulb in there, it's actually a chip. And it's endless what you can do with a chip. And
That's right.
they phased out all halogen and incandescent light bulbs as of August 1st of this year. So your choices, if you go into these stores, is LED lights, and these LED lights are a weapon. So
Mm-hmm.
it's just, you know, they've distracted us.
Jeez.
That's what Snoop Dogg and all of these boxing matches and sports and entertainment is, to
Mm-hmm.
distract us. But at the same time, they are performing rituals, but that's another level. Would have to bring Marco Power up here for that. But I'm just
Correct.
saying that they distract us. You know,
Correct.
it's time to get back to the elements, you know, clean our bodies up. We need our bodies. Even to die, we need our bodies. So treat your body good. Your body is a machine. It's in survival mode. It wants to stay alive. We're the ones mistreating it. We need our bodies to attract to certain frequencies. It's our tools. It's our vessels.
Your
Get out there.
chariot.
Get out
Your
there on the
chariot of
ground.
fire.
Take,
Yes.
take your shoes off. Take your shoes off. These rubber soles. You know, take them off and put them on the ground. You're an electric being. You know, the ground is the grounder. Tony dealt with electricity. What are the components of electricity? You need a conductor. Water is the conductor. The
Mm-hmm.
ground, the earth is the grounder. We have
Mhm.
positive and negative charges within us. Our bones are the antenna and receive information through our eyes from the sun
Mm.
to certain
The
frequencies.
soles of your
Mm.
feet.
The soles of your feet. So I'm
I
just
was a
saying,
runner back in when I was younger. I was a runner. Whenever the dog would get out, I would have to chase him down. And I'm telling you, you are exactly right. And I can prove it because I've proved it. You can run faster barefoot than you can with them rubber fucking shoes on.
and when you take your shoes off, you know, your body starts to heal itself. It gets in tune. That's why it's intentional. So I'm just saying that to Goddess NRG. We're just solution. We want solutions. That's what I would like to spend my days discussing, our solutions, where tomorrow you're better than what you were the day before. You know, today you're better than you were yesterday. I'm not into the arguing. I'm not here to argue with anyone nor debate, because I know why you feel and think the way you think. I was there. You know, so we're just here to exchange information so that we could reach our full natural potential. That's what I have to offer. And if that's what you resonate with, then bring it. Because I know I don't know everything, you know, and I don't have time to get to know everything. So if I surround myself with individuals who are on the same path as me, you all will sharpen me and help guide me. And I will hope to do the same. So peace to everyone in the chat. Peace to everyone on the panel. You know, there's a lot to learn, a lot to
Yep, there's
do,
always room for improvement, that's for sure.
you know.
The second you think you are a completed individual and you know everything, you just screwed yourself.
What confirms all of this to me, you know, in this community, you hear the source up, you know. You got to source up. You have to prove where you got the information from. You know, I'm not saying my information comes from my experience and through observation. And it's not a coincidence that everything that these beings do is to make you unnatural. You know, even 80 to 90% of salts have microplastics. You wake up in the morning, all you're dealing with is plastic. You put on your plastic polyester clothes. You brush your teeth with your plastic toothbrush. You ingest plastic. Even your vitamins, some of your foods, plastic, plastic, plastic. Your socks on your feet is polyester. Your shoes that you're wearing is plastic. You know, so I'm just saying it's a wake up call that there are other options out there, and eventually some generation has to put a stop to this. You know, some generation, we cannot continue this madness. I don't feel, you know, I always say to my family that, you know, I just don't feel comfortable knowing that the enemy is still here. So my ultimate goal is to get my family to safety away from this enemy. You know, because they're whatever we build, they're going to destroy. So the only answer is to do away with them. It's just that simple. We can hope and pray that they'll finally coexist with us, but that's not within them. You know, they're doing their job. That's who they are. And we have to accept that we're not going to change them. It's who they are.
Yep, it's like Paula said, they want to take us down with the ship.
Yep, and it ain't gonna happen. We're not gonna let it. We're better than that.
And we also have to realize that our neighbors, they're part of the pyramid scheme. Some of our family members, they're part of the pyramid scheme. You know, the boule, you know, these fraternities, sororities, these Masons, these Jesuits, these Eastern Stars, these Shriners, they've all taken, I just call them oath takers on the pyramid schemes, even the ones that are gangbangers.
Your audio fell to the back, bro.
Thank you all for that. Please, I don't know what it is about this phone or whatever. It always, the audio after a while goes out. I'm just saying, you know, we have to just be mindful that, you know, even in our own household, there are secret societies and they're part of the pyramid scheme. And they're I call them oath takers, all the way down to the gangbangers. You know, whether they're GDs, Vice Lords, Bloods, and Crips, whatever affiliation, these gang members, they get their orders from the Masons. And so we just have to be mindful. But they're no one to be feared. You know, they're no one to be feared, and they're not benefiting from whatever organization that they're in. Majority of them are alcoholics and unhealthy. Just live your life. You're free. You know, you're free. Just let's work on options. You know, we have to stop giving our children to the system. That's what's continuing their process. And that's an easy one, but I was met with just, oh, well, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Oh, we can't do that. That's not realistic. What do you mean? It's your natural responsibility is raising your child. The school system is a babysitter, but it's a vicious, wicked babysitter, though, perverted. I don't want my child learning about sex at a certain age. You know, I mean, why is sex so important? Why is it so important?
Well, we know why.
Yeah,
Because they want our children.
yeah. So I'm just saying, in these religious institutions, if the 2020 didn't show you that these religious institutions, like Big Dog Billy OG speaks on, it's controlled by the state. You know, they had Zoom meetings for church services. They had you with masks on. They didn't say, "Oh
Yes.
no, we're separated from the state. We can still function." No, they had to shut down like every other business. So, so the 2020 showed us that the church, God ain't what we thought he was. Because
Uh-uh.
in that same Bible, it tells us that we can heal ourselves if we had the faith of a mustard seed.
You can heal yourself with your mind. The mind truly is a terrible thing to
But I'm
waste.
saying the church could have said, "No, no, we don't need vaccines.
Yeah,
We got this.
Exactly.
We got
but
this."
Exactly.
poly,
No, but
as in politics, also means religion.
McCoy, you didn't notice that that's one of the first things that they put with the jab is, oh, even your religion, it can't stop you. You have to get it. You get what I'm saying? So that was crazy.
Because their religion, just like back in the day, says you have to. Like I said, poly means religion. Separation of church and state, my ass. That is a religion. And you choose either the right God on the right side, the Republicans, or you choose the God on the left, the Democrats. But
Hmm.
it is a religion, and just like back when they were slewing people because they didn't believe the way they wanted you to believe, they killed you. All those religious wars, those so-called holy wars,
Hmm. Hmm.
same scenario right now.
What Mama Chula for you says. Oh, you gonna say something, Maybach? Go ahead. Or Tony, who was that?
No, I was gonna piggyback off of what she was just saying. Didn't they? Wasn't that how they took out, what was it? Either the Roman Catholics or the Knights Templars? Was, I think that the Roman Catholic took out the Knight Templars or something, but they was using religion and, oh, let's have a meeting and have a conversation. And when they went there, they just offed all of them. That's all I wanted to say. That was it.
Yep.
Yeah, on Friday the 13th, to top it all off.
Right, on Friday the 13th, of course.
Mama Chula for you says eventually we have to stop playing dumb. I
Yes,
don't know if
that's a
we're
fact.
playing. I don't know if we're playing dumb. I just think that we just don't know. We just, I mean, they heard us. When I say heard, I'm talking about HERD. They keep up move. They keep us moving, so our minds,
Correct. Correct.
that we don't notice something. It was just something within me that wanted to live the truth. You know,
Fact.
that's. It's not as if they promote this. So when she says eventually we have to stop playing dumb, I don't know if we're playing dumb. I just think majority of us are doing what we think we're supposed to do.
Correct. Because you said
Yeah.
it earlier. You said you used to be a skeptic. I once was too. And that's why I keep reiterating that, is that when I was a teenager, I was not paying attention to nobody's politics. I wasn't into all the things that I'm into, like the truth. You understand what I'm saying? Like the facts. That's why I said the word sheeples earlier, because I was once walking in that herd as well and not paying attention to the real things. And I was being distracted. Like you said, I wanted to learn the streets. I wanted to, learn this. It was all the negative things, listening to the music, stuff like that. But once I got my spiritual awakening, whatever you want to call it, my pineal gland, because I believe we all born with that consciousness. That from what I researched, I could be wrong. The pineal gland is what gives us our consciousness. And that's why I said they was using fluoride to dumb us down, because when I read up on fluoride, it slows the process of your pineal gland. It keeps it small instead of expanding. That's what I read about our pineal gland. So it does the same thing with the process of a child's brain. That's why they implement fluoride into the child early on. It's to make everyone submissive. And it goes back to why they used it in Nazi Germany on the Jays and stuff like that. So, but like I said, my spiritual, once I got that spiritual awakening and stuff like that. But they always say the apple don't fall too far from the tree, because when I was a teenager running the streets and stuff, my dad would have friends come over and they would be talking about corrupted governments and stuff. And I'm like, wow, I left the house for 6 hours and I'm back and they still talking about the same thing. I'm like, that's boring. But again, my mentality, my mind wasn't on that. You know what I'm saying? I reached a certain age. That's all I was doing. Like Tony said, I was doing a bunch of research. You know what I'm saying? Because it was presented to me some way, and I just didn't feel like what they presented and what they saying is the truth was the truth. So I started doing research, and then, like you said earlier, it's a rabbit hole. Then you learning a bunch of stuff like, oh yeah, they lied to you about this. They said you need this. Like I said, a healthy baby is born, but yet you got to inject it with a bunch of injections, but it's healthy. So why? But in third world countries, babies are born, they don't get all of these injections. And I also researched too. I know other people want to add their input and say things. In the 80s, when we was coming up, I was born in 76. They said we only took a total of 11 shots. Why now? It's like 30. You know what I'm saying? But again, I see what's going on. My eyes is wide awake. I mean, wide open, but other people, I guess they sleeping with their eyes closed. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's just like you said, a bunch of people is not paying attention to anything because they've been programmed 9 to 5. Oh, I got to go home. I just got off of work and they only have like 3 hours. Now this woman got to cook for her family. She barely got time for her to relax and stuff. She goes to bed and it's a repeating cycle. Back to work, 9 to 5. They said the 9 to 5 was created by Henry Ford when George, what's his name? George Carver, whatever, invented, because he wrote the blueprint on the mass production on vehicles. And they said Henry Ford came up with the 9 to 5 schedule because he was trying to come up with how can I mass produce the most cars? And that's when he came up with the 9 to 5 schedule, the work schedule. That's another biggest scam out here. They tell you to work, and when you reach a certain age, you can retire and you can get this kickback. Look what the yellow freight truck driving company just did to their employees. That's been working for 40, 30, 50 years for them. They made $700 billion in 2 years. In 2 years, they made $700 billion. Out of that money, they were supposed to take $51 million and add to people's pensions. Now, all of these employees don't have a pension no more. They don't have no pension. And this company just shut down. Nobody had to pay no fine. Nobody got arrested. No one went to prison. None of that. JP Morgan, all the scams they've been running, telling people to refinance their homes, and people didn't really know what the fine print says because we all don't pay attention to the fine print, and they put it in little mini words and people was losing their homes. So, listen, it's a game. We all should know this is a game. It's a simulation. That's why I said once you realize what the game is about, like McCoy is saying, there's ways that we can maneuver, but at the same time, there is a bunch of distractions. All of these stuff that you guys been talking about on the panel and the platform before I got on here, I try to spread the same message and knowledge to family members and friends. But again, like I said, I get side-eyed, I get called a conspiracy theorist, all of that crazy
Which
stuff.
is
You get
fine.
what I'm
Which is
Huh?
fine. I
Yeah,
said, which
correct.
is fine. It's fine. Let them. As long as you live it, just live
Correct.
it. You know what I mean? That's all. It's not our job. They give us this whole idea with the Bible of being saviors, to be like Jesus
Correct.
and try to save the world. But no,
Correct.
try to Try to be who it is you want others to be, and that's what's gonna help them. Because most people they learn by what they see. So if they see you doing it, they'll say, "Oh, okay," and they see the results. You know, like fasting. You know, you just stop eating so much, and the next time they see you, you look younger and healthier, and you got energy. And they're like, what are you doing? You know, well, I stopped eating so much. You know how I was telling y'all to stop eating so much, and y'all see the results. Next thing you know, they're like, okay, I gotta try that. Yeah, and so it's just be who you, because you have a lot of people who are trying to tell you what to do, but they're not doing it themselves. And that can discourage others because they're like, well, you're not doing it. So what you're saying must not mean that much because you're not doing what you're telling us to do. So I think the significance of it all is for us to do what it is that we want others to do. Peace to you, big dog Philly OG. Thanks for coming through. Your presence is
And
always appreciated. Salute to you, big dog Philly OG.
if they're
Grand
not calling
rising,
you
everybody. Just
Grand
just tapped in
Rising,
to say hello. Much love to everybody. Love the conversation. Y'all can continue. Much love to everybody. Much respect.
And that's
if
Salute,
they're
what
Philly.
not,
motivated me is McCoy getting up there and taking a stand and bringing the truth and everything motivated me to walk through my fear and come on a panel for the first time. Peace.
right? I created a saying years ago. If they're not calling you crazy, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Want to also welcome Warfare K. Salute to you, Warfare K. Appreciate your presence, man. How you doing today?
Hey man, life is good, man. Salute to you. I just had, you know what I'm saying, I had to pass through support my brother. I see you out here in these YouTube streets, getting to
Salute.
understand and understood. And ain't gonna let you do it by yourself, Jay. So yeah, man, shout out to you, man, for keeping the space clean and keeping good conversations going, man. I can always respect that. So man, yeah, man, this shit.
Peace to Luana Hedgepath. Yes, I noticed Luana, and
Much
big,
love, Luana.
yes, big dog Philly OG's. It's like I went around when I first came in this community. It's like I went around just with a net and just grabbed a few people that was on the same thing I was on, and that's all I couldn't get a share because I over the last couple decades this is what I've been on ever since 9/11, where they lied to me and told me that two planes went into a building. I said, and I know that they lied. Ever since then, I'm like, why are they lying? And
Yep.
once a person lies to you, it's like you no longer trust them. And
Correct.
so I've been on this path ever since to because Building 7 was the one that got my attention because
Likewise. Like
building 7 is blocks down. It's nowhere near the other two buildings. So why did that
Oh,
one fall? What?
correct.
because one
Correct.
damn room was on fire. Come on, man. We know what it
Correct.
looks like when the
Correct.
building's been
No,
pulled.
McCoy, you know what really opened my eyes when the experts came and said the way the buildings came down is controlled, and they show tons of videos like of old casinos coming down and everything. And I said, wow. But like you said, that seventh building away, like blocks away, I think it's like 4 or 5 blocks away. That one came down, but nothing supposedly hit it or whatever. Yeah, I started saying, what was that in Living Color? They used to have an episode, or somebody had an episode, a TV show that was like things that make you go, And I started, you know what I mean? I put my finger like this. I was the same way. I said, hold on, man. This math is not mathing up. 2 plus 2 is not equaling 4 here. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
So yes, that's what sparked that whole like, why are they lying to me? Why would they go through such a great length to lie to me? And so ever since then, I've just been questioning everything. And here I am. And so when I joined the panel, peace to it's Toya Baby. She let me on her panel for the first time because she was really sincere. She seemed like trying to figure out what was going on. And here I was accumulated all this information over the last however long. And so I was so eager to share it. And then I noticed Big Dog out there. As a matter of fact, yeah, I noticed Big Dog Philly OG from off Marco Power recommended Divine Rising DJ Divine Rising, I think. And then she recommended Big Dog Philly OG. And then I've been following Big Dog Philly OG ever since. And I'm jumping on these panels eager to share, man. But you know, it's not for everywhere, but along the way,
Right.
you know, these people that are in the chat, they heard my voice and what I had to share, and here they are. So then we just gather in here to just put it all together and try to get to safety. You know, that's what it's all about. These walls are closed in. It's not no fear mongering. It's reality. We have an enemy, you know, that is intentionally trying to enforce their will upon us, you know, by all means necessary. They have no limitation to their wickedness. You know, when
Correct.
they came up with a vaccine for a 6-month old, putting a
Correct.
mask on a 1-year old, a 2-year old.
All right. It made no sense.
So I mean, you know, I don't like being abused. I don't like being lied to. You know, so I just had to find my way out of this situation, and that's what I'm working on. So
Correct.
peace to everybody. Thank y'all. I really appreciate y'all. If anyone would like to add or if want to discuss anything else, but
I just
that's
want to
all.
salute Philly OG because I got put on to him by a subscriber that I've been rocking with her for like 3 years. She's a good moderator. She supports a lot of platforms, and she was like, "Yo, you need to be on this dude's platform because he don't just promote. He promotes people's channels. He has all different type of stuff." And she was like, "He's older than you, but a lot of things that you say, he says." So I was like, "All right, I'm gonna check him out," you know. And I went on. You know, I didn't go, but I was in the bushes hiding, you know. I'm paying attention to Philly OG's platform, and I was like, oh man, this dude's cool. I like it. And then the day that I was on there, you know, in the bushes hiding, they was dropping information and jewels and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And since then, that brother's been mad respectful. It's been nothing but love. He had me on his platform. I think it was last week I was up on there, or might have been 2 weeks ago. And you know, he's like, Maybach, say what you want, kind of like you, but still, you know, I was being, you know, saying a lot of things in codes as well. But that's a good brother right there, man. So I wanted to salute him as well. And through his channel, Marco subscribed to me, and I subscribed to Marco as well. So I met good, you know, nothing but good people over there as well. So, you know, salute to those brothers, man. You know, and the women too. I got to salute the women as well too, definitely.
Yeah,
Um,
Yeah,
brothers
much
and
respect to
sisters.
everybody. I appreciate all of y'all, man. You know,
Likewise.
I agree with most of us, but even if I don't agree, we don't have to go bring out fucking guns and knives. We can build. You know
Correct.
what I mean? But I do agree with most of us.
Correct.
You know, a lot of the ones I don't agree, they're the people in the streets. You know what I mean? The ones on here, I agree with most of us.
Yeah.
You know, we just gotta learn how to build together. But
Correct.
much respect to everybody, man. Warfare, you already know McCoy, everybody on the panel, and everybody in the chat.
Yeah. Likewise, brother.
yeah, can I just say, Edna Bell, she said she had to drop out. Her phone needs to charge. Yeah, the StreamYard will drain your battery. But I will
Correct.
say, Edna Bell, I'm honored that you would choose my panel to join. You know, that means it means a lot to me. You know, for somebody to be in the chats and they say, well, that's the one. And so thank you very much, and don't be a stranger. I want to hear what you have to say. I've seen all the things you type in these chats, and I do think that the world needs to hear it, and we all stand together and let the world know we're for truth. You know, nothing else will stand without the truth. The rest is all an illusion. You know,
The truth is the foundation.
yeah.
And I'm so glad I got to meet you face to face, technically, Edna. It was beautiful.
So yeah, what's up, Warfare K? What's I mean? Oh, Big Dog Philly OG been blazing these last couple lives. He been on some hashtag solutions type thing, you know, and some great minds. And regardless, you know, it's just a matter of can we all just communicate? But I think we all want the same thing, you know.
Nah, that's a fact. I've been seeing what's going on. I've been tapped there. You feel me? Just standing in solidarity. But the conversations have been much more progressive. So I will salute us for that, man, because we all been talking about it. And the only way we gonna get better is we identify where we need to get better at. So this dialogue thing got to do a little, it got to do more than it has currently, or should I say, has previously been doing. You feel me? We got to show we better at it. We got to show improvement. And me, I'm gonna keep talking about it because even up to this point, we still got some work to do, man. You know what I mean? For me personally, and like I said, I'm gonna say this, and this is just for my channel. This is just for my channel, and on my channel, you feel me? We conversate with intent, man. You feel me? I'm trying to get something understood in this conversation specifically. You feel me? And if anything is hindering that, then I'll remove any and everybody from the conversation because I think, what I'm saying, these spaces are supposed to be sacred. You feel me? These are supposed to be sacred lands. It's like, what I'm saying, people walking up in your city hall disorderly. You know what I'm saying? We gathering here, talking to the people of our community, trying to figure out, what I'm saying, things that could benefit us and, ways we can improve. But if we got confusion in the midst, you feel me? How sincere are we to allow it to continue to happen? Feel me? How sincere are those people who, you feel me, ain't taking responsibility and got enough discipline themselves to present themselves in front of a community of anybody who could be looking, supporters, you know what I'm saying, possible investors, you feel me, the opposition and all of that. And people are judging us based on how we presenting ourselves in these streets, you feel me? And most of the time, it ain't necessarily good representation. So on my channel, you feel me, I don't, the cream of the crop. I want to hear, you know what I'm saying, those who got the discipline, who got the respect, who have the thoughts, you feel me, got something to say. And you should definitely have a place to speak and not have to worry about, consistent confusion. So, like I said, I have seen improvements on that. We're doing good, but we got to tighten up a little bit more. I run a tight ship, so it will be none of that allowed. Well, to a certain degree, man. There's a little entertainment value in the bullshit, but only to a certain degree, man, because decorum is first, man. Feel me? Entertainment is secondary. So, with that, man, like I said, I like how you handle your shit, real as you feel me, and I don't gotta agree with everything. You feel me? But I understand, proper format, man, and your foundation is right. So if you keep building on the thoughts, and as long as people can come in and say what they want to say, man, you feel me? You I feel like I gotta support you, man. I can't let you go by yourself. I gotta be in there with you because what I mean. That's exactly what I stand for, man. Discipline, you feel me, and structure is a big thing with me. You feel me, which is why I talk this warrior talk because it take a lot of discipline to do your job and be willing to go above and beyond. But if I'm doing it, I ain't doing it for nothing. You know what I'm saying? And we're not doing it for people who not taking it serious as we are as well. So, you know what I'm saying? Shouts to the improvement that we've been, having on these panels. We can definitely do more. And I would hope we all aspire, you feel me, to be the best representation of our community. And if you drunk, if you sauced, if you having a bad day, if you angry, if you got a gripe, might not be the time to, you might need to hold that, man, and just deal with
Right
that.
on.
Yeah, man. But aside from that, man, salute to everybody on the chat.
Hey,
Philly
yo,
OG, you my guy,
hey,
man. You
Warfare,
doing
let me
good,
say
G.
this real quick. Oh,
Yeah. Talk
finish
to
up,
me,
my
G.
boy. I thought you was finished.
No. I was just about to shout you lastly. You feel me? Philly OG. You know what I'm saying? You've been out here banging like you supposed to, man, letting the people come in, you know what I'm saying, show who they are, man, and, give people an opportunity to shine because we ain't going to know if somebody got something, there's a 50-50 chance for somebody open their mic and start talking. You never know what's going to happen. It might be good, it might not. You feel me? But just the opportunity for people to do that, is that's respectable and it deserves commendation. So yeah, man, shout out to those who open up their panels and let people come in and talk. You feel me? Specifically you, OG, because you've been riding all week, man. I've been out for the last couple of days. I will be live today though, and tomorrow my birthday. So I'm not sure how tomorrow will go, but I got to get one in today. You feel
Happy
me?
birthday.
Yeah, man. Appreciate that,
Yeah,
man.
happy birthday, brother.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate
You
you.
already.
You gotta be in
But yeah,
the
man.
year
That's it.
younger
Say
tomorrow.
less, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to tap in real quick on what Warfare K just said, part of it. When you having a bad day, one thing I learned a long time ago, you don't have to waddle in the shit. You can start that day over. You see what I'm saying? And tell yourself, from this moment on, I'm not going to let nothing bother me. Start your day over. I learned that like 20 something years ago. I ain't staying in the bullshit. I learned to master if I'm having a bad day, a bad moment, start that moment over and think positive and say, I'm not going to let that affect the rest of my day. So we have a choice in this. So like I said, I just wanted to pass that on to people. If you're having a bad day, start that day over, and make sure, you know, get rid of those negative thoughts and tell yourself from this point on, I'm gonna have a good day no matter what. And that's all I wanted to say. Much respect to everybody.
What Warfare K, what time you thinking you're going live?
Yeah, it'll probably be within the next 2 to 3 hours because I'm finna go to the pool, get some sun. You feel me? Do the, spend some, quality time over here with the lady. You got to do all those things. You feel me? So yeah, I'm gonna have some pool time. Then once I come
Yes,
back
sir.
from there, I know I'm gonna relax for a little while. And then we're gonna be going out a little bit later. So that little gap right there after the pool while we chilling, take a shower, maybe eat a little something, smoke a blunt, you feel me? All of that. That's when I go live when I got that little free time right there. You feel me? And we can chop it up. So it'll probably be like, within the next 2 to 3 hours. But I'll put up a I'll schedule it and it'll be up there. So if you got notifications from me, you'll see it coming, in 30, 45 minutes, something like that. You feel me? You know how they be doing it. And I don't know what time zone you in, so I can't give you an exact time. You feel me? Like, you know what I mean? And but yeah, like 2 to 3 hours. You feel me?
Yeah, this week, I did put this up as like it was going to be like a week in review because this week was somewhat very inspiring this week. A lot of people from Annapurna putting up a sewing video, because I'm getting my children on the sewing, so that's like I said, I don't have no television in my home, none. And so television is being used as a babysitter, but at the same time, it's suppressing our children's mind where they're not able to show their imagination and their creativity. So peace to Annapurna for that, but also, with OG the other night on his panel in regards to reparations, crimes against humanity. When he said, I've heard him say that before, but to have it finally hit me, because I've been the one to say, we should just get away from this wicked entity. But they do need to be held accountable because the crimes against humanity that they've committed and that they're continuing to commit is atrocious. It's just beyond, and that inspired me, man. I felt like that's solution right there, but I've never really had it be simplified to that. That's why it's really important to ask questions and not assume, and when the brother told me about, those who were natural to this land and the way, because I've always thought reparations was in regards to slavery.
It is. Is there? Did we come to the conclusion that it was not?
Well, regardless, that's why I'm saying, even if regardless of whether it be in slavery or not, the fact that these beings are committing crimes against humanity, man, that just hit me, man. And they've got to be held accountable.
And it don't have to just be slavery. It could be if they bombed your country, if they did put poison in your community.
Yeah,
so it's a lot of things.
Those would be crimes against
reparations.
humanity, like what he's talking about. But specifically, and correct me if I'm wrong, somebody's gonna have to show me something, man. Educate me, man. I'm willing to be corrected, but as it stands, reparations for the quote unquote African American, because that's the only reparations we talking about, okay, is for slavery and those who are descendants of slaves. Okay, in our context, in our conversation, that's specifically what it's for, to my understanding. Now, if somebody has something else you can, enlighten me on, I'm willing to
all
listen.
right, hold
That's
on.
my understanding.
All right, here's something. I send my child to school, okay, and there's a teacher there who has a dress for my little boy to put on. You know how psychologically damaging that is? You know, to tell my child who's not old enough to buy cigarettes or go or join the military or have a driver's license, but that child can decide to have the vaccine without my permission. I'm just dealing with right now there's crimes being committed against humanity.
And I was just going to say real quick, we can look at how they came and invaded this country as a crime. You know, they admitted they used the doctrine of discovery, religion, to come in and control and take over this country. That's a crime.
But here's the thing, right? Now, I'm not saying what y'all saying is incorrect, but these are different crimes we're talking about. And each one requires a different solution. And the reparations itself is specifically for the crime of slavery. Now, crimes against humanity, that can be a broad list of things that they definitely, check most boxes. You feel me? Across the world. That's not a secret. But that doesn't fall under the reparations conversation for quote unquote African Americans and quote unquote descendants of slaves. That's all I'm saying.
And real quick, to that point, Congress have said they're not paying that narrative. So you beating a dead horse with that narrative. That's why
Exactly.
it's good to bring up new thought. That's all I'm saying. They admitted that they ain't paying for that. So if they said they ain't paying for that, well, we should come up with something like we know they paid the black hats. We know they paid China. We know we in our lifetime we watched them give whatever you want to. If you don't want to call it reparations, you can call it something else. But we watched them give other people these reparations. But no one understands, like, they came and invaded our country and took over our nationality, took over everything. So that's a crime.
Here's one on the screen right here. Look at Not Know. Not Know says anyone imprisoned for cannabis should have received reparations. I mean, just those. You locked me up for a plant.
Mm-hmm.
You locked me up for a plant.
They're making billions off of now.
All
Billions
the monopoly. So all the monopoly money in the world can't make up for mass genocide.
Mm-hmm. And that's the same thing with that doctrine of discovery. Like I said, they admitted they came to America and wiped out the people.
Correct.
That's genocide.
Correct. Let me ask y'all a question.
Over a religious thing. Go ahead, brother.
No, my fault, Philly OG. Because it just dawned on me now. Reparations is one thing, right? And I researched and read that there was a project about the whole 40 acres and a mule. Wasn't that supposed to be given to the people that was here, that was, quote unquote, like we just said, colonized, or properties, land been taken away from them?
I just,
Yes, sir. That was a so-called solution, but then they never put it in writing, or it never happened.
All right. Yep. Correct.
I just feel because when they brought in that vaccination in 2020 or 2021, it didn't have a race. They aimed it at everyone. I saw little Mexican children with masks on their face. I saw white children with masks on their face. I saw black children with masks on their face. So the crimes against humanity, yes, what they have on the table right now, Warfare K, is for slavery. Cool, fine. But if we were united, man, they've committed this crimes against humanity to damn near everyone.
Correct.
But because we're not united, we don't see it. And
that's the key right there. You actually hit the nail on the head right now. Because we are not united, we don't have a representative to speak. We don't have people to go and make our claim in the terms that they use. in order for us to receive the reparations or restitution that we're looking for. These other people of other nationalities have countries, they have ambassadors and people who are delegated to take care of these problems for them, and they do that. You feel me? But we don't see that because we are under the system. We are part of the nation that's oppressing them. So, you know what I'm saying? When they go back to their nation for help, we go to the oppressor for help. They are the ones we got to ask to fix their great grand uncle problems. And they might not want to do that, but it ain't us in there. Even when you go all the way up to the Supreme Court, feel me? Them non-justices up there, well, we got one Negro up there. You feel me? We got one in there. You feel me? And they vote amongst one another on what they gonna do with your, civil and human rights, babe. You feel me? Because that's where you
Hey,
gotta take the cases. You feel me? So it's you still appealing to the enemy. You are looking to the people who caused the problem to solve the problem one way or the other, man. And that's where I think we losing because they already done showed us they ain't gonna do that, man. Like we not from another country that could help us. They are the ones that's supposed to be helping us. So you see, once you realize the leaders ain't for you, you feel me? You got to do something else because I mean, we need new leadership being it, and we right here together. So why we can't be that new leadership? That's all I'll be saying.
I mean, because I touched on it, and that's what I was gonna. That's what I mostly got. Not mostly, but the conclusion that I got from that stream on Big Dog Philly OG's channel was the lady Aduke. Is that her name? Big Dog Philly OG. Aduke. Was that her name?
Yeah,
AD.
something like that. Yes, sir.
You know, and the conclusion was that we're not unified. We're not unified, man. We're all supposed to be Americans, but then they automatically separated blacks from their African Americans. We're all Americans, and so it's just the division is intentional, and so and that's why they fear us uniting. They
Hey,
fear
I
us
want to
uniting.
ask y'all a quick question. How did the Jays get their reparations? Or from the why is the United States paying for what the Germans did to the Jews?
Hey,
Hello.
so we kind of touched on that the other day, and I just posted a comment on it. Matter
Yeah,
of fact,
let's
I
let's go
mentioned it a
back
little
into
bit
that.
real
I'm gonna
quick.
mute up. Let's talk about that.
well, now everything I'm about to say is allegedly. You feel me?
Hold on then.
But
Hold on a second then. Tony Taylor. Tony Taylor. I mean, right. Let me move. Tony Taylor. He has a photographic memory. Is a skill that he has, and so. Tony, isn't there a certain amount of dollars that we do pay to Israel? Is it yearly or daily? If you I can't remember how much it is we pay to Israel yearly or daily.
It's a lot. It's It may be annually, but
Yeah.
I think it's yearly.
Correct.
Yeah,
I think it's
there's a certain
well.
amount of money we basically pay them back for what's transpired so far, as we do with several other countries' national defense.
Yeah. Now, allegedly, the United States don't have
Mm, mm.
no hand in that. So why are we paying them reparations? But like I said, we know a crime happened here in America, but we don't want to look at the crime. There was a history of America before 14, whatever that is, and they wiped that whole history out. That's crimes.
All right, so what was you gonna say now, Wolf? Okay, I just wanted to confirm. I thought there was like a dollar amount, but I know it's like paying NASA type thing.
now, what I was just gonna say in a nutshell, there is a conspiracy that some of them Nazi Germans may have made it into the American government, and they over here working. But to answer the question, how the Jays get they reparations. I mean, you have to have some sort of power, man. You got to have some sort of leverage. You feel me? So espionage, blackmail. You feel me? People go to sleep. You know what I mean? Like they did everything that was necessary. They, you know what I'm saying? They took war and warfare, and it's still happening today. It ain't over now. The boys are still working right now. Like they still giving it up, making sure that their stronghold, their position in society is solidified. And you know what I'm saying? Business is brutal, man. They, you know what I'm saying? They put you out of business. They're sabotage. You feel me? It's a few different things. It's not just one thing, bro. They implied all levels of warfare on everybody around them to make sure that their position is secure, B. You feel me? They took it serious. That's really what it comes down to. They took it serious, B.
Yeah,
It's
there
not
actually
mayhem.
was those.
They absolutely
Oh,
came
sorry, go
here
ahead.
and took over.
Yeah, there's actual proof that those Nazi scientists came over here with the guys with the extreme scars on their faces. Were actual German Nazi soldiers when they were kids used to go fencing, and when they would get their faces cut, they would pack it with horsehair because it gave them more defined scars and made them look scarier. And you can look back at our historical past and see that there is a scientist just like that who you can trace him back to Germany. And we actually have a scientific award that we still hand out to this date honoring this guy.
Exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's them good bars right there. I think somebody did a video on that, where they talk about the scars on their face and how they used to pack it with the horsehair. And who do you know who
I
did that
know.
video? Because I think I saw that somewhere. I don't remember, but I saw what you was talking about right there.
Yeah, I just got that in a basic short on other stuff I was researching, because it'll give you like things. So I didn't know the actual channel where that came from. But there was another lady who did a full breakdown on the Germans and how many of them came over here and how many weren't persecuted for what they did. And it's a whole breakdown of what actually happened after the Nuremberg trials.
Didn't they give them new identities and government high-ranking jobs? Wasn't that
Yeah,
part of it too? Yeah, correct. Yep. Change their
Yeah,
names,
they not
everything.
no little guys, man. They are part of the, you know what I'm saying, they big wigs in the government because they had stain coming from, you know what I'm saying, where they was at. So, they got connections, they know people, and yeah, man, we being ran by the same people right now. You know what I mean?
Wasn't von Braun one of them?
yeah.
Von
So
Braun
was
and Tesla?
Einstein. Von Braun
Okay.
came after the war started, and Einstein came several years before, but he came for the same reasons because he saw what was going to happen there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And von Braun, who he's the one who started NASA too. Oh man.
Right. Created the
And then
single largest rocket ever.
correct. And then I told Tony, I know you know this. The saying that he's got on his tombstone,
Yeah, Psalm 19:11 about the
correct.
firmament above.
Correct, the firmament. And this is the man who started NASA. But you got people, yeah, rockets are going out there. They going out there. They doing the space war. That's another one too, the space war. Oh man, it's funny, man. For real. It's a comedy. That's how I look at it. It's a comedy Hollywood show and production.
Space is a relatively new word to this last century. Before that, that word was translated as ether or water.
Hmm. Yep,
So who's to say?
correct.
Warfare K, I'm gonna put you under the well, no, you know what? I have a question for Big Dog Philly OG. Um Big Dog Philly OG, I checked out um Big Aboriginal put you under fire, man. He been using word on the street. Word on the street where they question whether you believed in God or not. You know what I'm saying? Word on the street, you're an atheist. Big Dog Philly OG, man. How did that benefit you being scrutinized by a man that is old enough to be your child? I'm sorry, it's a question. I mean, as I'm listening
It's
to it, I'm like,
it's
what?
all good, brother. Hey, like I said, I ain't hiding nothing, man. And people want to judge me because I don't choose to believe in these people gods. It's all good, man. But like I said, I just use my experience, man. You know what I mean? My life experience, you know, of what I seen and what I experienced, man. So, you know, a lot of people they get mad at me because, you know, I'm a disabled veteran. I got hurt serving this country. I'm getting a check from the fucking corporation, you know, but you know, at least I'm exposing them and telling the truth, man. You know, my biggest thing is it's right in front of our face, church and state, man. It's connected. You know, you can go to any university and learn theology and get a degree like Martin Luther King. You know what I mean? So it really didn't bother me because, like I said, I'm standing on the truth. You know what I mean? They they gave this entities when they came over here. We were practicing, you know, natural learning about Mother Nature. You know, that type of stuff. You know what I mean? They just corrupted religion. You know, so it didn't matter to me because like I ain't if that's what you want to title me an atheist, I'd rather you can call me anything. You call me a non-believer. But dig this, I'm gonna say this. When I went into court, you know, and I told that judge, I told her, I'm not raising my right hand and believing it, taking the oath and believing in your God. She said, okay, sir. How do we know you're telling the truth? I said, because I agree to tell the truth. I'm not going to believe in your God when I did the research and seeing that, like, it's a business. Religion is commerce. It's a business.
Can I
You know, so I'm standing on what I stand on, brother. Go ahead.
let me add to that? You know, this morning I was speaking with my 11-year-old son, and I was telling him to never make promises and to take oaths in life. You know, let your yes be your yes. But then that thought led to the Bible. Even Jesus, who they subscribe to, said, "Let your yays be your yays and your no's be your no's. Don't ever swear on anything." So it's so ironic that you swore and you had to swear on the Bible, and the same Bible is telling people not to swear on anything. But let me the chat up here has been hijacked. A few people came in. I want to. I think I said what's up to amongst us our predators. I see Pythagoras. Sense. You sub up to everyone, yes, get to know each one, but don't co-sign them until you get to know them, because some of them, you know, although the ones here, though, I feel are certified. You know, this is this is a meeting of great minds to try to find a solution. And also, I will also promote Warfare K. He um he did a video a couple weeks ago. I could probably pull it up. It's on my community. I really think that video in regards to the 10 Warfare K, what was it? The 10 things that bystanders, children, man, I'm telling you that
Uh,
one. Oh
the
man, that
title is
video was awesome, man.
10 Problems Children of the Bystanders Will Have. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Yo,
everybody who out here just watching, you see the problem, you talking about the problem, but you're not actively engaged on, you know, solving the problem. You're a bystander, and your children gonna have some problems. And I list 10 of them right there for you. Made it quite clear, man. That video's
yeah,
crack. Check that out.
yeah, it's a mirror, especially as a man, but as a woman also. Your children, they're gonna suffer from your lack of action. You know, it's just a simple fact. They're gonna suffer from your lack of action. And I raise my children to hold me accountable. That's why in my household, they don't tell me thank you for anything because I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. You know, they don't say please. They don't have to beg me for anything. and I see saying please as a person's begging. I brought my children into this world. I'm responsible for them. I don't need a Father's Day. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I don't need an award. I am doing what I'm supposed to do. So my children, they don't say thank you. Now, if someone outside of the home or even within themselves, if the brother does something good for the sister, okay, say thank you, because she doesn't have to do that for you. But when it comes to your mother and father, we have to do these things for you. We are responsible for you. And so that video Warfare K, it resonated with me, and I promote it as much as I can, because it's it says it all, But if you're not ready to look in the mirror, don't check that video out. don't don't check that
Exactly.
video
Yeah. Don't
out,
go to
man.
my channel, man, if you
Yeah,
ain't ready to, you feel me, confront your issues, man. If you don't want, if you ain't tough skinned, man, you know what I'm saying? We building warriors over here in my section. You feel me? And we get right down to it. You feel me? And I mean it from the bottom of my heart, man. There ain't no disrespect intended. But if it make you check yourself and be better, that's exactly what it's supposed to do. You hear me? But if you ain't ready for that, don't come around me, man. There's something wrong with me, son. You feel me? There need to be wrong with you. Yeah.
and I really, I was in the chat where you were discussing that the African woman dealing with the Pan Africans, and Mental Ninja came through with his shenanigans, and I really thank you for the way you handled that. When it happened, the same energy came my way, and I was right there, and I'm like, damn. And I really commend you for the way you handled it, man. That's what we need. We have to have a zero tolerance for bad behavior,
Man, come on, man.
and that helps. It helps both parties. It helps us to keep the riffraff away from us, so our audience and those who are trying to build with us doesn't get, what I mean? It doesn't send that bad energy, but it's also good for them, because now they have a requirement in order to step into our home. In my home, you have to take your shoes off. You have a decision to make. So, but if we tolerate that behavior, then they won't grow.
And that's what's going on, though. That's what the
I know.
community. That's what the prior quote unquote conscious community. That's what they do. Anybody could get on the mic. Anybody could say what they want to. And the more we argue, do more nigga shit. They love to see the nigga shit, and it's entertaining. So we allow that versus the whole reason we gather here, because we're supposed to be doing something honorable, but we allow dishonorable people, dishonorable conversations. You feel me? To continue just for the sake of having the conversation or being cool with everybody. I don't want to be friends that bad to where my friends are disrespectful in conversation. How you could say you can represent me or somebody else and you can't even have a respectful dialogue with people you're supposed to agree with? We're supposed to be planning together, and we want to kill one another in the middle of conversation. We just you're not representing properly. So no, I don't play none of that. I don't tolerate none of that, because I'm not here to make friends, babe. I'm here to link with warriors, soldiers, you feel me, brutes, intellects, you feel me, doers, movers and shakers, organizers, and people who are willing to put their time, you feel me, and their money where their mouth is, you feel me. But everybody else who just, want to be heard or just got something to say, I put a post on my community wall. You feel me? Basically say some people talk because they got something to say. Other people talk because they gotta say something. You feel me?
Yeah,
And
I
these
saw
people who
that.
just gotta say something, no, this ain't this place for you. Either you got something to say and we need to hear, or you're a waste of our time. You feel me? And unfortunately, I take it too serious to allow any of that. You feel me? And I hope that rub off on some of my brothers too. You feel me? And I'm learning from y'all, just like I hope, you feel me, y'all learn from me. Like I said, I'm here just to add to the culture, and this is what I'm bringing. You feel me? Some structure. You feel me? And some take it seriousness. You feel me? And that's how I'm coming.
Hey, let me ask y'all a quick question. What do you do with family members that's agreeing with the corporation? How do y'all deal with them?
While we think about that, I want to just say salute to Keith West. Thank you for coming through. As always, I appreciate your presence, man. I guess my chat caught up. So Dean, thank you for being here. Pythagoras, Bex, Um, all of you all, thank you for your encouragement. You all fuel my fire. Appreciate you all. But OG, can you restate that question again? I got caught up in, and I was trying to
Uh,
salute Keith
It's
West
all
at the
good.
time.
Much love to everybody that's in the house, man. My quick question: how do you deal with family that's still pushing the system's agenda?
Who wants to go first? Let's see. Look, we haven't heard from Paula in a minute. Come on, Paula, let's go.
What was the question? How do you deal with family that are for the agenda because they don't know any better? Was that
Yes,
the
ma'am.
question?
Yes, ma'am.
You just don't talk to them at all whatsoever right now. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. I blocked my older sister. Mm-mm. She don't want to hear from me. I don't want to hear from her. So block for now. That's my advice.
Maybach, peace to you. Great question, OG. Thank you. Oh, Maybach might have stepped away for a second. Tony Taylor. Oh, I'm really looking forward to what Tony,
Uh,
how would you?
Honestly, you have to separate from them, because if you see them, say, poisoning their children, taking them to psychiatrists, doing the crazy things, and you suggest something to them that is out of the paradigm or to break away from the system, you're literally persecuted and called crazy because it's easy to persecute new information that is outside the regular systems. And, when you first learn this information, just like what you said about first coming here on YouTube, it makes you excited. You want to share with everyone. So the first thing we do is go and try to share this with our family. Like, hey, I learned this about healing. Hey, I learned this about energy. I learned this about LED light bulbs, because those are the people you want to help first. And you immediately get blowback. And when you're called crazy and basically excommunicated in some aspects for certain views that aren't part of the norm, and you're treated like you're crazy, and then you realize that they still adhere to the system, the matrix, whatever you want to call it, and you have to just exit yourself from it, and just operate at a high value, hoping they one day see. But you have to separate, I believe.
Because you will damage your already damaged relationships even more. And for what? That's what the government wants you to do. Just tell them I need to step away for a while. I'll be back. You'll know when I'm back. I'll come back to you and let you know. But for now, I need a break.
OG, that's a OG. I'm telling you, this question right here is actually deserving of a live stream, man. I'm telling you that. Warfare K, what you say, Warfare K? I really got my I really want to hear Warfare K.
Hey, well, look, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. You feel me? I'm no different from nobody else, man. I went through with my family too. You feel me? And some of them get it, but the majority of them don't, man. You feel me? My grandmother, great grandmothers, they was off in church and all of that. You feel me? On my mother's side of the family, my father's side of the family, they Muslim. So, I got Christian mother and grandmother. I got Muslim father and grandfather, and that's how my family bust down. And then here come me in the middle. Like, yo, all y'all wilding, right? Like, y'all know y'all got our family split up for nothing, and nobody's really trying to hear that. And for me, you feel me? I I feel away a little bit more because, religion itself, you feel me, destroyed my family so bad just off of, not being able to associate with people who had different beliefs. You feel me?
All
And
family
that
warfare,
being,
not to cut
man,
you off, brother,
that
but all families.
yeah,
It's
hey
divided mine
man, I
too,
figure
brother.
most. Yeah, man, that's crazy. So, what I mean? For me, I took a higher level of disdain for religion. You feel me? And I had my time when I used to bang on it and whatever, whatever. And I argue with my family every, we get together for Thanksgiving, 4th of July, Christmas, any holiday where everybody supposed to gather. Here come me. Yeah, y'all know I'm, you know what I mean? I'm trouble. And there's always, cause, they like I said, now if those who know me, y'all know how stern and how straightforward I am with my conversation, and you know what I'm saying, my thoughts and my opinions. You know what I mean? I don't care if we don't like it. I'm gonna say what I want to say. My family is the same way. I'm like this because we are like this. So when they, believe in Jesus or Allah or whatever the case may be, they're gonna tell you, and they will argue you into the ground. They are not passive with their beliefs, so they are wild aggressive with it. So it's a fight. It's a fight, and we fight. You feel me? And my little cousins, they learned with me. I passed them little information, so now we're gonna be ready for them when we go to the cookout this time. Like, no lie, we gearing up for war.
Ha
We
ha
gonna
ha
fight
ha ha.
to fucking
I
family,
remember those
bro. And
days.
that shit was some bullshit. Part of my French, that was not right. And I got tired of doing that because it drove the divide even wider. You feel me? And it split us up even more, to the point where, just like everybody already said, I went through trial and error, and I realized, man, I cannot change these people's mind. And all we doing is hate. We building up hate for one another on things that we ain't even had issues about. Like, we already got issues, but now our ideals and the places that we go in our personal minds, we got to argue about these too. So, I came to the conclusion, the natural conclusion, man, I just got to back up. I can't be the one always, causing these rifts and shit just because I'm not going to go. I'm not going. I'm not listening to it. I'm not doing it. No, I ain't going to church. No, I'm not playing these games. I'm not. No, I don't. No. I don't think y'all should be doing it either. But if that's what they want to do, man, to not sit there and argue with my grandma and my aunties and my mama and them, you feel me, and to keep the fight going, I just let them have their area. They women, you feel me? And I figure since they women, you know what I mean, maybe they are more inclined to that spiritual feeling and, worshiping the man and all of that. But for me, I can't let them beat me up, but I can't be sitting there fighting them all the time. So I'll remove myself from the equation. And I'm like, the work that I'm doing right now is for my little cousins. You feel me? And what I build and what I leave as far as legacy will go to the next generation of kids, you feel me, who are man, they don't even know we used to be a tight family. You feel me? So we got to do something, you feel me, so that they can fall back up under the umbrella of family, where they're not being judged based on, whatever God they believe in, or how they play the system, man. If people want to get to jab, get to jab. B, just stay away from me with it. Don't tell me I got to do it, B. We can't just allow people to be themselves. If it don't hurt you, let them people be themselves, because they damn sure not going to listen to you. So I just back away from them. Sorry for the long answer, man.
Also, I wanted to add to what he said and what I said. Let them know you're doing it to save your relationship, and tell them in detail, very simply and quickly, so they don't get lost in the words. Tell them, I'm doing this to save our relationship, because if we continue on like this, we're going to come to hate each other, and I don't want that.
Keith West, I would really like to hear Keith West Keith West answer. Write your answer in the chat, Keith West. I really would like to hear. Not No said, I'm the only one who didn't get the jab apart from his auntie on his mother's side. But OG, that's a live stream, OG. Come on, fire it
Yeah,
up, man.
my thing is, you talk to them as much as you can, but it's eventually you're gonna have to love them from a distance. You know what I mean? I still try to talk to my family, but because my family, like I said, like Warfare said, they're divided by religion. We got 7-Day Adventists, we got Jehovah Witnesses, we got Christians. They all, love each other, but they hate each other. So, and most of them are still believe in the indoctrination. So what I do is I concentrate on the younger generation, talking to them, because a lot of our older generation, they're going to die believing in this belief system. I mean, we watched it time after time. How many generations been dying believing in this system? So, like I said, I try to reach the younger generation, because like a lot of the older generation, they don't have no more fight in them. They done fought, and we shouldn't be looking toward them to fight.
There's so many.
But we should continue to love them, and if you have to love them from a distance, love them from a distance. Go ahead, brother.
There's so many people that I would like for them to. I would like to hear their answer to this question. Like Greedy Vegan, I would like to hear that is this question right here. What prompted this question, OG? Are you facing this situation right now in your life where it's because that
No,
question.
sir. No,
Oh,
sir. My family, like I said, my mom, 89 years old. Basically, most of my family is deceased. My mom had 13 kids. There's only two of us left, including herself. So my main family is deceased, but like my other cousins, I got a lot of cousins and stuff. Like I said, the older generation, I know I'm not going to talk nothing, no sense into their head, but I try to concentrate on 20, 21, 25, and under. But, just bring up some food for thought. That's all. That's what brought up the question.
did Maybach ever make it back? Because I really would like to hear his response also. I mean, you all could possibly already figure mine out in the sense that, Keith West. I really
Peace,
wanted to
peace,
hear
peace.
Keith West's response, man.
Peace, good brother. Much
First,
love, respect.
no doubt. First and foremost, peace and respect. My boy McCoy, the realest McCoy, peace and respect. Big Dog Philly OG, Warfare K. Much respect due all the way. Oh, also much respect to everybody in the chat and in the panel. Oh man, I was just
Yes,
listening to
sir.
this
Much
topic.
respect.
No doubt, no doubt. I'm listening and I'm like, you know what? I can't disagree with anything that's been said. Some things that you learn, you can't just teach to anyone or give to anyone. You know what I'm saying? Because it might not be for them to get right away. Sometimes it takes time for people to get to certain levels. Because I know for me, it took some time for me to get to certain levels and certain thinking points. You know what I mean? And then once I get that aha moment, it's hard for me to throw that aha moment at someone else, especially when they're not ready to pick up that aha moment. You know what I mean? So I can't say I disagree with anything that's been said about that specific subject. You know what I mean? But I had to get on the panel, man. I was like, all these good dudes up on here, you know what I'm saying? All these good individuals on here. I had to throw my voice on this.
Man, Maybach, where you at, man? I want to know your answer to this question, Maybach, because Maybach, his perspective is there. You go, Maybach.
Yeah.
What did you hear the question at hand?
No, I did not.
Okay, yeah, I figured you were somewhat preoccupied. Big Dog Philly
Correct.
OG asked a question that in regards to OG, can you state the question exactly how you? It was in regards to go ahead, OG.
Loved ones. How basically, how do you handle your loved ones that still believe in the corporation or believe the narrative that's being pushed?
Oh, well, what I do for myself is that I had said it earlier and the brother who just came on said something that kind of like I relate to. It's real that from what I was taught is that information is for everyone, right? But he just put it in a perspective where maybe they catch on years later. So I always use myself as an example because again, I said back in the 90s when I was running the streets, I was young, dumb, and full of, everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a skeptic. People was bringing me information, coming with information. And like I always said, it started in prison. And I would look at these gentlemen and be like, yo, where you getting your information from? Side-eyeing them, saying to myself, yeah, I wonder what drugs they was doing when they was in the streets. And because they talking crazy. But I had my spiritual awakening, which they told me at that time, kind of like you, OG, how you were elder. They was telling me when you look back and reflect, when you probably like 35, 40 years old, I'm over 40, 45. I'll be 47 this October. So I had my awakening and I started paying attention to a lot of stuff, like how McCoy was saying with the lies and stuff. So like I always said, to me, I believe information is for everyone, but I can't remember who said it. I think it was McCoy that was saying that we can't save everyone. So, bro, even if it's a family member or close friend, I share the information and I just leave it be. Before, I used to get upset when people didn't know what I knew. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like religion. We're not supposed to walk around forcing the information on people. We can put the information out there. Now, what they do with it, that's on their own. You know what I mean? So, but like I said, I used to get upset when people are like, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, so you really believe the government is doing this?" And I'm like, it's not about believing, bro. I know. I can show you the proof and the truth to what they've been doing. You know, like perfect example with the weather modification. They said they put it on paper themselves, said they've been manipulating the weather and modifying the weather since the Vietnam War. Now, why would I go against what they admitting to? And this government's known for doing a lot of foul stuff. Clinton, 94, had to apologize for the Tuskegee experiment that happened. Something happened in St. Louis, Missouri, where they were spraying, like how the planes be spraying now. They connected the same type of thing. They connected over a apartment complex or building in St. Louis, and they was doing the same thing there. You get what I'm saying? And then years later, a Republican was like, "Oh, we got to give them."
You broke up, Maybach.
But I think the main question we want to know is, are you keeping your distance from your family, or are you still like sending them things? Yeah.
I think he's has a bad connection.
Yeah, it sucks too.
But
Yeah, I'm keeping my distance from my family.
yeah, me to answer that question, OG, respectfully, yeah, it seems to protect my peace of mind. It's best to just stay away from anyone who is disturbing my peace. It's just regardless if they're family or not, because also I don't want to disturb theirs. If I go tell them that there's cockroaches in their peanut butter, they don't want to hear that right now. you know? So I want them to enjoy their life because I don't want to disturb their peace as much as I don't want them to disturb mine. So just out of respect, I just leave them to their own understanding, and eventually I keep it within my heart though that eventually they'll reach a certain level. But at this moment in time, if we had all day and these and it wasn't closing in on us, this enemy, this entity wasn't doing what they were doing, oh, I'd have all the patience in the world. But I think it's our sense of urgency is why we lack the patience to deal with anyone, regardless if they're family or non-family members, in order to focus on our goals. And I think that's what's happening. So, Keith, did you want to add something?
But also to save relationships, because if we keep our distance, they won't be so mad at us.
True facts. Well, pretty much like everybody is saying, I absolutely agree. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, like, I notice a lot of times when I'm speaking about self, a lot of people think, well, you're just being selfish and you're just going to close people out. It's not necessarily that, if all that. The idea is once you get an aha moment and you have that understanding, you want to share it. But then, like you said before, as soon as you get to sharing information, here comes the whole, well, you're crazy. You're just spending too much time in your head, blah, 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 blah. So the best thing to do is to get that information for yourself and just give it to those who are willing to listen, just like this panel. Not everybody's going to get on this panel and listen to what we all have to say and be respectful. Even if we don't agree, we can still be respectful to listen to the information and get an understanding of why this was said and how come this was put the way it was put. Some people automatically just want to reject it. So I absolutely agree. Sometimes you have to keep your distance from people, especially people who aren't even willing to listen. You know what I mean? You don't have to agree with everything. Like Warfare K, he puts down a lot of stuff. Sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't. Same thing with Big Dog Philly OG. We all have our points where we're like, okay, I agree with that, I disagree with that. But I will do the research behind the fact just to get a better understanding of how come he said this and how come he said that. You know what I mean? So that's just my take. I hope I'm not going too long and too long-winded about it.
Nah,
Hey,
you
no,
good, brother. I just wanted to say this real quick. I agree with everything my brother Keith just said. But what they're
Salute.
not going to do, they're not going to do the research we're doing. And that's going to keep them closed minded. But go ahead, y'all got it. Much
Facts.
respect.
All facts.
yeah, I just wanted to say peace to Anthony Lowe. You know, I see him. He always salutes me, and Big Dog Philly OG wherever he sees me. And so I appreciate that. We all want to be recognized and seen.
Shout out to brother
So
Anthony Lowe.
yeah, so thank you for
Yeah.
that. Thank you for being here. Appreciate
And
your
I
presence.
definitely got to get on the panel with Warfare K and Big Dog Philly OG on their channels. You know what I mean? I
Yo,
definitely got to get up on their channels.
look, man, I'm telling you. Well, it depends. It depends. Big Dog Philly OG, he just seems to like get me going, man. That's why I think
Oh
they're a
yeah.
bit of
Yeah.
that. So
Hey, look,
It'd
I
be a
highly.
pleasure to get to have you up there, brother.
yo,
Oh
Man,
man,
let me
it's
say this real quick. Me and Warfare K battled, but now I got mad respect for the brother, and I believe he got respect for me too. We battled in the beginning, but now we got respect for each other. We put our differences aside
yeah,
like men and stand on something. But y'all got it.
That's a
yeah, that's
fact.
what's up.
That's how I normally go though. Like a lot of my friends, when we first met, we got a little fisticuffs in first. That's just how I go in the hood, man. We got to see, what your man like. Is you a man or a mouse? Is you supposed to be next to me, G? You feel me? Can't you hold your own, son? You feel me? But after all the riffraff, we got a job to do, man. And it ain't that serious. Not for me. It's never that serious for me here. You feel me? Even if we disagree and we turn up, you got to be a man and know when to. All right, leave that childish shit alone. And let's get back on man time, real nigga time. You feel me? And that's what we did. And shit, we here, man. And I suspect there will be other brothers that I done got it into or possibly gonna get it in with, because there will be disagreements. And I'm gonna stand on my principle. But depending on how we handle ourselves, if we gentlemen, we can always recover. As long as we don't violate one another in these conversations, that's what diplomacy is. You can have a harsh opinion. You can say it hard. You feel me? But when it's all said and done, did we understand something? And can we move forward, or do we got to fight every day? And I don't think that fighting every day is beneficial. And anybody who has that energy, who want to do that all the time, it shouldn't be allowed in the conversation, man. That's just around my
Actually,
house.
Facts.
stress ages you. Stress ages you. So here is a singular key, one of many, to the fountain of youth. Stress and argument causes physical damage on your heart and your mind and your body.
That's facts.
That's a
That's all
fact.
facts.
uh,
Yes.
I will say, yes, OG's channel. Like OG is, when I first heard Big Dog Philly OG, man, saying forget the government. My children are around, so I can't put it the way he put it that morning, because he used to come on at like 5 in the morning. So I can't even say it the way he said it, but and so I would go over there, man, and the fire that he would build is just his channel. He's been doing a better job of staying safe in these YouTube streets on his channel, but he's straight to the point, man. He's not fearful of this entity, but we are being more mindful how to maneuver on this platform. But yeah, if you go over to Big Dog Philly OG's channel, he's gonna get you going. And
You know, the first time I ran into Big Dog Philly OG, right? And it wasn't even from his channel. And I think Big Dog know where I'm going with this one. It was on you'll mind
Yes,
me
sir.
plugging another channel, Information Man Show. Great channel, great brother. He's always bringing facts and information. That's why he's called the Information Man. So I ran into Big Dog Philly OG from that channel. And then we're talking back and forth, not like in a private chat, but just in the chat itself. And he's from Philly and I'm from Pittsburgh. You know what I mean? So it's a PA connection. You know what I mean? And usually Pittsburghers and, Philadelphians, they usually have a little in-state rivalry or whatever. But me and him never seen it that way. It was just talking on Information Man show. And then I checked his channel while he checked my channel, which I don't have a lot of content. But that's how me and Big Dog OG Philly first started talking. Then I went on his channel and I was like, oh man, I got to get on his channel one of these days. I really just sit and listen. Then I'm listening to the brothers arguing and going back and forth. I'm like, not saying that's what he's doing, but I'm listening to other cats do it. I'm like, It's a wild chat. It's a wild platform. But you know what? I have the absolute respect for Big Dog Phil G because he's always on point. I mean, there's times, yeah, where I don't agree, but he's always on point when it comes to certain information, if not all information. You know what I'm saying? And then Warfare K, I just recently ran into him, like maybe a couple months back or so, just like checking out his content. And it was like, I like the fact that this brother said that arguing is for the weak, because it is. It's all weakness. If you got to sit and argue and scream and shout, the cooler heads always reveal it's that silent assassin that you got to worry about, not the loudmouth out here with a blowhorn screaming and yelling. You got to worry about that one that's in the cut quiet. You know what I mean? So I highly respect both of these brothers. You know what I mean? And I can't wait to get on their platform and just, throw some words around, kick it with them. You know what I mean? But this is an honor right here, McCoy. This is an honor to actually have this platform going and have these good brothers on it. You know what I mean? Hey, salute.
Much respect back, brother.
I apologize for earlier.
Maybach,
Yeah, I
Maybach, you
apologize
never,
for earlier. Huh?
Maybach, you didn't really fully answer the question that was asked. So we really would like to hear your feedback on what do you do with family members that do not see the agenda, or are they going along with the agenda? What do you do?
You basically kind of said it, and the best way that I can say it is I mastered peace. I learned how to master peace about 5 years ago. So, I don't let nobody, throw my peace off, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that, because we definitely all need a peace of mind, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. Yeah, my phone had died, like you said, that StreamYard do drain your battery. But like I said, I used to get upset, man. I used to get upset when, like I said, I knew something and that I assumed that other people should know. But like I said, I'm still being labeled family and friends. Oh, he's a conspiracy theorist. He believed that they did this to JFK and whatever. So like I said, I'm not in the business of convincing, anyone. And like I said, that's why I use the religion. I was always taught at a young age, you don't force anything on anybody. You know what I'm saying? So whatever the person believe, let them believe, or, what they want to believe. As long as you know what it is and what it's not, then that's all, bro. So like, brother, somebody had said it. One of the gentlemen had came back and kind of said it. I just vibrate, and I've said it earlier, like twice already. I vibrate with the people that's on the same frequency. Like how you got this panel going. When I woke up this morning, it's not a coincidence that you was live. Tony was on there. Anna was on here, and you guys were saying some great things. You know what I mean? But like I said, bro, I as far as that go, that's the only way I can answer that. I just give the information. What they do with it is what they do. You know what I mean? With it, like I said, it used to bother me. Going back to the sports, when I was telling you, when you said you used to believe and watch sports, that's how I was. If the Patriots lost, bro, you couldn't talk to me up until Wednesday. For real, you couldn't talk to me till Wednesday. It affected my life, even at work, brother. Even at work, brother. That's how bad it was until I started seeing what sports is really about and how it's all set up and controlled. And I'm like, wow. So how did they fool me? But it's just like how they fool us, with the alphabets. If everybody here got told to say the alphabet, no one's going to say A, B, C. What we're going to do, we're going to sing it, because we've been pre-programming, since at birth to do certain things. So like I said, once you get out the matrix and you see things for what it is, like I said, man. So bro, I just try to vibrate with like-minded people, and we share the information with each other. We got our own little group out here, and where we, that's the best way I can answer it, brother. Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, a lot of y'all made some great points.
Yeah,
Great answer.
there's a few people, man, like the enemy's public. I would really like to hear. I would like to
Yes.
hear
That's
what he would
another
have
good
to say
brother.
on that. OT, I'm telling you, man, that's a live stream, man.
Is
That's a
he here?
huh?
Is he here?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm just saying that's a live stream, man. I think you would bring. Yo,
Because
yeah,
if he's here, I'd like to summon him to come up.
yeah. Dean Kendall, I see that Dean Kendall said he would come up, but Sister So Amo is about to go live in a couple minutes, so I don't want to interfere with her. I like to support her. She supported me, gave me an opportunity to express myself and let me run with it on her platform. Very patient with me. I came in there, guns blazing about this enemy and want to chop heads, and she was very patient and let me get it all out. So peace to so Ama. She's been very supportive of me. She encouraged me to get a channel until eventually I did. But yeah, there's quite a few people. I'd really like to hear their response on how they deal with their family members in regard, because it could get emotional. Because what it is we care so much for them, but at the same time, though, that's why it's very important for us to live it, so that we really know, as opposed to reading it from a book and now I want to share it, and then you were a Christian today, you're telling them about Christ, and then a year later now you're a Muslim. Now they're like, wait, hold on, what's going on? Last year you said it was about Christianity, and then now you're trying to convince us that no, it wasn't Christianity, it's Islam. Now it's no religion now. So wait, you know what I mean? So you have this, it's that's why whatever you get, it's for you. Live it so that you can gain the confidence and they'll see it in you. I'm telling you, that's what works more than anything, to live it and they'll see it, as opposed to now trying to preach it. Like, you see, there's a church in Chicago. I remember driving down 83rd and Racine all the way to 79th and Racine. And I think that's only 4 blocks. And I'm telling you, I saw about 20 churches within 4 blocks, just on that same street.
So you was on the south side. You were on the
Yeah,
souls side. Yeah.
yeah.
I got
That's what I
peoples in the
was.
Wild Hundreds. You know about
Yeah,
the Wild Hundred.
yeah. That's where I was. 100 in Halsted, 100
Oh,
and Wallace is where I
okay, gotcha.
was really at. So yeah, there's all these churches, but you know what? There was about 20 churches on that same street, and there was probably 10 liquor stores. So I don't know if that's a coincidence or not. They're both about the spirits. So, but my point is that we have to be what it is that we want others to be. Because things change. There was a point where I had a discussion with a brother, and I was practicing Judaism, the Sabbath, and I'm trying to convince him that Judaism and following the laws of Moses is what's boss. And he's telling me about Islam, and I'm like, nah. And then, 2 years later, I'm a Muslim. So that's the thin line right there. You just make sure you are who you want others to be. Then they'll see it in you. You don't even have to talk about it, because they're gonna ask, they're gonna inquire. They see you fasting and you're looking younger, you got energy, there's a light about you. And they're like, what you doing? What's changed? You just tell them, you share it, don't preach it. You just say, oh, I just adjusted my whatever and this is the result. And they'll be like, oh, okay. And eventually that seed will start to grow within their minds. So
Correct.
that's how I go about it. But yes, I separate myself, even just for a peace of mind, so I can concentrate. But like
Are
OG
you,
said, be loving from a distance.
yeah,
Correct.
like the song goes. Are you still a Muslim?
Over here, Paula, no religion gets any kind of play over here.
Okay,
No
that's what I
religion.
thought. I wanted to
No.
just seal the deal. I was pretty sure you're a free man now.
Oh, I'm glad you recognize you're
Yes.
a free man.
Okay.
Well, can I say this? Can I say this too, right? You've been saying a bunch of things that I was thinking the same thing about Philly OG. And it's funny because that you started saying all of that, because the first time I seen his name was on Bro Sanchez's chat, and he was writing some things in the chat, and I'm like, who is this Philly OG guy? What is he, an antichrist? I swear to God, I thought he was an atheist. No lie. Listen, I'm not trying to be funny. It's coming out that way, but no lie. I was saying, I even like, I think I hit up one of his moderators, when I seen her on his platform, when she introduced me to his platform. Jules is her name, Jewel 5112. Great woman. So anyways, great moderator. So anyways, she was like, yeah, he's
Beautiful
kind of like,
sister. Much love.
correct. She was like, yeah, he be talking about the government like you. I said, hell no. That dude's an atheist. He's an antichrist. I'm not going to his platform. But again, you speculate, you put perspectives, we prejudge. That's the way we've been programmed until I went there.
Facts.
Like I said, I sat in the bushes. I observed. I analyzed. I watched, did my homework, did my research. I said, man, that dude's a good dude. I don't see nobody doing what he's doing. He's promoting channels for free. He ain't asking for money. He's got this person on his platform that's very, informative, enlightened, and stuff like that. But again, I could have just passed the judgment and left it as that, but I had to see for myself. And I'm like, nah, I overstand this brother now. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, salute to you, Philly OG, man.
Oh yeah, he on with it. Like I said, I wouldn't even probably be here on these panels if I didn't hear him that one morning. He's who gave me
Much love back to everybody, man.
Yeah,
Much love back.
he gave me the courage, man, and the
Much love.
inspiration to express what I thought I had. I just knew that he would have an appreciation for what I had to offer, because I mean it was basically the same thing what he was saying. And he gets me riled up, man, because he just first of
Yes,
all,
sir. Much respect, brother. Always.
yeah, he has that strong voice, and then he just says one thing, man, and I can't hold back. He just whatever up, you know what I mean. So yeah, man, that's what's going on. I just really hope that this live stream really helps people to stay focused on this agenda that we must just separate from this wickedness. It's good for us to do that. You're not doing nothing bad. We got to get away from the wickedness so we can finally live how we were naturally meant to live. And if anyone, I'm gonna, Sister Soama has started her live stream. I don't really want to interfere unless, if anyone else has anything to say. Let's ride.
I'm just gonna say, divorce in the system, brother. There's nothing the matter with divorce in the system. It starts first with the mind.
Correct.
Hey, I just want to say big ups McCoy for letting me come up today. I gotta go as well, but I appreciate all the information I've heard, and man, it's definitely showing we got some open minds out there. So salute to everybody here.
Correct. Salute to you, Tony. Salute to you.
Salute, much respect to everybody, man.
Yeah, Tony Taylor. Tony Taylor is the he makes me a better person in the sense that I did that live stream. Are you a truth seeker or are you an attention seeker? And I think that's what we were touching on earlier. That I want to attract those who are really trying to seek the truth and then apply it to our lives, and then meet up and see what improvements have been done. And I also want to add that we gotta get our families in order. Like Mama Chula for you wrote earlier. It starts with you, and then those within your household, and then your neighbors, and then and we go from there. It's a simple program, simple steps that it's guaranteed results. But you can't think that you can get the world in order and your own household isn't in order. That's just not going to work, and we're going to see through it, because then when we see you and your wife is disrespecting you, you up here telling us we vegans, and we meet up with you and y'all got nothing but ham sandwiches to offer us. I'm gonna be like, what happened, man? What's going on here?
Absolutely.
So it's like let's start with ourselves and within our household, and then we'll go from there.
Hey, real McCoy. I'm gonna be offering you a smoothie.
Keith,
I got a song
Hey, let me
comes
say
to
this, man. I'm
mind.
about to skate, man. Much respect to everybody, man. I'm finna go do my pool time, man. I'll be listening while y'all over there on Sister So channel or whatever.
Warfare
I'm
K, man.
later,
Hold on,
man.
Warfare, man. Thank you, Warfare K, man. Thank you for coming through. From the first time I ever heard you spoke, man. You stayed true to what you're about, man. And your name says it all, man. It's like that's what you on right now. And the beat that you play in your live stream, Mob Deep. There's a war going on outside.
Yeah.
No man is safe. No man is safe from. You know what I mean? So I know what you're about, man, and you stay true to that. And I appreciate you, man. That's why I support you, man. So salute to you and thank you for coming through.
No doubt, man. Appreciate y'all.
Enjoy that swimming pool, brother. I'll be in one next week. Enjoy that
man.
pool.
Yeah, it's a good time. Y'all be cool, man. Peace.
I'd like to. I like to say
Salute.
goodbye. If you guys can hear me, I don't even know if my audio is working.
You're good, Paula. You're good. What
Hmm.
you
We
got
hear
for
you.
us?
We
Okay.
hear you.
Good.
We hear
I
you.
gotta go because Seven either went live or put a video out. But the last thing I want to say is clean up your own backyard. You tend your business. I'll tend mine.
Hey, makes no
Facts.
sense.
Yes.
Appreciate you,
Much
Paula.
All
love.
facts.
Thank you, Paula. I really
Peace.
appreciate Paula.
Yeah.
You know,
Salute to you though,
I
bro, for going
appreciate
live, man.
you, realist. You don't even know. You are held in my highest respect above everyone that I've met out here because of who you are. So I don't mean to raise you above others, but I highly respect you.
thank you for that. Thank you. Appreciate you,
Salute,
Paula.
McCoy. Salute to you, man, for putting out that frequency like a bat signal, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I woke up, I saw you live, and I was listening. Tony was dropping some gems, Anna was dropping some gems. Then I got up there, then everybody else came, brother. So it's your frequency, man, and your vibration. You know what I mean? That got everybody on the platform. You know what I'm saying? And real recognize real is what I like to say. You know what I mean? Because we can hear the BS. You know what I'm saying? Some people are good actors, but not for long. You know what I mean? You can only front for so long before you expose yourself.
Facts.
And like
Big
I said,
facts.
bro, Philly OG is kind of like the link to a lot of us. You know what I'm saying? But I think you said we met off of Toya's live.
Yeah, Toya, man,
Yeah,
me and you,
correct.
we had a great build made back. We had a
That
great build that day. I'll never forget it, man. I'll never forget
that
that build. You was and I think this other dude, not brother Lawrence from Warfare K, but another Lawrence member is. We had a nice build, man.
correct. We did. We did.
Yeah. So nah, peace to you, man. Thank you for coming through. You're always welcome here, man. But just know that we're on solutions, man. You know, we're on
Yeah,
solution
correct.
oriented.
Correct. Correct.
You know? So peace to you, man.
Yes, peace and blessings to you, your children, man, your whole family. You already know. Anytime you go live, you already know I definitely will come up, chime in, give my little, input as well and stuff like that. Tony's a good dude. I liked him. That's why I had to ask him, like, yo, bro, you got a channel? You know what I mean? He's like, nah, I feel him on that. You know what I'm saying? Because it can be discouraging. Like I said, I post informational things, 8 views. I put Lil Wayne performing live saying he's the greatest. I get 2,200 views. You get what I'm saying? It's just like, come on, man. Come
Hey, it
on.
is
Like,
what it is. It's all right. It's
correct,
all right.
correct, correct,
No
correct,
complaints.
correct.
Just do the best that you can do. That's what it's all about. Just do the best that
That's
you
a
can
fact.
do because you know why that is.
Correct,
So eventually, hopefully, things will change. That's all. But yeah, I
right,
feel you on that. I think we all
correct.
understand your feeling on that.
Yep. So I salute you, man, and appreciate you likewise as well. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for having this live. It helped me out. You know what I'm saying? Especially sometimes we need this type of, you know what I'm saying, conversation. Like I said, if the government can function like this, or us people can function like this, like nobody's wrong, no one's yelling, I'm not better than you, nobody's coming to the table with materialistic things. You get what I'm saying? We're just a human race. That's it. Yeah, there's one who's lighter than the other or darker than the other, you know, and stuff like that, taller, shorter. But listen, like I said, I love these type of builds, man, because that's how we can move forward. You know what I'm saying? And help, like you said, help ourselves, but not just ourselves, our family. That's why I said, like, outside of this, I have a, community 3 streets away. We all prepared, like I said, for anything that might happen because we all assets to each other and one another. You know what I mean? And I think it was either Philly OG or somebody that has a channel, and they have a great saying: before we can build with one another, we got to work on ourselves first. You know what I mean? It starts with ourselves first before we can build with each other and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So all of these things, man, is helpful. People talking about mental health, trauma, all of that stuff helps, man. It helps. And Philly OG, man, keep doing what you're doing, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like you keep saying, man, free promotion. That's how we help and uplift each other and build. It's too easy to belittle each other you know, and stuff like that. We need to take it back to them days where we was a real community. You know what I'm saying? That word community don't mean nothing nowadays, but
Yes, sir.
You know, I appreciate every single one of y'all, man. For real, every
Oh
single
man,
one of
thank
y'all.
Maybach. I'm telling you, man, it meant a lot for you to come up here and add to what we were building. We didn't tear each other down. You know
Right.
how you put up 3 bricks and then someone comes and takes the 3 bricks down, and then at the end of the day, ain't nothing accomplished. Nah, man,
Yeah.
our minds was just building. I want to say peace to Kimba M for coming through. Thank you, Kimba. Appreciate your presence. Um,
Salute to the chat too. They was holding you down, man.
oh
Salute
man, the
to
chat I
everyone
couldn't
in the
keep
chat.
up because first of all, I see why now. I don't know how Big Dog Philly OG do it. Control the panel, stay
Yeah,
away,
yeah,
and be in the
yeah.
chat. I mean, but I'll get better. But it
Bro,
was just so
the chat was having their own building as well too. Like it was
interesting.
like, oh, listen, I ended up having to put my tablet on, and I was reading some comments that Miss Edna put up. I can't remember everyone's name.
Hey, the chat
Shula,
stay on fire. That's why I love the
fact,
chat. The chat stay
fact,
on
man.
fire. Go ahead, brother.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's why I said, brother, it's not a coincidence that you went live and I, turned on my phone and I engaged with all of y'all. That's why I said we're like-minded people. We're pushing out the same frequency. That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? Building. And I love these type of builds, bro. Because like I said, I want to leave a group of folks with coming out of something being better myself or just learning things that I can implement to myself. Because just like how you have children, I have two. My son turned 7 yesterday. We about to go out, enjoy, his born day and stuff like that. But I had to be on here, before I stepped out. Like
Yeah,
homie that
happy
says he got to
birthday to the little one, my brother. Happy
appreciate
Oh
you,
birthday.
man,
man.
thank you for
Appreciate
that.
y'all.
Happy
Yeah.
Happy
Thank you
born
for
day.
that, man. Thank you
Because
for
the
that,
whole time,
Megan.
like a couple of times when I muted up, it's because of them. I don't want
Oh,
them to listen to your show. You know what I mean? So they
hey,
like,
you hear mine in the background. You're
no,
gonna,
I know, but
yeah,
that's you. This is your
got
platform. You're the
you. Oh,
host, so that's different. But I didn't want them because they kept saying, Daddy, when we leaving, Daddy, when we leaving. I'm like, okay, in a minute, it's almost over. The show's
oh man.
almost over.
All
You
right,
know what
well
I'm saying?
we won't hold him much longer. We'll let Keith West uh um Keith, I know you was here briefly, man, but I appreciate your presence, man, because obviously you see something within me that you hit my panel. First time you ever hit a panel, you hit my panel, man. That feels really good. And I thank you for that, So
Hey, McCoy, no problem at all, good brother. You know what I mean? Like I said, everybody was just saying so much good information right here. Just everybody leaving because I'm like, first of all, I'm sitting there, I'm like, damn, I just came late on the panel. I wish I'd have came earlier. But so much people, I mean, everybody was just saying like so much great information. And just even right now, as everybody's leaving out, everybody's still putting out good. And I agree. You know what I mean? It's all about building. It's all about community. But you can't get that unless you work on yourself. And people forget when you everything starts with looking inside of yourself and building from within, having an understanding. Regardless what book you read, what religious system you in, what group you belong to, or whatever tribe or whatever label you want to go under. You have to find yourself first. And in this society, they don't want you to do that. That's why they want you to go out and buy the McDonald's and buy the latest Jordans and buy the new Xboxes and the new TV. All of this stuff is to keep you distracted from looking in that mirror. You know what I mean? Everybody wants to look like this person or that person, or they worry about who's dressed like this or who's doing this. I mean, like you can't be who you are because you don't know who you are. You know what I mean? So that's why I became a big advocate because at one time I was like that. You know what I mean? Trying to fit in, trying to follow the crowd. Okay, I'm with this group. I should identify as this because my aunt told me this, my mother told me this, and my grandmother told me this. After a while, I said, you know what? Let me do my own research. And I know my great brother, Big Dog Philly OG, he's always going at it about the mythology. And I'm not saying I'm a strong believer of mythology. I just like to use it. It's a tool. Just like I said with the buffet line, you only take what works for you, and the rest you just throw away. You know, so I don't just sit here and just believe in everything. I use certain objects to my benefit, and it helps build me up. And I can take that information and share it with the next brother or sister who needs that information. Now, if they don't want to take it, they can reject it, but in the back of their mind, it'll still be. Trust me growing up, I had a lot of people tell me all kind of stuff, and it's stuck in the back of my mind. Now that I'm a lot older, I'm like, damn, I should have took that, but I don't want to go too long with that. But yeah, McCoy, man, I appreciate what you do, good brother. You know what I mean? Just like Warfare K, just like Big Dog Philly OG. There's so many great individuals out there who have channels, who have panels, and it's constant information, constant improvement, constantly giving you something to think about, something that you can just kind of like feed off of. You know what I'm saying? But then those channels are not the ones that are getting the big promotion, the big support. It's always the gossip and the gender wars and manosphere and all this other crap like that. I mean, like everybody goes to that. That's why I appreciate what you're doing right now with this platform. Just letting everybody come in, have a voice. Nobody's over talking each other or screaming and yelling and hollering and getting all emotional because you don't want to agree or disagree with the situation respectfully. So yeah, I appreciate what you do, McCoy, all day, every day, good brother. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I look at it as, we're ahead of the game. You know what I mean? Though they eventually, even when you said the manosphere and the beef sector, they're eventually gonna be over here. It's just some of us, you know how when you hustling in the streets and you don't want to have to go to jail to figure things out, that's how
Right.
it's gonna be. They're gonna have their back against the wall, and then they're gonna seek refuge, and you know what? We're gonna have refuge for them. So
Absolutely.
let's get ourselves together so we can give people a solution. A lot of people go out there is pointing out the problems, complaining, but with no solutions. So we got to give them
Exactly.
options. Yeah. So peace to you, Keith West. I appreciate you. Jack's Dreaming came up in the building.
Yeah. Salute,
Thank
salute,
you,
everybody. Take care of yourselves.
Jack's Dreaming. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you, your presence, your support always. Big Dog Philly OG.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Much love and respect to you and the family, brother. Much respect to everybody in the chat, everybody that came up. Uh, you know, brother, I appreciate your support, and by me appreciating your support, I'm gonna show my support. So we're gonna keep supporting and building and growing, man. That's what I'm about. Us building and growing and coming together. Promo 2023 and beyond. We're leaving something positive for the future. But appreciate you, brother. Much respect to everybody, man.
As a matter of fact, OG usually go live around this time up until BYOB, right?
Yeah, I normally do a promotion. I may do it for a couple hours, but like you said, sister, I'm on. I probably just fall back. I'll see. But
Okay.
much respect to you and the family. Appreciate everybody that tapped in.
Thank you, OG. I'm just go, I try to end it on this old Kamala Harris lady.
Something like public health. When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water.
So yeah, had some heavy hitters come through. Edna Bell, thank you for coming through. I really appreciate your presence. I really do. I'm honored that Edna Bell hit a panel for the first time and it was mine. And that's that says a lot. And Keith West, thank you for coming through. Not know your support is always appreciated. Not know, keep being you in the groove. Maybach is so many people. Oh my goodness, all the way back to Talk Your Talk Media came through. Warfare K, Maybach, your contribution was appreciated. Blue came through briefly. Lizzo, Kimba came through. Jack's Dreaming. Oh, I spoke Blue up. Peace to you, Blue. I just said your name. I just said even Blue came through briefly. So thank you for supporting, man. I appreciate you, Blue. Let's see, Lawana Hedgepeth. I hope my channel resonates with you. Tony Taylor, thank you for your contribution. Um, you know, it was just a lot of people. Dean Kendall. The chat was just on fire, and that's the kind of chat, man. This chat was. I have to go back and replay it just for the chat because the information was on fire. So I just want to thank you all for the new people. Anthony Lowe. I know Rashard TSL FMFP was in the house. Um, just a lot of great people. Goddess NRG, Doe Eyes TV. But I think she came up under here under Grits and Greens. So everyone sub up to her. She promotes vegan lifestyle, and it's definitely made a difference in her life. By all the pictures, y'all sub up to her just for the pictures that she shares of herself. The improvements are just so great. Bex came through. Blue, you had something you want to say? Let's go. I'm closing out.
Yeah, my bad. I thought so still. Yeah, I've just sat down. But yeah, I think there's more free thinkers now, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes like when you was talking the other day about like this alien thing and how you're seeing it coming and being more prominent in media and everywhere. And yeah, it's like people are coming out of this faith-based religion and that type of structure and coming out of the church more, you know what I'm saying? And you know, it's not like the church can really go online type of thing like YouTube, like pastors and whatever. It don't really suit the whole functioning of what a church was. So it's like now to like redirect our mind or the redirect the free thinkers. It's more like coming with this alien thing now again, but they're ramping it up more. And with the ingenuity of like, or the money they've got to like create the ingenuity for us to believe some of these things, they can do it in this day and age now, you know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, this is why you've got people up in your chat, you know what I'm saying, who are free thinkers, you know. So yeah, we're probably going to be the ones tackling this alien thing again. The smaller channels, while the so-called medium to bigger channels are kind of going to be not really calling it out as much, but trying to extend whatever or how long the bandwagon of that's going to be going on, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, you're good. You're surrounded by people who see all of that and know how these patterns work. So I'll just close out with that, big man. Respect.
Yeah, man. I thought I just told Maybach in that we'll be ahead of the game, and we'll have the solutions ready for them once they're satisfied with being entertained. So I see Maggot came through. Peace to you, Maggot. Um, Big Dog Philly OG, as always, appreciate your contribution and your support. You gave me a voice. You inspired me. I'd never take that from them. And that's about it, man. Y'all just have a good rest of your day, and I hope to catch you another time.
Peace out, realist.
Same to you, Blue. Peace to you, man.
Have a good day with your children, man. You get me? Respect.
Yeah, I know you hear them in the back, man.
Yeah, they're ready for you, man. They're ready for
I'm
you.
sorry. Yeah, they're just part of my live stream. They're patient with me. You know that I'm.
What other background music do you need? What other, you know what I'm saying? It's a nice
That's right.
background to have. But yo, you enjoy
Yeah.
your day anyway, big man. Respect.
All right, man. Respect to you too, Blue. Appreciate you, man. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day, like I said, and thank y'all. 6 hours. Oh man, a lot of monumental achievements today. Annapurna, she broke her fast from YouTube to help me contribute to my live. Um, like I said, Edna Bell overcame a fear, joining a panel Edna, your voice, the information that you have is needed. At least it's needed over here. And just everyone just try to improve for yourself. The rest of the world will see it and we'll hear it as we tap into different frequencies. I'm telling you, that's how I get my information. It just comes to my mind because I'm tapped in. Of course, you check out some YouTube videos and read a few books, but the real solid, simple information that a child can understand, it just reaches your mind. So on that, thank y'all for being here. Appreciate you all. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. And whenever I get inspired, you'll see me fire one up. And hopefully I'll see you all again. Thanks to the chat. Thanks to the panel, Paula, Maybach. If I forget anyone, forgive me. But I'm going to let y'all go and have the rest of y'all day. All right. Peace out.